chilling up in the kingdom, chilling with Yahweh Shai and all the brothers and the sisters, cooling out, having fun, drinking yayin with Yahweh Shai up in the kingdom, yeah.
Who are we? Israel! Then who are we? Israel! Can't hear you!
Israel.
Who's the power?
Yahweh Bahashim, Yahweh Shai's the power.
I said, who's the power?
Yahweh Bah.
Shalom, Israel.
Shalom.
And welcome to the Israelite School of Biblical History and Practical Knowledge. We are here in Houston, located at 231 FM 1092, Stafford, Texas 77477. We got another location down here in Texas, in San Antonio, at 4444 Walsham Road, Suite 201, San Antonio, Texas 78218. We got another location in Virginia, at 2016 Granby Street, Norfolk, VA 23517. And then we have another location out in Rochester, New York. New York. At 1600 Lyle Ave, Suite 1A, Rochester, New York, 14606. And all the class dates and times have not changed, have not deviated, and it's all right there on the poster. All right. Blog Talk is still popping, still going. Got the Blog Talk Radio, blogtalk.com, blogtalkradio.com/Mashaba. And then we have the other YouTube channels. And you know, like every school has its own YouTube channel, but we're all still the same school. So if you're not subscribed to the Rochester, the VA, the San Antonio, get subscribed. Because sometimes when they shut us down, we just hop to theirs.
Yeah, you be getting that shut down stuff.
Yep.
All that crazy stuff.
Well, we might all get shut down eventually. But for those of you that come in class, y'all don't have anything to worry about. But for those of you that just stay online, you have to get close to a school. Anyways, Passover's coming up. We recently celebrated Purim. You know, that was nice. Passover's coming up. It's going to be April 9th. You can RSVP. The link is in the description. All right, so if you're coming, make sure you RSVP and get that in ASAP so we can get a head count. Okay?
Okay.
All right. We do got the Israel wear. You know, you can sign up for that. Of course, the garments wouldn't be coming in right now because they're working on Passover garments. But you can definitely sign up for the subscription. And we got Hebrew Academy in Rochester and Virginia every Monday. Hebrew Academy here in Houston on Tuesdays. If you need to reach a priest or teacher, you can reach Priest Kazakia, 757-300-4047. Or you can reach Priest Quatazap at 303-557-8979. Just text only during class. We do have a business that we ask you to support. We'd like to ask you to support Sweet Ambiance. You know, we have your aromatherapeutic oils, your cologne fragrances, your perfume fragrances. We got body butter, scrubs, sugar scrubs, bath salt, you know, everything when it comes to hygiene and smelling good. So check us out at sweetambiance.com. And we do have subscription packages, and do know that everything that you do buy is just like giving to the school. It's like giving to the school, and you get a little bit something in return at the same time. So check that out. We do have Chosen Creation where you can get like, you know, metal work or woodwork done. Check it. You can check that out, chosencreation.com. If you want to make any donations, you can put that in a Wells Fargo account. That account number is 101-580-6167, or you can Cash App us at ISBHPK donations, or you can Zelle it to isbhbk@gmail.com.
Oh, we do have a cash app.
Yes, sir.
Oh.
And that's it for the announcements. We're going to start the Sabbath ceremony. Aimadium Wapanyua Yerushalayim, which means rise and face Jerusalem. Barakatah Yahweh, Ba Shem Yahushai, Hahawa'ah, Latan Lenawam, a war, Zayawam, the water, Aman.
That's blessed you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua, that gives us light this day. Thanks, so be it. The light represents our wisdom, knowledge, and understanding that we obtain through the scriptures.
Barakatah Yahweh, Ba Shem Yahushai, Hahawa'ah, Latan Lenawam, Rayach, Na'akaka, the water, Aman.
That's blessed you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua, that gives us a sweet savor. Thanks, so be it. Frankincense myrrh represents our prayers going up to the Most High as a sweet savor.
You said what?
Barakatah Yahweh, Ba Shem Yahushai, Hahawa'ah, Latan Lenawam, Hashabbat, Ba Shalom, the water, Aman.
That's blessed you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua, that gives to us the Sabbath in peace. Thanks, so be it.
This is Psalms 121 in Hebrew. Ainashah, Ayam Yam Yah, Al Aharyam, Na'ayah, Yabawa'ah, Isaiah, Yabawa'ah, Ma Yahweh, Sha'aisha, Shemayim, Wa Ratazah, La'ah, Lanathan, Lamawat, Regalia, Yala'ah, Nawam, Shasha Wamar, Yasha Allah, Yahweh, Shemariah, Yahweh, Tizalia, Al, Yum Yum Yah, Yad, Hashamash, Yala'ah, Hakayah, Bayawam, Wala'ah, Halabana, Balayala, Yahweh, Yashamar, Makol Rad, Yashamar, Napashya, Yahweh, Shemariah, Hawalakia, Wabwa'aya, Ma'aitan, Wa'ai, Iwalam, Aman.
Psalms 121 in English. I will lift up my eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out, and thy coming in from this time forth and even forevermore.
Ba Shem Yahushai. Shema Yasha Allah. Yahweh Elohei Noah. Yahweh Chad. Shema Yasha Allah. Yahweh Elohei Noah. Yahweh Chad. Shema Yasha Allah. Yahweh Elohei Noah. Yahweh Chad.
That's here, O Israel. Yahweh our power. Yahweh is one.
It's the Lord's Prayer. Abanawa,
Abanawa,
Shabbat
Shabbat Shemayim,
Kodash,
Kodash,
Hayah,
Hayah,
Shemka,
Shemka,
Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Malakwatha,
Malakwatha,
Taba'ah,
Taba'ah,
Ratazaka,
Ratazaka,
Hayah,
Hayah,
Aisha,
Aisha,
Ba'arataza,
Ba'arataza,
Kawa,
Kawa,
Hayah,
Hayah,
Bashamayim,
Bashamayim,
Latananao,
Latananao,
Lacham,
Lacham,
Kol,
Kol,
Yawam,
Yawam,
Wasalach Nawa,
Wasalach Nawa,
Kabawak Nawa,
Kabawak Nawa,
Kasalak Nawa,
Kasalach Nawa,
Kabawat Yenawa,
Kabawak Yenawa,
Wala'ah,
Wala'ah,
Tabyanawa,
Tabyanawa,
Banasai 1,
Banasai 1,
Abo,
Abo,
Hawashai Nawa,
Hawashai Nawa,
Mayan,
Mayan,
Rad,
Rad,
Kaya,
Kaya,
Laka,
Laka,
Amalakwa,
Amalakwa,
Waha'ala,
Waha'ala,
Watapahara,
Watapahara,
Wa'iwalamyam,
Wa'iwalamyam,
Aman.
Amen. This is the Lord's Prayer in English. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever. Amen.
Aman. Ha
Asherah,
Matazawa,
Matazawa,
The Ten Commandments.
La'ah,
La'ah,
Yahaya,
Yahaya,
Laka,
Laka,
Alahayim,
Alahayim,
Aharim,
Aharim,
Alpanya,
Alpanya,
Thou shalt have no other powers before me.
La'ah,
La'ah,
Ta'aisha,
Aisha,
Laka,
Laka,
Basal,
Basal,
Wala'ah,
Wala'ah,
Ta'ibadam,
Ta'ibadam,
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image.
La'ah,
La'ah,
Talakwak'ah,
Talakwak'ah,
Sham,
Sham,
Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Bashawa,
Bashawa,
Thou shalt not take the Lord's name in vain.
Zakar,
Zakar,
Hayawam,
Hayawam,
Hashabah,
Hashabah,
Lakwadashwa,
Lakadashwa,
Oh, remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. Forgive me.
Kabat,
Kabad,
Abaka,
Amaka,
Wa,
Wa,
Amaka,
Amaka,
Honor thy father and thy mother.
La'ah,
La'ah,
Taratazak,
Taratazak,
Thou shalt not murder.
La'ah,
La'ah,
Tana'ab,
Tana'ah,
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
La'ah,
La'ah,
Taganab,
Taganab,
Thou shalt not steal.
La'ah,
La'ah,
Ta'inab,
Ta'inab,
Shakur,
Shakur,
Thou shalt not bear false witness.
La'ah,
La'ah,
Tachamad,
Tachamad,
Kol,
Kol,
Asherah,
Asherah,
Lara'aika,
Lara'ayka,
Thou shalt not covet anything that is of thy neighbors.
Bahasham Yahushai,
Ba'ashem Yahushai,
the water,
the water,
Tamyad,
Tamar,
Aman.
Amen. Yeshavium, which means to be seated.
Sir. No, this is my
All right, let's do the first reader.
Lashabar, Shabbat Shah, Yahawada, Banyasharala,
Lashabar, Shabbatashah, Yahawada, Banyashala, Men of Israel, Hamadu, Barak,
Yahawah Ba'ashem Yahushai Brakatham,
Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai Brakatah.
How's everybody feeling? Calm. Let's get it.
So we're starting off in Exodus chapter 29.
Are we now?
Where would it apply to?
Right, so last week, what did we go over? For whoever was here. Elijah.
We went over what we need to make the tabernacle.
Right.
We made the Ark of the Covenant.
Right.
And we did the priest's garments.
Perfect. We went over those three things, right? The garment, the tabernacle, Ark of the Covenant. Right? And just all the different specifics that the Most High gave to Moses on Mount Sinai, those 40 days and 40 nights that he was there. He gave him all the instructions, and then what did Moses in turn do? He went and got, like the scripture said, wise-hearted men and women, right, that were going to put their hands to the work, but that were also going to give towards the work, give towards the building of the tabernacle. All those things we took out of Egypt, they weren't for us to just walk around the wilderness looking good. You walk around the wilderness, you ain't got no land, but you got a neck full of gold chains.
That sounds like our people.
Yeah, you got all the herds and camels, but you ain't got no grass to feed them. You got all the scarlets and you know what I'm saying, all the outerwear, but the temple needs dressing. You look good, but what about the school? What about the temple? Right? So the Most High, he had the ones that were willing-minded, right? That had a willful mind towards what needed to be done. They were the ones that gave. Now, ask yourself this. Were there some that didn't give? Of course there were, right? But what happens to them? Did they get booted out the camp right then and there? No, what happens is they expose themselves down the line, right? The Korahs, the Dathans, and all these people that rose up against Moses, they start to expose themselves the more the requirement. Right. Israel hates that word. We hate the word requirement. The more the commitment, oh, that's another word that we hate. Requirement, commitment. Right? The more we're required to commit.
These are like long-term words.
Right.
Long-term words and terms that say that you got to give something.
Yeah. You start talking about commitment and requirement, all of a sudden Israel want to get spiritual. But Christ, we never know when Christ is going to come back. You know what I'm saying? We don't know when he's going to be back, so we just got to live. No. Even though you live, you still have to commit to the things here on earth to even get Christ to come here, right? It's up to us. Our commitment is what gets Yahweh Shai to make his move and the Most High to make his move. But if there's no commitment, then why should he commit?
It's true.
Right? Well, remember, Yahweh Shai stays committed. So even for those that don't want to keep to the requirement and the commitments and the standards and the things that are needed, Yahweh Shai is still going to do his thing. But those people are going to continue to expose themselves as we keep moving forward. Right? As we keep moving forward and things get a little bit harder and a little bit more is needed, those that don't want to be a part of it, don't want to give themselves or whatever is needed, you're basically, putting that bullseye on your own back. So let's see. Forgot how it is to be on Sabbath class in the morning online. It's been a while, right? It's been a while. Yeah. Yep. So where we at?
This is the book of Exodus, chapter 29 and verse 1. And this is the thing that thou shalt do unto them to hallow them, to minister unto me in the priest's office. Take one young bullock and 2 rams without blemish, and unleavened bread, and cakes unleavened tempered with oil, and wafers unleavened anointed with oil. Of wheaten flour shalt thou make them, and thou shalt put them into one basket, and bring them in the basket with the bullock and the 2 rams. And Aaron and his sons thou shalt bring unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, and shalt wash them with water. And thou shalt take the garments and put upon Aaron the coat and the robe of the ephod, and the ephod and the breastplate, and gird him with the curious girdle of the ephod. And thou shalt put the mitre upon his head, and put the holy crown upon the mitre. Then shalt thou take the anointing oil and pour it upon his head, and anoint him. And thou shalt bring his sons and put coats upon them, and thou shalt gird them with girdles, Aaron and his sons, and put the bonnets on them. And the priest's office shall
Right,
be.
so just real quick, and we touched on this a little bit last week, but just the significance of the garment, right? The garment did what? What did the garment do for Aaron and his sons and the priests? I know I'm saying it kind of like weird, right? But what did it do? What was that garment meant to invoke in them? Yashikar.
That the 12 tribes, the nation of Israel, would be on the shoulders, on the spirit, on the mind.
Yeah, that garment, the way it was set up and constructed. Remember, you had the 2 onyx stones on the shoulders, right? 6 tribes inscribed on one side, another 6 tribes engraved on the other. Engraved on both shoulders. Significance that, or signifying that what? The nation. Go to Judith 8. This is what is signified. Go to Judith 8 and verse 24 and 25, I believe. Read that. Where am I? Read that. Oh,
Judith
wow.
chapter 8, verse 24.
Hey, real quick. It's cold. What are y'all doing? What's the temperature? Can we get that like 2 degrees up? It's like blowing directly on me. Yeah, that's fine. We need that door. Yeah, we can close the doors. You got that one and then Yashikar at the back. Go ahead. I'm sorry. It was hitting me. Go ahead.
Judith chapter 8, verse 24.
Right.
Now therefore, O brethren,
Go ahead.
let us shew an example to our brethren.
Right. So the priests, Aaron and his sons, were separated to show an example to the other brethren. Right. Go ahead.
Because their hearts depend upon us.
Right.
And the sanctuary.
So the nation depended on Aaron and his sons to keep a clean mind, a pure outlook towards the Most High. So every time they put on that garment, or before they put it on, what do they have to do? Well, got to wash, take a bath, right? Then those garments had to be cleaned. You wasn't putting on bloody garments from the day before, right? You wasn't putting on smoked out garments, because remember, if we're dealing with an altar that was 6 feet wide, 6 feet high, and 6 feet long, that fire and that smoke, that wasn't just going to come out on the first wash. So those garments had to be cleaned. All that blood sprinkling, you talking about linen, right? You talking about gold woven into the linen, right? The curious work of the girdle and the ephod.
That's dope.
Yeah. So these things had to be handled with care, but they also had to be presentable for the next time that brother went up to do his job. Right? It ain't like now where you can just go to work with the same, you wear the dirty shirt to work. Well, I'm about to go work anyway. And it's gonna get dirty anyway. Nah, man, the Most High was about keeping things clean. Sanitary. Right? Orderly. Y'all see that? But the priests had to fall in that order of keeping things clean and sanitary, and it showed their commitment and them following the requirement that the Most High laid down. Y'all see that? It's easy to roll out of bed and just not shower. I mean, it's easy for some. Not shower, not get yourself together, and then just roll around and be around people. giving off that bed funk, right? That bed drool. That drool, we were talking about that yesterday. That drool in your beard, that bad breath drool, that goes in your beard, and nah, man, you gotta bathe. Put on some clean clothes, right? You boys, you young boys, man, right, Max?
Yes.
You gotta be bathing every day, bro. All of y'all getting older, right? Your bodies are changing. You got different smells coming off of it, but most importantly, you gotta remember who you represent, the Most High. And Christ didn't walk around looking like a bum. He didn't walk around smelly. Right? He didn't walk around stinking.
Yeah. they have Caesar Borgia, the false image of Christ, walking around looking all dusty and like that, like anytime.
Because he was dusty.
Right, he really was. Anytime they show people depicted back in the ancient times, they just seem dusty. Like they walking around in a bunch of dust, and they got like
dry feet,
and they garments look, crusty and old. Like they barely wash or they don't use soap. I mean, that's always my thought. I was like, man, back in the day, they must not have been soap. They probably just rinsed it in water.
Or there must have not been water, because everything just looked dry.
Con.
Right? Everything just looked dry and ashy. Nah, man, listen, we were into the oils.
Yes.
We were into oils and apothecary, and we were into keeping things clean. That's why when you go through the scriptures and the Most High talks about the leprosy in your skin, the leprosy in your house, the mold, all those different things, he said you got to get rid of those garments that were moldy and dirty and disgusting. Get you a new garment. Right? Get you a new garment, or get that thing washed and cleaned. Right? But the point was that the representation of the nation was in these men's mind partly through what they were wearing. Finish reading that.
And the house and the altar
The house, the altar, what else?
rest upon us.
Yeah, now let's fast forward a few thousand years. That's the true then, but it also stands true now, because if we're a nation of kings and priests, then we got to represent the same way, right? You shouldn't leave your house just any old way. There got to be a little bit of pride, a little bit of care, a little bit of what am I gonna if I have on my fringes and I get into a conversation with someone, right? What are they gonna get from me outside of the conversation? Because first impressions are a mug.
Yes, sir.
Right? You ever pull up to a chick that you try to talk to and her breath smells like Black and Milds? She got Black and Mild breath?
Smell like chitlins.
Or chitlins? Yeah, ooh, dang. Or just what, just a person with bad breath that's off-putting, right? Or just a bad body odor, right? And some situations happen. They might have came from the gym or whatever the case may be, right? I'm guilty, right? But there still has to be that can't be the calling card. That can't be what you're known for. The guy with bad breath, the guy with bad body odor, right? But then you can't be the guy that's known for drenching yourself in oils and being overly saturated with fragrance. Because then that's a put off, right? There got to be moderation in all things. But the point is, what are we representing? The reason why the Most High put so much care into these garments, it was to remind these brothers and the nation the severity of doing things in order. We ain't gonna construct these beautiful garments just for you to move around any old way. See, there was supposed to be a level of, these men were supposed to move with a level of grace. When you put on a certain type of attire, you just be like, man, I'm fancy, right? And you like, man, you said what? Yeah, you feel it. Like you put on certain things and you just like, man, I feel I'm in there, right? I feel I know my thing is always the brand new Passover garment, right? Down to the shirt. I'm like, oh yeah, this is it right here. And you put it on for the first time and you're like, woo! Righteous. Right? It's righteous, it's dope, right? And you're like, man, this thing clean, it's brand new right off the sewing machine. 5 minutes prior, right? 5 minutes later. That's how close it is.
There's a little heat on the scene.
Yeah, they still stitching it while you got it on. Like, oh, not fixing something. But the point is how you feel. You feel like you're about something. You feel like you represent something, right? And it puts you in this mind of what the Most High is about. You never read about the heavens being bummy, looking ghetto, parked cars in the lawn, broken down, broken windows in heaven. Like, I wonder if heaven got a ghetto? Hell to the no, it don't. It don't, because if it does, then it wouldn't be heaven. It wouldn't be heaven, that ghetto mentality. That's what the Most High was trying to pull us out of, coming out of Egypt. They were ghetto as hell. They were ghetto, and in Canaan, they were ghetto too. Meaning what? They weren't on the prestige level that the Most High wanted us to be on. So I'm going to give y'all these garments. I'm going to give y'all these fringes. I'm going to give you this tabernacle to worship. I'm going to give you this Ark of the Covenant. It's all going to be laced out with gold. Pounds and pounds of gold. Right? To signify the beauty, the prestige. But doesn't it go further than just the outward? Shouldn't that beauty and prestige be in our spirit? Con, right? Right, when you read in Peter's, when you read in Isaiah, where he stripped us in Isaiah of all the beauty. Why? Because he said we made that our defense. It was supposed to be about that inward man. But what did Israel always need before we could get to the inward parts? What did Israel always need? A sign. A outward representation. A physical manifestation of something. That's why we had to have the ark. So Yahushua can physically manifest in front of the faithless. That's why we had to have the tabernacle. Because we didn't understand that we were the tabernacle. We didn't get it. So you know what? Go ahead. Go ahead and build them something. Right? Go ahead and build them something. They ain't taking pride in nothing. So go ahead and make them some glorious garments so they can finally take pride into something. Right? But remember, all these things represented the Most High. They all represented Christ. They were all representations. And then we were supposed to now take those things and find a way to look at the spiritual aspect in those things and move in that spirit of glory, of grace, of brotherhood, of sisterhood, and keep it in mind that the nation don't just rest on the priests. It didn't just rest on Aaron to keep their integrity and to keep their minds right. The whole nation rested on the nation. Every man. That's why when a boy, think about it. Why did it say when a boy acted out and he what was it? He dishonored his parents, or he was a drunkard and a glutton?
God.
It said all the men of the congregation stoned that boy.
God.
Because we were all supposed to be accountable for each other. Not just 4 brothers accountable for thousands and thousands of people. That doesn't make sense. Every man was supposed to be accountable for himself. Just like now. We're all supposed to be accountable towards each other. And the one thing that I think Israel forgets is that we represent one another. So I don't have to be online yelling, screaming, beating people up. But if the next Israelite is, guess what? We all did that. Don't y'all get it?
Yeah.
Right? We all did that. It doesn't matter. We're all going to be lumped into one, especially when it's negative. Especially when it's negative. Right? We're all going to be lumped into one. So we got to remember, what are we representing? Finish that up. Elijah, did you finish it?
I finished verse 24.
What does 25 say?
Verse 25. Moreover, let us give thanks to the Lord
Right.
our God,
Go ahead.
which tried us even as he did our fathers.
Yeah, because they all had to be tried to see, okay, are you going to hold a standard? Are you going to stay accountable? Are you going to keep your integrity like Job? Or are you going to fold up? Are you going to be rebellious like Jonah? Right? You know the duty. You know the mission. What are you on? Right? So let's jump back to Exodus. So the garments were important, man. They were important. Very important. And they're important today. When you walk down the street, I can't count how many times, man, just this one little menorah sweater, hoodie that I wear. And I got a few of them, but I'll walk through the mall and people just like, man, and then all of a sudden they just want to get in the conversation. I'm just walking through the mall. But they see the menorah, they see the Yahweh. People recognize it now.
They
They're
see
like,
the
oh,
12
you're
tribes.
They
see the 12 tribes.
see
on
the
the
12
back.
tribes on the back. They see all that. Sometimes they see this before they see the fringes. But they know what they're getting an idea of what it means now. Because Israel is almost mainstream. We all over YouTube, all over Facebook. We done took over every social media platform. Right? There's so many Israelites out there. But how are we representing? How are we making each other look? Right? You walking around with a garment on, but you're sagging. That don't make sense. You got your Yahweh plastered all over your chest, right? You got 18 shields all over your chest, but then you got the flag in the back pocket and you sagging. So again, what are you, an Israelite blood? A gangster Israelite Crip disciple? Apostle? For Jesus? You can't mix the two. And Israel got to come up out of that, man. Trying to mix those two mentalities. You can't be a righteous stripper chick. You a stripper on the side, but you got fringes on the thong? Come on now. Come on now. But that, you know why I'm saying that? Because that's how Israel moves, like a bunch of hoes, but then want to act righteous. They be moving real whorish. Even the men. Moving like a bunch of whores. And because you got some thongs, some fringes on your sagging pants, we supposed to respect you. I don't respect that. Because it shows where your mentality is at. It shows where your inward man is at. That you ain't changed. That you don't take it serious. That it's just a fad, and it is a fad for most. That's the thing. It is a fad. Just like all these religions are fads, a lot of brothers and sisters come into the truth thinking that it's a fad. Thinking that it's a boys club and a girls club. Oh, I'm just here to learn. Right? Then what? Then what? After you learn, then what?
Just fellowshipping.
Yeah, I'm just here to fellowship. You better go back to church. I'm just here to gather. So are we. But gathering in what mind? You're here to gather to argue? And contend? Or are you here to gather to get to work? And get things done in the name of the Most High in Christ? We about getting things done. We about work. Right? A podium and schools and things don't build themselves. Right? The streets don't teach themselves. Class don't teach itself. Households don't build themselves. So we're here to put that work in. But if you're not in that mind and you're just here to sit here, 5-year, 18-year student, you came to the wrong place. You're going to wash out anyway. So the mind has to be a little bit different. And again, the garments and all the things that the Most High had us build this early in the game. Remember, we barely out of Egypt 3-4 months. We're about 3-4 months out of Egypt, and he already got us building structures and building different things. Put your hands down. And building different things to what? To keep us in mind of him and keep us in remembrance. Right? So go ahead, read on.
The book of Exodus, chapter 29 and verse 9.
Mm-hmm.
And thou shalt gird them with girdles, Aaron and his sons, and put the bonnets on them. And the priest's office shall be theirs for a perpetual statute.
So in order for them to even have the priesthood, part of the priesthood was the garment. Let's not get it twisted. Right? And then we know that Aaron and his sons had a garment, but then Aaron had a different garment. Right? To signify that he was the higher priest in the order. He had different things about his garment. Where Aaron and his sons, Aaron's sons, they had different things in the garment, but Aaron had that high priest garment. He had that boy. Right? Go ahead.
And thou shalt consecrate Aaron and his sons, and thou shalt cause a bullock to be brought before the tabernacle of the congregation.
Right?
And Aaron and his sons shall put their hands upon the head of the bullock, and thou shalt kill the bullock before the Lord by the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And thou shalt take of the blood of the bullock and put it upon the horns of the altar with thy finger, and pour all the blood beside the bottom of the altar. And thou shalt take all the fat that covereth the inwards and the caul that is above the liver, and the 2 kidneys, and the fat that is upon them, and burn them upon the altar. But the flesh of the bullock, and his skin, and his dung, shalt thou burn with fire without the camp. It is a sin offering.
You see that? So part of the fat and all that stuff, that's set on the altar and burned. The other parts we took outside the camp and burned it to represent what? Our sins leaving and our sins leaving out of the camp and being burnt up. Again, another representation to let flee from sin, meddle not no more with your sin, let go of the negative, let go of the old man, let him burn. Let the old ways and the old man, let that Negro burn, man. Right? Let him burn and let that new man emerge from the midst of the fire. Right? Go ahead.
Thou shalt also take 1 ram, and Aaron and his sons shall put their hands upon the head of the ram. And thou shalt slay the ram, and thou shalt take his blood and sprinkle it round about the altar. And thou shalt cut the ram in pieces.
Signifying what? What did that sprinkling of the blood and putting it on the horn and taking the blood and putting it on the right earlobe, the right finger, the toe, what did that all represent? What were we entering into with the Most High? Go ahead, don't look around. If you got the answer, don't wait.
It's a covenant.
Right, a blood covenant, right? Showing that we were now bonded to the Most High through these blood covenants. The altar, all these different things were now in a bind and in an oath, in a covenant to the Most High by blood. Right? That's why we're not supposed to do those blood covenants, because now what are you binding yourselves to? You know, like when Gad came here to America and they would encounter Esau and they would try to make these blood oaths and these blood treaties, right? You eat the deer's heart raw, and
Or the liver.
the liver or the brain, whatever, right? They would enter into, they just rip out a deer's heart and be like, eat. Signifying what? We're going to make a covenant, right? But we were only supposed to make covenants with the Most High. And that blood, that sprinkling of the blood on the altar and in the tabernacle, that was us entering into these covenants with the Most High. Go ahead.
And wash the inwards of him.
And then also, that sprinkling of the blood was representation of who? Coming to sprinkle his blood. Yahweh Shai. Right? Getting up on that cross and bleeding out. But then, who's going to bleed out after? The nations. The nations, they're going to come and their blood's going to get shed. It's always about blood, man. From the Old Testament to the New Testament. It's about blood. It's about reconcile. How do we make reconcile? Yahweh Shai is coming for blood. It tells you that. It tells you that in Isaiah. It tells you that in Ezekiel. It tells you that in Revelations. There's many scriptures that tells you he's going to plead with the sword and with fire for his people. Now, what does a sword do? Yeah, some heads is going to be rolling, man. Some heads is going to be rolling. So that's what it's about. That's what's going to reconcile things in the eyes of the Most High. We know now we don't do those blood covenants because Yahweh Shai did that. But he's coming for blood. Let's not get it twisted. It ain't what church told you. He ain't coming to hold hands. He's not coming. We're not all going to meet up in the sky and float and all be all as one. Sorry, because even 2/3 of Israel ain't going to make it that far. So how is the whole world going to be there holding hands in the sky?
Kumbaya.
And kumbaya. Kumbaya, my Lord. Nah. No, sir. It's going to be death and destruction and blood. Blood for blood. All that blood that was shed during slavery, before slavery, all them Gadites that was killed here in America on this soil, I feel sorry. There's going to be so much bloodshed. You ain't going to know what to do with yourself. I know what you're gonna do. Get your diaper. Get you a Depends. Cause that's what it's gonna be. Go ahead, read on.
And wash the inwards of him and his legs, and put them unto his pieces.
What verse you at? I'm sorry.
Verse 17.
Right, go ahead.
And unto his head. And thou shalt burn the whole ram upon the altar. It is a burnt offering unto the Lord. It is a sweet savor, an offering made by fire unto the Lord. And thou shalt take the other ram, and Aaron and his sons shall put their hands.
So you see that? Inwards, legs, and head all arrayed on one side of the altar as the burnt offering. They just sat there and burned up. Just burn, 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 burn. We didn't eat that. We didn't mess with that. Those parts of the animal. The feet. Can't do nothing with the feet. The inwards, we definitely didn't eat the inward parts. And the head, there's nothing there to eat. So we would burn that up, and the rest of it, the hind parts and the ribs and all that stuff, there goes your barbecue. There goes your barbecue. Go ahead.
And Aaron and his sons shall put their hands upon the head of the ram. Then shalt thou kill the ram, and take up its blood, and put it upon the tip of the right ear of Aaron.
So
And
check
upon-
this out. Just to get Aaron and them consecrated for the priesthood, we've already killed how many animals? 3? We've already killed 3 animals. One to consecrate the altar, one to consecrate. Now we're going to do the tip of the ear, the finger, the toe, for Aaron to enter them into this covenant with the Most High. Go ahead.
And upon the tip of the right ear of his sons, and upon the thumb of their right hand, and upon the great toe of their right foot.
Right, so instead of taking a whole thing of blood and just dousing them, right, the right ear, the right ear, what else?
Right thumb.
Right thumb and big toe all basically covered the whole body, right? Head, middle of your body, toe for the bottom part. So you were covered in blood. Y'all see that? Instead of just taking a bunch of blood and just dousing them, that would be a little bit unsanitary, right? A lot. Yeah, you put a little boop, a little boop. Now you're covered in that covenant, in that blood. Blood is on you, baby. That blood is on you. The people's blood is on you. That's why Aaron and them, think about the job of a priest, man, to just, if you walked into that holies of holies and your thoughts were unclean and you just dropped dead. Just think about where you have to be at just spiritually. Think about that requirement. But now I understand why the Most High just burned up his 2 sons when they offered the wrong burning incense. He just burned them right there in their shoes. I can see why he did Eli's sons the way he did them, and Eli. Right? I can see why he did King Uzziah the way he did him when he went into the priest's office and tried to burn incense. I can see why these things happen, because the Most High took it serious, and he was trying to show us to take it serious. You couldn't just do all just willy-nilly with this job, man. You had to take it serious. Your mind had to be focused.
Right.
You had to be dedicated. Go ahead.
And sprinkle the blood upon the altar round about. And thou shalt take of the blood that is upon the altar, and of the anointing oil, and sprinkle it upon Aaron, and upon his garments, and upon his sons, and upon the garments of his sons with him. And he shall be hallowed. And his garments, and his sons' garments with him.
Now really ask yourself, how does oil and blood make you hallowed or holy? Washed, cleansed, and set apart, but how? When you bloody. See, we were supposed to be transitioning from sprinkling of blood and shedding blood into the conscience towards the Most High. That our minds were being cleaned, and we didn't want to shed that blood, because we read it all the way in Psalms, right? How could the blood of rams and goats, we read it in Hebrews, purify the conscience? We read it in Corinthians, right? How though? Just ask yourself. Blood got disease in it. Right? Blood is dirty, nasty. Oil, how does oil get you clean? It doesn't, right? Those things could never get you clean. Y'all got the scriptures? Y'all glitching. Y'all got one?
Romans 12:2. Renewing of the mind.
Give me the one in Hebrews real quick. I think it's Hebrews 9.
Remember where it said, all things are purged with blood?
No, how can the blood of rams
And goats.
and goats, you got me? Is it Hebrews?
It's Hebrews 9 and I think
Yeah, his brain is working. My brain is working. What is it?
It's 13.
Okay,
For Hebrews chapter 9 verse 13.
right?
For if the blood of bulls and of goats and the ashes of an heifer sprinkling the unclean sanctified to the purifying of the flesh, how much more shall the blood of Christ?
See that? So if those things signified the purification of the flesh, what did you do when a man touched a dead body? You would have to get the heifer, burn it, get the ashes, and wipe it on his forehead. Right? That was called the water purification with no water. The ashes signified, oh, he's clean now. Because he went through this process. The sprinkling of blood and oil showed that Aaron and his sons were clean. Sprinkling of blood all over the altar showed what? Oh, the altar is clean. But how? How? When we know, we see blood and oil, we're like, oh, let's clean that up. Let's get it clean. See, that was the physical representation, but it was supposed to invoke a conscience. Right? And then, how much more the spilling of a ram and a goat, if those were supposed to signify cleanliness and getting you right, then what about the blood of Yahushua? What about that shedding of blood? What about that public humiliation? What about those cat o' nine tails? What about that ripping out of the beard? Where's your mind towards that? What about the smacks in the face and the punches and the kicks and the ridicule? Those things were supposed to do something in a man's conscience to get him to move the right way. And that's the part that be killing me, man. That's the part, you know, the part that kills me. You got cats, man, they'll sit there and they'll be so zealous of the law. And they'll read the law and it's like, it's in the law. Okay, Khan, but what about what Christ went through? They'll be so stringent on the law and still break the law. Have no brotherhood, no sisterhood, no charity, nothing in the way of looking out for the next man, no unity. It's always the lawful cats that don't want to unify. I'm about the law. The law says to come together. It's always the I don't need a Campbellites. That's always about the law. But then it's like, wait a minute, let's go look at what Christ had to go through in keeping the law. Right? They want to X out that part every time. What about changing your life because of what Christ had to go through for you to be able to change? What the law says, come on, you're right. The law does say. The law does say. But the scriptures say the letter of the law killeth. A lot of cats is dying trying to keep that law. Why? Because they're so hypocritical. You try to kill yourself to keep one law while breaking another.
We got to start verse 6 in Hebrews 9.
Do we?
And go down.
And you got to go down, right? Hebrews 9 and verse... Yeah, go ahead. Read Hebrews 6. Hebrews 9 and 6.
Hebrews chapter 9 verse 6.
Yeah.
Now when these things were thus ordained, the priest went always into the first tabernacle.
Right.
Accomplishing the service of Yahweh.
Right. It said they went always into the first tabernacle. Why? Because they were doing their job for the people. They always had to do it, day in and day out. Non-stop, round the clock. Why? Because cats is off, non-stop, around the clock. There were non-stop, around the clock issues. Things didn't stop because we wanted them to. Go ahead.
Verse 7. But into the second with the high priest alone.
Right.
Once every year.
Right. So the high priests went alone for themselves to sanctify themselves for the people. Go ahead.
Not with without blood,
right?
which he offered for himself,
Not without blood, because he had to offer something up for himself. Read.
and for the errors of the people.
Mm-hmm.
The Holy Ghost this signifying,
Right?
that the way into the holiest of all was not yet made manifest.
Why? Why was it not yet made? I love it. Because if it was made, they wouldn't have to go back there every year and every day. If the way to be all the way pure and holy was already there, then guess what? One ram would have did it for the nation, and we'd have all been clean. Right? One sacrifice for the nation, and we would have all been sparkly. But it said they had to go always. And the way to the holiest had not yet been made manifest. Read.
While as the first tabernacle was yet standing.
Right? Back in the wilderness. Read on.
Verse 9. Which was a figure for the time.
It was a what?
A figure for the time.
You see, all these things were a figure for the time because Israel needs a figure. Israel needs to figure it out. That's the thing. We always need to figure things out and not just roll in faith. So we needed that tabernacle to be able to walk in and look and say, "Oh wow, it's so pretty in here. Maybe I should do the right things." And then walk out and go sin right away. You walk out murmuring. You walk out backbiting. You walk out with evil intentions towards this. You walking out lusting after the chick you see down the way. That's how quick it was. You walked in pure, you walked out sinning. Got to come back tomorrow with another ram. Jeez. Go ahead.
You know, one thing I just wanted to add. This is Israel.
It's so true.
This isn't the nations. This is our people.
Read.
This is our people that are coming, the ones that are in the church, the ones that are in camps, in schools, Israelite schools.
Yep.
This is all the nation.
Yep.
It's not just and guess what? The ones that go to church, they say they believe, right? The ones that come to the truth, they believe too, right? But nonstop, the people are always erring. They always find themselves in some type of folly or sin. How long have we known about the Most High, Christ? Years. Some of us grew up in churches, knowing about God and Jesus Christ. But we still err. And we're constantly washing. We're constantly trying to make these robes of ours white. And then guess what? We get the Spirit one moment, and then we fall off the Spirit the next. That's why it's a constant renewing, a constant rejuvenation. We didn't yet have that mind to, you know what? Let me stop falling to the same mistakes. If I'm double-minded, let me cut the double-minded. If I'm lustful, let me stop being lustful. But slowly, things turn. But there was always ordained men to be an example for the rest of the people, because the scripture said we're supposed to see, hear, see, and do. You got to see somebody doing it right. The people got to see somebody doing it right because they keep doing it wrong.
Read.
Verse 9, which was a figure for the time then present, in which were offered both gifts
Right.
and sacrifices,
Mm-hmm.
that could not make him that did the service perfect.
Go ahead.
As pertaining to the conscience.
As what?
As pertaining to the conscience.
See, all the things that we gave and all the blood that spilled couldn't make your conscience perfect if you didn't have a pure outlook towards what it is that was going on. When you had to go kill that lamb of the first year, that little baby, little lamb chops, right? The little cute, cuddly little lamb.
Con.
He was a year old, and you're like, man, he's so precious and pure, and he cried out.
So
He cried
sad.
out when you had to cut his neck.
Oh, they sound like people.
Yeah.
They really do. Like, because when we go get the lamb for Passover, and when they'll pull like a lamb, and they're just or sheep, they grab it by the leg and they dragging it back to where they gonna kill it. You just hear the ah! Ah!
Sounds just like
Ah!
it sounds just like
It's like,
that.
oh man,
You would think they were killing a man back there.
Definitely.
You would think they were killing an actual person back there. If you listen, just go to that slaughterhouse. It's right here on Old Richmond Road in Sanat, and just stand there. Pull up your car and wind the window down. You ain't even got to get out. And when they pull that lamb to the back and you hear, ah! It makes you want to jump out your car to see if they're killing somebody. But imagine what was going on at that temple when all those people were lined up with that sacrifice.
Yep.
And the one thing about sheep, when they see another one die, guess what they do? They know. They run it. They start getting frantic. They start getting frantic. They start getting antsy. And they start kicking and bucking. So imagine the first one goes down for the day. The rest of the day is a wash. The rest of the day, all them animals is losing it. Because it's just slaughter after slaughter after slaughter. But while they're losing it, you were supposed to be sitting back like, man, I feel so sad. I feel so bad for the animal because of what I'm doing. Surely my adultery shouldn't take precedence over a life.
That's right.
Surely my hatred, surely my backbiting, surely my murmuring, surely all the things that are in me can be purged out so that this life don't have to be taken. Nah, but you know what Israel was doing? Israel was so trash, they were lining up sacrifices a week in advance.
Oh yeah, I'm getting ready to go do this.
Yeah.
I already got my sacrifices
I
ready.
know what I'm about to go. Look, I got 4 turtle doves, I got a couple of rams lined up. You already picking them out a month before. Because you're thinking that it's about what the church and what the Catholic, just go sit inside the confession, do your 3 Hail Marys, and then go back to being negative. We talked about baptism last night, right? Go get dunked in the water, pop out, and all of a sudden you're going to be clean. Put a murderer in that water, he comes out a wet murderer. Unless he starts to change his mind. Baptize a transgender, did he all of a sudden just switch genders back? Because he got wet? Nah.
No, sir.
He's still a transgender.
Yes, sir.
He just wet. His conscience got to be different. I don't know. There's no going back from that. Once you cut that thing off, it's a wrap. You out of there. You lost it. Once you mutilate your body like that, it's over.
I believe that.
But think about it. A lot of them cats that's doing it, they having second thoughts. They committing suicide. Why? Because they made the wrong decision. A lot of them they were niggered on a whole different level because of what they've done to themselves.
They're getting kids to do it too.
Oh yeah, gender reassignment is on a high push, especially for the kids. But y'all see the point of the conscience, right? Read on.
Verse 10, which stood only in meats and drinks.
Go ahead.
And diverse washings.
There goes your baptism. The diverse washings of let's wash the hands, let's wash our feet, let's wash our face, right? Let's wash the spoon and wash the this and wash the that. At the end of the day, where was your mind? The outside of it, but that's why Yahushua came back and was clipping the Pharisees. He said you make the outside of the cup clean, but inside of the cup is filthy. Inside is filthy, but where's the cup? So I got my garments. Beard is nice and polished. Got my little military hat on, right? Pants and trousers are nice and ironed.
Fringes.
Right? Clean my shoes off today, fringed up. Looking good on the outside, right? But if my thoughts were impure, then what did it matter? I'm misrepresenting. And what's going to happen past the outward appearance, where those thoughts are going to be made manifest through my words and through my works. That's hypocritical. That's pharisaical. That's why Yahushua was getting on them. Because they did one part of the law. They read all that and fringed up and bearded up. But they didn't brother up. They weren't brotherly. They weren't charitable. They weren't about the weighty matters of the law. They were about, I'm going to give, but I'm going to give the most basic that I can give. Are y'all taking donations? Yeah, I got something. Give you that right there.
My dollar.
You got a whole pound of whatever over here. I'll give you the cumin and anise. Right? Well, there you go. I got my cumin and my anise, right? I got it by the pounds, baby. But I got no brotherhood, no sisterhood, no community, no unity, no sincerity, no what's the word? No courtesy towards the next man.
No sense of community.
None of that. Read on.
And carnal ordinances.
And carnal ordinances. But these carnal ordinances were all bound in the spirit. Israel just lacked the spiritual eyesight to see it. At that time and at this time. Go ahead.
Imposed on them until the time of reformation.
Right.
Verse 11. But Yahushua being come and high priest of good things to come.
Right.
By a greater and more perfect tabernacle.
Go ahead.
Not made with hands.
Right.
That is to say, not of this building.
Go ahead.
Neither by the blood of goats and calves.
Right.
But by his own
But by his own what?
blood.
Read.
He entered in once into the holy place.
Yeah, he entered once on that cross. And that should have been it for the nation. That should have been it for us. That should be it for us now. Oh man, a man died so I didn't have to. A man died so I didn't have to get up on that cross. That should be it for us, right? Go ahead.
Having obtained eternal redemption for us.
Right.
Verse 13. For if the blood of bulls and of goats and the ashes of an heifer sprinkling the unclean sanctifieth the purifying of the flesh, how much more shall the blood of Christ, who through the eternal Spirit offered himself without spot to Yahweh, purge your conscience from dead works to serve the living power.
You see that? That's what should be happening. Our conscience should be getting purged. Right? And how does that work? Well, through reading, through studying, right? Through getting the knowledge, through getting the understanding, first of all, you don't just get knowledge and wisdom and understanding by reading. You get some knowledge, wisdom, and understanding by reading, but you have to put what you're reading into play to get the other side, right? You have to see sometimes things being done to understand. You don't just get it by sitting in your room, sitting in your house. You got to be around to see, oh, that's how you apply that. Okay, get that. That's how that works in that situation. Oh, I get that now. That's how that scripture is applied in real world situations. Or we could be Pharisees, seclude ourselves and read and act like we got it because we're doing it on our own. And that was the issue with the Pharisaical mind. They were amongst themselves acting perfect while being super imperfect, but then not calling each other out on their imperfection, but letting it ride. Where what are we supposed to be doing as brothers and sisters? We're supposed to be calling out the imperfections, right? Right, we're supposed to be pointing out the things that, okay, we got to do this better in the law. We got to do this better towards each other. Who had their hand up? Sir.
I have 2 scriptures, sir.
You got what?
2 scriptures.
Yeah, what you got?
One of them is actually.
It's not going to repeat this one, right?
Sorry?
It's not going to repeat this one, right?
Well, no, it jumps over to 10 and 4. Hebrews 10 and 4.
Yeah, go ahead.
Says, for it is not possible
Yep, go ahead.
that the blood of bulls and of goats should take away sins.
Right, because it's not. It's not possible. That's it. It's impossible, actually. Because it wasn't about the bull and the goat taking away your sin. Right? It was about the fact that I have to go kill this bull and this goat. That it was supposed to purge my conscience and mess with my conscience a little bit. That I got to shed blood of an animal, an innocent animal at that. So I can keep moving. Go ahead.
You know, even on that, it's like, why the Most High make them sound like people when they crying out?
That is so true.
Why they look so?
They even look like people. If you look at a sheep, get face to face with a sheep.
They're so
human eyes.
Yeah.
They look like they have like, it's weird, like the way they move and the way they interact. They're like people, right? But that's why the Most High calls us sheep. Why does He equate us to sheep? Not just off of look, but off of the way even the way sheep move is the way we were supposed to move.
That's right.
That's a community animal, right? That's a community animal. Go ahead.
The next one, keep on reading, or you want to
No, go to wherever.
It's going to be Hosea, chapter 6, verse 6. Ready?
And listen, why are we going through all of this? Because if y'all thought it was just about garments, if any brother or sister online thought it was, I'm an Israelite because of my garments, man, you better wake the hell up. You better wake up. You better get your mind right. If you thought it was just about the garments, you're going to end up like all these other brothers that we've come across on Facebook in real life, that because I'm dressed a certain way, I don't got to change. Because I got this on, I ain't got to change. I had one brother friend check me, but he was buying cigarettes. How you friend checking me and you buying cigarettes? Where's your fringes at? But you got a pack of Newports in your hand. I had to boot him from the school. Like, come on, man. Nah, bro, you can't come around. That's insane, ain't it? You there copping a pack of Newports. I ain't got fringes on because I'm headed to the gym. And you fringe checking me with this Newports and a purple lighter in your hand. But you see how hypocritical? But because you got your fringes on your work shirt, you righteous. But what about the cigarettes and the lighter in your hand? But that's Israel, though. That's our people. Where you at?
Hosea chapter 6, verse 6. For I desire mercy and not sacrifice.
Right?
And the knowledge of God more than burnt offerings.
You see that? It's like Yahweh Shai said, you omit the weightier matters of the law. You there? Oh.
Yeah.
You omit the weight. Are you? Oh, yeah, Hosea.
Yeah. That's where we was at.
Oh, right.
I was saying that was a good scripture.
Yeah, no, it's a real good one. But then Yahweh Shai came and backdoored that with you omit the weightier matters of the law. Mercy, justice, truth, righteousness. But you'll come with the cumin. You'll come with the anise, the mint. Right? You'll come with all that. Got my sacrifice, brother. Nah, he don't want that.
I just flipped right there.
Yeah,
Just one flip.
read it. Go ahead, read it real quick. Come on, let's cop on these Pharisees.
Matthew chapter 23, verse 23. Woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees.
Go ahead.
Hypocrites.
What?
Hypocrites.
What?
Hypocrites.
What made them hypocritical? Read.
For ye pay tithes in mint and anise.
Right, you run around garment, fringed out, beard, speaking the Hebrew. You got all the Hebrew words down. Plural, past tense, future tense, present tense. Shalom yum. Read.
And cumin.
Read.
And have omitted the weightier matters of the law.
Yeah, but when it comes to charity, when it comes to brotherhood, sisterhood, when it comes to communication, I don't do that. I don't mess with that. Nobody needs to know what's going on with me. Hey, we need you to come down and blah, 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 blah. Let's do some flyers. Nah, because the game is on. No, because my real.
Family day.
Yeah, because it's family day today. What? Oh, okay. So you do all that Hebrew, Kwam Yasha Allah, Shema Yasha Allah, Yahweh Allah Hayanawa, all super powerful. But when it's time to do work,
You hear the wind blowing, and the crickets chirping.
in the back of the phone, like, chirp, 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 chirp. Because Israel wants to do what's comfortable. It's comfortable to give the anise and the cumin. Those things grow abundantly. And the mint, right? You ever plant mint? One little sliver of mint will turn into a whole, it'll overtake anything you put it in. That thing grows by itself. But I got my mint. I got my anise. I got my cumin. Most I don't care about no herbs. You don't care about no herbs. But brothers want to make it about herbs and spices. What about you? What about your mind state? What about your outlook? That's what it's supposed to be about. That's what's supposed to be given up. The old outlook and the old mind state was supposed to be sacrificed. Stop touching it. Go wash your hands and go wash your face. The old mind and the old ways were supposed to be sacrificed so that new way could come forth. But brothers and sisters don't want to give up their old way. That old selfish niggard. I want to hide at home. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I don't know what y'all. I'm good though, right? I'm comfy. Israel don't want to be uncomfortable. But guess what? The more you try to hang on to something, the easier it is for the Most High to use that same thing to break you down. All that comfort you want to be in, watch how that becomes your detriment. All that selfishness you want to be about, watch how that becomes your detriment. All them garments you want to wear, watch how that becomes your detriment. Because when somebody rolls up on you talking about why you got that garment on, what's going on? What's them fringes about? And you can't even go to the scripture.
No.
And it confounds you. You're going to see. It ain't about that. It ain't about that. Go ahead.
And have omitted the weightier matters of the law.
Go ahead.
Judgment.
Huh?
Judgment.
Who's seeking judgment? He said none. No one. No one is seeking judgment. Go ahead.
Mercy.
No one's looking to be merciful. Why? Because I'm about the exactment of the law. But then you don't want to be merciful, but then guess what? You want us to have mercy on you.
Oh, so true.
You want to misjudge every single thing, but then you don't want to be misjudged. No, hear me out, Ak. Wait, but did you hear the brother out? Did you hear the person out when it was your turn? That's why Matthew 7 tells you what? The same judgment you judge is a judgment you're going to be met with. So you want to judge with a hard blade? Be ready when that hard blade comes down on you. Mercy, go ahead.
And faith.
And what?
And faith.
Man. And Israel, for some reason, they'll be all, oh, hallelujah, hallelujah to God. But when it comes to really putting in and working through your faith, letting faith be the thing that goes before anything, how do we know that Israel is faithless? Because Israel don't move until they see it. That's the problem. Israel don't move until they see something. Let me see something. Let me see something. You know what? I gotta go see. I gotta go see. Mm-hmm. Faith, man. Nobody wants to. It says, what does it say? It says a just man shall live
by faith.
By his faith. It says that we are not of them that draw back, right? It says, but them that, I just butchered the scripture. It's another one that I'm thinking about in Hebrews.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
These ought ye have done.
These ought ye have done. You should have built those things. You should have gathered those things up and put those on the altar. And put those for the sacrifice. Sacrifice the old man for those things to spring forth. Faith, mercy, and judgment. Because when it all breaks down, when everything's stripped away, that's what we're going to need to be able to deal with each other.
That's true.
We're going to need mercy. We're going to need to be able to judge things the right way. And then we're going to be able to have faith to keep moving forward. Nothing else is going to matter when the ecosystem, come on, you didn't see a bank just failed in America. Didn't y'all just see that?
I did not.
Yeah, I'm surprised you didn't see that.
Right.
I'm surprised you didn't see that. All the bank stocks is down. Chase, Wells, for all of them, down.
I did see there was a bank that closed down.
There's a bank that closed down, a big bank. Silicon Valley Bank. So you know what that funds? All your little technology, all your little this. They said they didn't have enough money. People weren't depositing enough for them to keep the bank going. Think about that. People keeping their money. But then what happens when that paper money, when they say, digital currency, and you got all that paper money in your mattress, when you the brown paper bag boy, right? And they say digital currency, and everything's a swipe. Everything's a
tap.
Boop, tap. Boop, tap. What you gonna do? Because you ain't got it in the bank. But then what happens when the digital currency fails? And the currency is, read it again.
These ought ye have
What happens when this is the currency? Read.
And not to leave the other undone.
Right?
Ye blind guides.
No, you were gonna read up. He said the currency is gonna be faith, mercy, and judgment. What's your bank account gonna be looking like then? You got a savings? You better. Remember in Matthew 6 when he said these are the things we're supposed to be storing in heaven? The treasures? Right. The spiritual treasures. Here they are, man. And these are just a few. These are just a few. But what happens when you go and it says insufficient funds? What you gonna do?
Where's your judgment? Where's your mercy?
Where's your judgment and mercy? But you deficient in these things. Well, I got them greenbacks. So who cares? Who cares about that? We're in that time where none of that stuff even, your money don't matter. Your car, none of that stuff matters. It only matters if you're using these things for the purpose. That's where they matter. And the Most High will keep showing each and every one of us that they don't matter when he strips. True. When he starts to strip those things, and it's like, man, why can't I get out the hole? How come this? How come that? Well, what you doing with your vehicle? What you doing with your money? What you doing with yourself when you start to break down? What you doing? Because we're the currency, really. We're the real commodity, right? But aren't we supposed to build and invest in a commodity? We're supposed to be investing in ourselves and in each other. But if we're not doing that, you're a wasted commodity. You got your hand up.
Yes, sir. I was going to go to that scripture that you said in Matthew 6, verse 19 and 20.
Read it.
Okay.
That right?
Matthew chapter 6.
First reader, 18 hours in. Read.
19 and 20. Lay not up for yourselves treasures upon earth.
Right, because when they lose their value, which they are, look at the dollar. Look at the dollar. Look at all the currencies. Everything's on a downtrend, right? While they raise your interest rate, the money ain't even adding up. They raising the interest rate, but you ain't got enough money to pay the interest or the principal. So what's the point? So what's going to be the currency? Somebody else could be Isaiah 33 and 6. Read.
Where moth and rust doth corrupt.
So when those things just get corrupted, for you trying to hoard them, you trying to hoard those things up, but then a bank collapses with your whole savings. Ooh, dang! I wonder what happened to those people's money. When a bank decides to close, where do those funds go?
The problem was they took the people's money and put it in the stock market and lost.
That's what they always do. That's what they always do. They trade in your dough. They take your money and put it on the market. Why? And they give you what? A penny for every couple of $1,000. 0.3 API. But they trading your little savings and making billions. Then when the stock market, because it's been tanking, I think the S&P was down 400 points last week, something like that, trying to do a little fake recovery and then dip some more.
Fake out.
Little fake out, right? Got cats nervous. Let me hop out that train. Right? But what happened when Wall Street crashed a few years ago? And Esau was dying. Oh my God, my whole savings and this and that. They got y'all in Social Security. They talking about, if you ever heard the terminology in government, sunsetting Social Security. Now think about how much you paid into Social Security, right? How long have you been in the workforce? Years, right? Think about how much money you've poured in. Where Social Security is supposed to be now, when you retire, you're supposed to be able to live off that money. But Social Security ain't adding up when they're talking about sunsetting Social Security, where every 5 years they vote whether to keep it or not. Cool. Think about that. But Social Security is always on the table. Medicaid, all these things that people that invested into this country need. Right? So when all that stuff gets washed, and now my Social Security becomes, hey,
brotherhood.
Remember all them years we stood together? Remember all them times I pulled up at your house and I was babysitting your kids and we kicked it and we had good times and we spent late nights. Right?
Took sweet counsel to the
sanctuary.
sanctuary.
Right. We did all the things that the scriptures said, brotherhood. We hung out, we iron sharpeneth iron, know those that labor amongst you. When that becomes the currency, where do you stand? Because I know this, I'm trying to be the Donald Trump of that currency. I'm trying to be the Gordon, what is his name? Gordon Gecko, right? I'm trying to be the Bill Gates.
Kind.
That's what I'm trying to build. Some of us is going to still be the Israelites of that currency. Meaning what? Israel's broke now, and you're going to be broke then. We ain't worth nothing now, you ain't going to be worth nothing then.
Wow. True.
Dang.
Because where is your investment? Read.
And where thieves break through and steal.
Nobody can steal the charity that you did to the next man, the alms. Nobody can steal the counsels, right? The brotherhood, the unity. Read.
But lay up for yourselves
Right?
treasures in heaven,
Go, treasures in heaven. Store that up. Go ahead.
where neither moth nor rust
Right?
doth corrupt,
Go ahead.
and where thieves do not break through nor steal.
Nobody can steal your alms. Like somebody's going to go up into the heavens and be like, you know what, Yahweh? I'm coming to steal those alms that he did. I'm coming to steal those alms deeds. All that brotherhood that they put in, I'm coming to steal that. Bruh, that can't be stolen. It can't be corrupted. You have something, Benaiah?
You said go to Matthew 33:6.
Go to Isaiah 33 and verse 6. Yeah, read it.
Isaiah chapter 33, verse 6.
Go ahead.
And wisdom and knowledge.
And what?
And wisdom and knowledge.
And money and coins.
Wisdom and knowledge.
Business savvy.
Wisdom and knowledge.
Go ahead.
Shall be the stability.
Land
of that time.
and land and all these different things.
Wisdom and knowledge.
Right?
Shall be the stability of thy time.
That's what's going to keep us stable. Read.
And strength of salvation.
And that's what's going to get us saved. That's what's going to get you in there. Wisdom and knowledge. And what does the wisdom and the knowledge tell us to do? What does it tell us to do, man? It tells us to love the Most High with all our heart, love your neighbor as yourself. But how can I love the Most High with all my heart and I hate my neighbor? I don't know the brother next to me. I'm not willing to invest in him. I'm not willing to invest in myself to be around him. You can't love the Most High, so you won't be saved. You'll be saved for a different purpose. Let's jump back.
Oh, you got to finish that, Benaiah.
Oh, go ahead.
The fear of the Lord.
The what?
The fear of the Lord.
Go ahead.
Is his treasure.
Yeah. What is his what?
Yep.
Treasure.
That's the currency of the Most High.
Kind.
That you fear him, that you respect him, that you keep his ways. That's what the Most High treasures. That's what he's looking at us to store up. So I know I kind of went, but I didn't, because let's bring it back, right? Because what were we talking about? Well, the garments and the signification, right? And how much, where the Most High was trying to place our minds, just in the garment, the tabernacle, the Ark of the Covenant, and these different, the sacrifices, and these different carnal ordinances that were supposed to invoke a pure conscience in us through the things that we did, our works towards one another and the Most High. What's that?
I was saying, we just went through it today with the top 10 commandments. The bottom, besides the bottom, the number 5 is actually thou shalt honor thy father and thy mother. But the rest of those deal with the unity, community.
Yeah.
You know, thou shalt not steal. You know, if you love your brother, you're not going to steal from him. You're not going to murder him. You're not going to you're not going to covet what he has. You're not going to do any of these things. That's what the Most High is actually trying to get us to do. You know, look at each other, one another, and actually help them, not try to steal from them, not hurt them, not try to bind him any other way.
Yep.
So, you know,
That's what it's about, man. We are, it's about us dealing with each other, endeavoring to keep the unity and the bond of peace, right? It's about us endeavoring and pushing that unity and that bond, that you know, that cohesiveness. It's about that. And then all these other things will fall into place. Right? So let's jump back.
Let's look at Exodus chapter 29
Y'all got me turned up.
and verse 22.
It's y'all fault. It's the reading's fault. Go ahead.
Also thou shalt take of the ram the fat and the rump, and the fat that covereth the inwards, and the caul above the liver, and the 2 kidneys, and the fat that is upon them, and the right shoulder, for it is a ram of consecration. And 1 loaf of bread, and 1 cake of oiled bread, and 1 wafer out of the basket of the unleavened bread, that it is before the Lord.
Where you at?
Verse 24.
That's your last verse, 24.
And thou shalt put all in the hands of Aaron, and in the hands of his sons, and shalt wave them for a wave offering before the Lord.
What verse was it? Okay, so that was 29 and 24. Okay.
Next reader.
Benaiah Shabbat Shah Yahawada Banya Shrala.
Benaiah Sabbath Reading, Hawada, Banya Shala, men of Israel, I might do. Barak.
Yahawah Hashem Yahweh Shabbat Thumb.
Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Shai Barakatah. I think it's the lights were better.
Test it.
Yeah, where we at?
Exodus chapter 29, verse 25.
Uh-huh.
And thou shalt receive them of their hands, and burn them upon the altar for a burnt offering, for a sweet savor before the Lord. It is an offering made by fire unto the Lord. Verse 26. And thou shalt take the breast of the ram of Aaron's consecration, and wave it for a wave offering before the Lord, and it shall be thy part. And thou shalt sanctify the breast of the wave offering, and the shoulder of the heave offering, which is waved, and which is heaved up, of the ram of the consecration, even of that which is for Aaron, and of that which is for his sons. And it shall be Aaron's and his sons by a statute forever from the children of Israel. For it is an heave offering, and it shall be an heave offering from the children of Israel of the sacrifice of their peace offerings, even their heave offering unto the Lord.
So, if you notice, it says those offerings were for Aaron's and his sons. It's for their families, their households, because the priesthood, what did they get? What kind of land did they have? What kind of herds or crops did they have? They didn't get nothing.
None.
It said the Lord was their portion. So, what food was they going to eat? Well, this is their food. It said the sacrifice, the wave offering, the heave offering.
Yeah, from the peace offering.
From the peace offering.
Yeah. So they gave the peace offering, and then they get the wave, the heave, the breast, and the shoulder. Y'all see that? So they got the good parts of the meat.
Choice cuts.
They got them choice cuts. That shoulder, that shank, it's that meaty part. And the breast, we already know what that's about, right? It's meaty, tender and delicate. Go ahead. Succulent.
Verse 29. And the holy garments of Aaron shall be his sons after him, to be anointed therein, and to be consecrated in them. And that son that is priest in his stead shall put them on 7 days.
How many days?
7 days.
Whenever he felt like it?
7 days.
Man, today I'm feeling lazy.
7 days.
Read.
When he cometh into the tabernacle of the congregation to minister in the holy place.
So think about that. That was a 7-day-a-week job. It wasn't no, I'm chilling today. 7 days, man. Go ahead.
The priest didn't get the Sabbath off?
Nah, bruh.
They didn't get to chill on the
Right?
Sabbath?
Oh, well, it's a rest day. Nope. You had to work 7 days, the priest. Why? Because that burnt offering had to be burnt 7 days. That burnt offering, that fire of the burnt offering, that burned 7 days a week. That never went out. So that means they had to be wood gathered 7 days a week. Somebody had to throw wood in the fire to keep it going 7 days a week. There was a 7-day-a-week sacrifice. See how people misunderstand the Sabbath? Go ahead.
Verse 31. And thou shalt take the ram of the consecration and seethe his flesh in the holy place.
Right.
And Aaron and his sons shall eat the flesh of the ram and the bread that is in the basket.
See that? So right here it shows you that the offerings were eaten. We didn't just burn things and toss them. All the things that were given were eaten. And right. And thou shalt take the ram consecration flesh. 32, right? And Aaron and his sons shall eat the flesh of the rams. Y'all see that? It's important, man. It's important. Go ahead.
By the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. Verse 33. And they shall eat those things wherewith the atonement was made, to consecrate and to sanctify them. But a stranger shall not eat thereof, because they are holy.
Right, so the sin offerings, all those different offerings were eaten. The burnt offering was the one that just sat on the altar on one side and just burned. And the other side, that's where they would get the meat, flesh hooks, and take the meat off that was going to be eaten, and boom. Y'all see that? Y'all understand that? Con? Okay, go ahead.
Verse 34. And if aught of the flesh of the consecrations or of the bread remain unto the morning, then thou shalt burn the remainder with fire. It shall not be eaten, because it is holy.
Because why now? Well, that sacrifice, that period is over, right? It sat out, it did whatever it did. Now we got to come back and do what? Anyway, a whole nother set of sacrifice. Because now we got to get back on the job for tomorrow. So it wouldn't even be no need to mess with the things from yesterday. And then also, what was that supposed to show Aaron and his sons? Give no thought for the morrow, what ye shall eat, what ye shall drink. Right? They got to have faith too, that the children of Israel were going to do their job and bring the offerings and the sacrifice. You see how everybody's faith on every level got to be worked on? They weren't exempt because they were priests from having faith. You couldn't eat the things from yesterday or you'd be wrong. You'd be off. Burn those things up and sit back and wait and see if they're going to bring what they need to bring to the temple. Now, I get why they would have tried to sneak a little bit of portion into their tent to hold it for the next day. I get why. Because Israel's stingy as hell, bro. You can't trust Israel, bro. They are stingy. Well, everybody else is bringing a ram. Why I got to bring a ram? You know what? I'm going to just bring this dove. So you're going to bring a little small turtle dove where everybody else is bringing oxens? Because that's how Israel be moving. It's like Israel look around like, oh, they got enough water. We ain't going to bring no more water. Right? They got enough this. We ain't going to bring none. They got enough that. They good. No, it's supposed to be we're good, but you don't bring contingent on what everybody else brought. Bring what's in your spirit. Bring what's in your spirit. But Israel is so predisposed to looking at what the next man is sacrificing and offering and then saying, you know what? Well, I ain't going to get that much because that's going to be too much. They already got. You know what? The brother brought 4 cases of water. I'm going to just bring a gallon. That's how Israel, y'all laughing.
No, it's like this.
Yeah, it's like what I said and what he about to say. Go ahead.
The school got a business, you know. The business is holding everything down. I don't need to add anything to the pot.
Nope.
Oh yeah, the brothers got it. It's like we got everything, the altar, everything holding on.
We gotta do that. We gotta teach. We gotta make the money. We gotta pay the school rent. We gotta pay the lights. It's like, come on now. But then think about this. Forget about all that. Forget about businesses. Forget about any of those things. What's y'all's job?
Support the school.
Yeah. Yeah, first of all, it was a commandment. Right? It was a commandment. Now we ain't gonna. You can't church us like, well, you know, we don't, because we don't believe in the Old Testament thing, but then we gonna pull out alms and giving scriptures on y'all, right? Because we believe in the whole Bible, right?
God.
But we're reading that it was your job to bring the sacrifices. That was part of your faith and part of your walk, was to give, and sometimes give in hard times when you necessarily didn't have it. That's what a sacrifice is. Don't you get it? It's something that you don't necessarily have, but is needed to give. But guess what? It couldn't be the sacrifice all on one side. So just think about it. Think about it. Just think about this. Just think about it real quick. You pull up to the altar, you got to get your priest, you got to get your sin. You're like, man, I committed a sin, and your spirit is convicted. And you're like, man, I got to go get this ram killed to get purged, right? And you pull up to the altar, and there's a sign that says, be back in 10 minutes. Because be back, it's 12, be back at 6. Why? Because the priest got to go to work at a different job. He got to go herd his sheep, right? And press his wine and cut his corn. And you like, dang, so he got to work and he got to and he got to do this other job. Think about it. Wouldn't you, if you called, hey, Shalom, hey, Shalom, sir, I was having this problem. Hey, let me call you back in about 4 hours when I get off the clock. Shalom. Imagine if that happened. Now, who does that happen to? Who has called me and I'm like, hey, I'm at work right now. I'm going to hit you back. Shalom.
Can't let the boss hear me.
Can't let the boss hear me talking. Shalom, shalom. Oh, I got to take this. Shalom. Nobody, right?
Nope.
Because we sacrifice that heritage of being able to go out and make whatever money we can make for our families so that we could be able to take phone calls, that we could be able to be here to teach. How many times have you seen us like, hey, we ain't showing up to class because we got to be at work? You know why? Because this is the work. This is our job. How would the people feel if the priests, how would they be able to operate if the high priest was at work? But he needs to sacrifice to be able to get the people right. It would be chaos and mayhem, right? Or you'd have a lot of people falling into decay because the priests aren't there to do their job. So the people had to uphold the priests so that the jobs can be done. Right? But there's not an equality when the priests got to do, when they got to work, they got to teach, they got to this, they got to that. They have to sacrifice and nobody else has to. No. So I wouldn't blame Aaron and his sons if, man, again, grab them leftovers. Because we don't know if these cats is even coming back tomorrow. And they putting leftovers in the tent. I wouldn't even blame them. But they couldn't do it. Why? Just like we couldn't gather the manna and store it up for 18 days. It rotted the next day to work on your faith. No one was exempt. What's that?
I was going to bring a couple scriptures that you remind me of. And that's actually Acts chapter 6, verse 2.
You want to go there?
I do.
Okay, he wants to go somewhere. Read.
And the 12 called the multitude of the disciples unto them, and said, it is not reason that we should leave the word of the Lord, the word of God, and serve tables.
Right? Because what was going on here? Well, you had where, huh?
Well, it was widows, right?
Right. It was the widows of the Hellenists.
Let me just read from the front.
You could.
From the first one?
Yeah, go ahead. You could.
Okay, Acts chapter 6, verse 1.
Right.
And in those days, when the number of the disciples was multiplied,
right,
there arose a murmuring of the Grecians against the Hebrews.
Right. Go ahead, because they were converting these people, right? These Grecians, these Hellenists, they were converting them, Israelites in a Gentile state of mind. They were converting them back to who they really were, but they still kind of kept them separate. Go ahead. Because their widows were neglected in the daily ministration. Right. So what was going on was the widows. Remember, the widows had no man, no covering. The daily what?
Ministration.
was the rationing of food. That's what that was about. And so the widows were being neglected. They weren't getting enough rations. So what do they have to do? Well, it's like, okay, we need somebody to go and make sure that the rations are being divided equally. These women felt like they were they weren't getting the right amount of rations, and there was no men really there to stand up for them. They were widows. That's why the Most High always said, look out for the widows, the fatherless, and the elderly. Go ahead.
Then the 12 called the multitude of the disciples unto them.
Right, so these 12 men were like, okay, disciples, come on over here. Go ahead.
And said, it is not reason
Right.
that we should leave the word of God.
Right, we can't stop teaching and building, go ahead,
And serve tables.
to make sure that these women get food. So what did they do? Well, they went and got Stephen, right? Because we're in Acts 6, right? So this is when Stephen, if you know about Stephen, powerful brother. This is when he comes on the scene, and they appoint him to look over the daily ministration, and then he starts to rise in the spirit and become this great leader for a chapter. He dies in the 7th chapter, right? So whack, but he was a powerful brother. But they were saying, look, is it like do we got time to sit here and ration out food when we got to go teach? No, we don't. We don't got time to do this work, even though it's needed. But our work is here to go teach and to go build and to gather more disciples and apostles and add to the body of Christ. Because that's what they were on. Did you finish?
Yes, sir. But I was going to jump to verse 4.
Go ahead.
Verse 4. But we will give ourselves continually to prayer.
Right.
And to the ministry of the word.
Right. And then think about it. Even if you rewind 2 chapters back to Acts 4 and Acts 5, what did the apostles have all the people do? Why did Ananias and his wife die? What?
They held back part of their sacrifice.
Right. Everybody had to bring everything they had. First of all, they had to agree that they were going to do it. That's first and foremost. You had to be willing. Let's bring all that we have. Let's put it all in one pot, and then let's redistribute according to a need, to the number. You might have 10 people in your house, but you're lacking. But he got 2 people in his house. He got an abundance. Well, if we bring that together and then re-ration, guess what we have? An equality based on the number.
That's right.
We can read that in 1 Corinthians 8, right? About the equality. What the man that gathered little didn't gather too little, and the man that gathered much didn't gather too much. Why? Because the redistribution, now we're all equal. Because that was the point. That is the point. But this is the point. This is another point. And I keep saying it. If you don't want to make yourself equal, the Most High is going to make you equal. The things that you hold dear to yourself, the comforts, the whatever it is, the Most High is going to make sure that you're going to give to something. You're going to ration out in some way. You're going to give your time, your resources, whatever it is. You're going to give it to something, and you're going to look back like, how come I can't get ahead? And then you're going to be able to add up and count and say, oh, okay, the Most High got me breaking my back over here just to leak it out over here. Because I didn't want to give it over here. He's going to make sure you're occupied with something that's going to burn your time if you don't want to be around the brothers and the sisters. He's going to make sure you're occupied in something that's going to burn your money if you don't want to give it to the school or to whatever. Think about it. And this is why, why I don't fault Christians on certain levels? Joel Osteen ain't rich because he just popped up rich. T.D. Jakes ain't rich because they ain't got no mega church because they just have a mega church. People gave to that. They gave to what they believe. That's the one thing about I can say about Christians. They at least give to what they believe in. They're convicted enough in their belief to say, you know what? We gonna support that. But Israel will give you the stronger Barakatah Yahweh! Right? At the top of the mountaintops.
All right.
And as soon as you say the words, tight, as soon as you mention those words, they start getting PTSD and start shaking. They start sweating. Oh my gosh. Not those words. Not those words.
I met a guy in the mall. And he moved out here to work at a church. He part of a church, and they're paying him like 250,000,
Yeah.
like something like that. And what he does, what he do is like what the sisters do at the computer.
Oh, he's like the media guy?
Yeah, he makes sure like the cameras is good and
Oh, okay. Yeah. He's your tech guy.
Yeah, he's a tech guy.
Yeah.
And he gets,
yeah.
but he's getting paid from the offerings of the church.
That's the point.
And if he's he's not like a big,
he's not a high-ranking
he's not a high-ranking
ain't no
type
pastor
guy.
or nothing like that.
Right.
Yeah.
And he's there, and everyone is able to eat like that. Bro,
Yeah, because they
slack as Israelites.
We definitely slack. And are we saying like are we saying that we need y'all to give us money so we can like live some abundant lifestyle? Hell no. Because it don't matter what y'all give. Nobody, like, we can show y'all the bank accounts, right?
Yeah.
We are very transparent with the money. Because you got brothers and sisters that give. But remember, we got a $2,000 rent here. That's just one school. You add that up, that's $25,000 a year just for rent. The mall got its own rent, which is about $30,000 a year. That's just one mall. We got 4 and 3 schools. So just do the math, right? Just do the math, right? So whatever little alms that brothers and sisters give, we're thankful for it. But remember, we got lights. The light bill came in yesterday. No, the internet bill came yesterday. That was $250. I just paid the light bill. That was $340. I mean, do the math. That's $700. Excuse me, $500. Right? That's $500 just in a month, just for the utilities. So you're talking about $2,500 a month to keep the school running, and that's just the rent and utilities, right? There's other things that's needed. I mean, we still got to get some paint going, right? We have to build this podium. I mean, who paid for that? We did. What ain't cheap? Like, why am I bringing these things out? Because when you go back to the essence of it, the people, the Most High mission that the people gave, because that was part of their walk and part of their journey. That was part of their faith. That was part of their accountability. You see what I'm saying? We all got to be accountable. The whole point was to be accountable on the same level, no matter when you came in. If you came in 50 years ago, and a brother came in 10 years ago, well, let's make everybody accountable the same way. That's what it was about, accountability. And also ownership. Having some level of ownership, right? Having some level of, I'm putting into this, so let me be able to now tend to the things that are needed, but then also, as I build myself, have a voice. Y'all see that? Especially for the brothers. Every brother comes in sitting in the seats, but the expectation is what? That you get up here to be able to have a voice. Y'all see that? Where we at?
You want to get this, Chris?
Yeah, you can get it. You get that. You get it.
1 Corinthians chapter 9, verse 11.
Yeah, since we're talking about it.
First Corinthians
And why are we touching on this? Well, remember, it tells you right here. Just going off the mind of, they couldn't eat the sacrifices from the day before, but what were they counting on? They couldn't eat the offering from the day before. What were they counting on? That the people continually offered, and the people continually did their part to give, to make sure that the priests could eat and do their job and make sure the priests could live. Remember, they had no land, they had no inheritance, they had none of that. And remember one thing, the priesthood wasn't even set up yet. This was just Aaron and his sons. The Levi priesthood has not been established yet. Where he said, you know what, instead of me taking your firstborn, remember that? He was going to take the firstborn of every family, the firstborn son, and put him in the priesthood. But then he said, oh no, that's going to be too much for them. I'm going to take the Levites and consecrate the whole tribe as the priests. So just even think about that. So the priesthood wasn't even set up yet. This was just for these 3 men, Aaron and his 3 sons, 4 men, excuse me. So it wasn't that heavy. of a burden on the people. Y'all see that? So just go ahead. You go ahead.
1 Corinthians chapter 9, verse 11. If we have sown unto you spiritual things, is it a great thing if we shall reap your carnal things?
So just going back to even like the sacrifices, everything that when it came down to the priesthood, there was someone that took care of the curtains, there was someone that took care of the menorah, there was someone that cleaned up the blood, there was someone that was throwing up the lambs and cutting them up, like doing the sacrifices. There was someone for every piece of the service. Not everybody was on the glorious tip of I just dip my finger and touch the right side. I just give out a good word. No, everybody had a certain zone that they had to hold down. And it says, if we're sowing into you these spiritual things, if we're putting in this work for you in a spiritual way, this is a question Paul's asking. Paul was going out opening up all these churches. He's sacrificing. He could have stayed in Rome, being a Pharisee. He could have just not cared about opening up these different schools. But he sacrificed his whole life to the ministering of the gospel. He said, is it wrong for us, we've been sowing to you spiritually, to reap the cardinal? Like, he's like, I need to eat. Is it wrong for me to say like, hey, can I get lunch? Is it wrong for me to be like, I need a place to stay? Can you help me out with that? Read.
Man, some of y'all got to be back in the day in the school. When we needed something, lock them doors. We do that's how they did in church. Lock them doors on you. You ain't gonna know.
I wasn't there for that.
Way back, right?
Verse 12. If others be partakers of this power over you,
Ooh. And that's the kicker.
Yeah.
You'll let others partake and be a partaker of this power, right? Family, friends, and in many different ways, they'll be able to have this power over you. But are they sowing to you spiritual things? That's the question, right? We're so predisposed to cater to family. Oh, my family. Who are my mother and who are my brethren? Them that labor amongst me, right? We're so predisposed to feel a heart towards, mama and daddy, and come on, okay, look out for mama and daddy, right? But are you looking out for the things that are building you spiritually? Go ahead.
Are not we rather?
Go ahead. Why? Because that spiritual thing should hold more weight. Go ahead.
Nevertheless, we have not used this power.
And that's the thing. First of all, Paul was a tent maker. Him, Aquila, Priscilla, they made tents to make money. Because why? Paul wasn't going to put himself in the hanging over the head. Why do you think we got our own businesses? Because we don't want to put brothers and sisters in a position where we got to, first of all, two things. Israel is hard to count on, right? They're wishy-washy and very finicky when it comes to money. Or anything that they got to give up or anything they got to lose, they're finicky, right? And then we don't want to be put in a position where, man, we got to pay the light bill, but then we waiting on brothers and sisters, but then the lights get shut off. Ooh, that's a bad position to be in.
Yeah.
So why do we have our own businesses? To try to at least make sure that things run smoothly and consistent. But what's the problem with business? Ooh, baby. You run a business, right? Is it always an uphill? We've been in that one mall for 8 years. Longer, actually. But think about that. When you've been in a place for so long, you got to keep upgrading your business. But you can only upgrade the business so far and deal with so many different people. The business starts to now plateau, right? But think about it. Brothers and sisters are coming in and they need jobs, they need employment, they need to be able to pay for their families and pay rent and different things like that, right? But if the business ain't on the upswing all the time and things dip and things roller coaster, especially in this economy, right? It all can't fall on the business because then it's just not there sometimes. So then the brothers and sisters are counted upon to say, hey, let me do what the scriptures say and let me give according to what I can give. You know what I'm saying? We're not asking nobody to pay the rent, right? But we're saying, okay, we're so into the spiritual, right? We should be able to at least say, hey, here's a little something to the pot. That's it. If everybody had that mind, a little something to the pot, then guess what? We'd be good. We'd be able to do a lot more and function a little bit better. I'll give y'all. I'll show y'all something. I'll show y'all something. Today is I'm gonna be very transparent with y'all. Today is the 11th. I still got 2 mall rents to pay. Those were due on the 1st. Let that sink in. Right? Got 2 mall rents to pay. And it's not nobody's fault. I'm not saying it's nobody's fault. But just think about it. What do we got to make sure we pay first before everything? We make sure we pay the schools. Right? We make sure we pay the school rents. Brothers got to pay their rent. Right? But sometimes that got to be on the back burner. Our own rent got to be on the back burner to make sure the school and then the thing that's bringing in the money is paid. But I got 2 mall rents I got to still pay. They on me. They emailing me left and right. Right? I'm gonna pay it today. But just to give y'all, and guess what? On the 15th, guess what's due? In 4 days. This school rent, right? This school rent's due on the 15th. The other 2 is due on the 1st. Right? So this school rent's due. And then brothers got to get paid. So, just think about it. Our businesses is basically literally holding down everything. And again, this is not no pity party. This is none of that. But it's really showing y'all that we're doing our job. And how long is it supposed to sustain if we do have to teach, if we have to make sure that everything's paid, if we have to commit 1,000%, and everybody else gets to commit 10%, how do we sustain that momentum? How does that keep going? It doesn't. Pretty soon we're gonna be crushed under the burden, right? And luckily, thank God, the Most High has literally. Listen, if it wasn't for the brothers, the strong-minded brothers that we got, that are able to understand sacrifice and compartmentalizing certain things and not letting certain things get to them, if it wasn't for that, their faith, we would implode. Because we need even strong brothers that are able to say, you know what, I'm going to put this off, I'm going to sacrifice here, so that these things keep going. Right? Paul was the same way. Paul said it. He said, I'm not taking nothing from none of y'all.
Come.
You ain't going to destroy my glory in the Most High. You ain't going to say that you did it where I benefited. Right?
Oh, yeah, that's what he say next, right?
Yeah, he going to say it next. Go ahead.
But suffer all things.
He did what?
But suffer all things.
Go ahead.
Lest we should hinder the gospel of Christ.
Yeah, man. I'm not going to let you hinder the gospel. I'm not going to let you say Paul wasn't going to let the people say, oh, yeah, see, we did that. That's why Paul's able to travel. We did that. Nah. Go ahead.
Do ye not know that they which minister about holy things
right.
live of the things of the temple?
That's how it should be. Right? We literally are supposed to be able to live. But you know what the coldest part is? We're all supposed to be able to live off the temple. Just think about it. I'll go right back to when everybody was killing themselves over toilet paper.
Yep.
But guess what? Nobody in the school died from no toilet paper. We had so much toilet paper in here at one time because everybody was giving. We were going to Costco, and we didn't even know what was going on with the pandemic. But we just knew we needed a lot of toilet paper because we were going through it. So what did we do? Costco. We had like 6 of the big boxes. Water. We had water and canned goods and all these different things, right? And then when something hit, everybody was able to flood to the school and grab what they needed, right? But then the point was, we got to put that back for the next time it's needed. If something hit right now, guess what? We're going to be thirsty and poopy because ain't no toilet paper back there, ain't no water.
Dry fast.
Barely any damn canned goods up there. We're going to be hungry. If something hit right now and you ran out of stuff, you couldn't come here to get it because ain't nobody bringing nothing. Unfortunately, right? As quickly as it's brought, it's depleted.
Dispersed.
Yeah. It's depleted. We're supposed to be able to live off the sanctuary. We're supposed to be able to come here and pillage when we need to. But knowing that, man, this got to get put back. If everybody's in the mind to put it back, you can't do that right now when I'm talking, son. Do it in the back. If everybody's in that mind, then guess what? We won't lack. We won't lack. The burden don't got to be on one set of people or one brother or two brothers or three brothers. The burden should be on us all. Go ahead.
And they which wait at the altar
Right.
are partakers with the altar.
Go ahead.
Even so hath the Lord ordained that they which preach the gospel.
He said that he did what?
Even so hath the Lord ordained that they which preach the gospel
Uh-huh.
should live of the gospel.
Right. So just like the priests ministered at the altar, they were dependent on the people coming with their sacrifices, their offerings, whatever it was that they had to bring so that the priest could keep living. Let's jump back. They were dependent on that. But again, let's deal with the priests and their faith. They had to have the faith that the people were going to do what the Most High commanded. Y'all see that? I know. Go ahead.
Exodus chapter 29, verse 35. And thus shalt thou do unto Aaron and to his sons according to all things which I commanded thee. 7 days shalt thou consecrate them. Verse 36. And thou shalt offer every day a bullock for a sin offering.
But where did that bullock come from every day? The people. Aaron and his sons didn't have cattle. So that had to come from the people, read. Was that it? Oh, go ahead, read.
And thou shalt cleanse the altar when thou hast made an atonement for it. And thou shalt anoint it to sanctify it. 7 days thou shalt make an atonement for the altar and sanctify it. And it shall be an altar most holy. Whatsoever toucheth the altar shall be holy. Verse 38. Now this is that which thou shalt offer upon the altar, 2 lambs of the first year, day by day continually. The one lamb thou shalt offer in the morning, and the other lamb thou shalt offer at evening. And with the one lamb a 10th deal of flour mingled with the 4th part of an hin of beaten oil, and the 4th part of an hin of wine for a drink offering. And the other lamb thou shalt offer at even, and shalt do thereto according to the meat offering of the morning, and according to the drink offering thereof, for a sweet savor, an offering made by fire unto the Lord. This shall be a continual burnt offering throughout your generations, at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation before the Lord, where I will meet you, to speak there unto thee. And there I will meet with the children of Israel, and the tabernacle shall be sanctified by my glory. And I will sanctify the tabernacle of the congregation and the altar. I will sanctify also both Aaron and his sons, to minister to me in the priest's office. I will dwell among the children of Israel, and will be their God. And they shall know that I am the Lord their power, that brought them forth out of the land of Egypt, that I may dwell among them. I am the Lord their God. Chapter 30, verse 1. And thou shalt make an altar to burn incense upon. Of shittim wood shalt thou make it. Verse 2. A cubit shall be the length thereof, and a cubit the breadth thereof. 4 squares shall it be, and 2 cubits shall be the height thereof.
This is like an 18-inch incense burner. A cubit is about 18 inches. So about a forearm. So this incense burner was 4 arms length. It's a huge incense burner.
Yeah, a lot of frankincense and myrrh on there.
A lot of frankincense and myrrh was getting burnt. Go ahead.
The horns thereof shall be of the same.
Oh, that's it.
So it had horns on the ends of it that came up. Probably some ram's horns on the corners, just like the altar. It had ram's horns at the end.
Right, was that it?
Yeah.
The Shata tree. What we got? Yeah, come on.
You can go. Can I go to bed?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
you good.
Elijah Shabbat Shah, Yashakar, Ben Yashala.
Elijah Sabbath Shah, Yashakar, Bang Yashala, men of Israel, I'm mighty. All right.
How about Shem Yasharakta?
Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Shai Barakatah.
Slim and sexy.
Mm-hmm. You like that?
Slim and sexy out here. On that fasting.
Yeah, so you're 33.
Exodus chapter 30, verse 3. And thou shalt overlay it with pure gold, the top thereof, and the sides thereof round about, and the horns thereof. And thou shalt make unto it a crown of gold round about, and 2 golden rings shalt thou make to it under the crown of it, by the 2 corners thereof. Upon the 2 sides of it shalt thou make it, and they shall be for places for the staves to bear it withal. And thou shalt make the staves of shittim wood, and overlay them with gold. And thou shalt put it before the veil that is by the ark of the testimony, before the mercy seat that is over the testimony, where I will meet with thee. And Aaron shall burn thereon sweet incense every morning. When he dresseth the lamps, he shall burn incense upon it. And when Aaron lighteth...
Go to Ecclesiastes 24 and 15. Ecclesiastes is in the Apocrypha 24 and 15.
Ready?
Go ahead.
Ecclesiastes chapter 24, verse 15. I gave a sweet smell like cinnamon and
Aspolitus.
aspalatus, and I yielded the pleasant odor like the best myrrh, as galbanum and onyx and sweet storax, and as the fume of frankincense in the tabernacle.
Right. So you want to know the incense? What the Most High wanted us to burn? Right? We weren't burning sage. Weren't sage smudging, right? Getting out negative spirits. It don't say nothing about no sage.
No.
We weren't burning ganja. Galbinium is not ganja, right? Calamus is not ganja. That's not cannabis,
Cannabis, yeah.
right? How some people
It's
try to
not.
act like it is, right? These things is what the Most High wanted us to burn in the temple, right? Now we understand that. Obviously, Aaron's sons didn't burn that. That's why they died. They said they put strange incense in their altar, or in their censers, right? So it wasn't what the Most High wanted. So he got rid of them. So remember, when you light up your tobacco, when you light up your sage, when you light up your maharaja, your marijuana, the devil's lettuce, when you light these things up, when we light up the frankincense and myrrh, that invokes a spirit, and the Most High likes that. So when you light up the other things, what spirit are you invoking?
It's true.
Right? When you read in Tobit, and it said that they made a concoction, Raphael and Tobias, they made a concoction, and it said the devil smelt it and ran.
What is the devil smelling and coming into your life? Right now, what's cold when you look at a lot of the police killings that was happening. Remember when Sandra Bland got killed? When she got killed, it was Philando Castillo, the brother from Minneapolis. It was the brother from Staten Island that got choked out by the cops. It was the brother Alton Sterling from Baton Rouge. They were all getting killed. And when you look at the one thing that tied them all in, the brother that got choked in Staten Island is because what? He was selling loose cigarettes. Alton Sterling, he was doing the same thing. Sandra Bland, she lit up a cigarette right when they confronted her and she was going crazy. Philando Castillo, he was riding around with his wife and 2 kids in the car smoking weed. Right? What spirit were they bringing on them? That death, them death angels, that sage burning. That ain't what the Most High wants you to burn. That's not what he commanded to burn. It's not here. So you got to be careful with that, because a lot of these Wiccans and witches, and some of these Christian women too, they talking about sage all of a sudden. Like, well, you're supposed to be in the church. You talking about burning sage? That ain't it. So we got to be very careful what spirit. Everything's spiritual. At the end of the day, there's a spiritual connotation behind all the things we do carnally, and you got to be careful of what spirit you're purposely trying to invoke and what you're keeping around you. What type of spirit? Can't avoid everything, right? Can't avoid everything, but there's some things that are avoidable. The tobacco demon, that's a demon, right? The Black and Miles, all that stuff.
Yeah.
So, right, jump back to Exodus.
Exodus chapter 30, verse 8. And when Aaron lighted the lamps at even, he shall burn incense upon it, a perpetual incense before the Lord.
A what?
Perpetual
meaning non-stop. This is not going to stop or change. Perpetual throughout your generations. Go ahead.
Incense before the Lord throughout your generations. He shall offer no strange incense thereon.
Everything else was considered strange. Everything else was considered strange. Okay? If it wasn't listed in Ecclesiastes 24 and 15, it's strange. Don't burn it. Don't burn it in your prayer. Now, let me be clear. Can you have little Glade plugins and make your house smell good? Yeah, you can do that. Right? Can you have your little oil lamp, burning your little oils, sweet pea and all that stuff? Yes. Right? But we're not burning that in here and praying and setting up prayers to no sweet pea or no cocoa mango. Right? We're not burning Egyptian musk talking about Barakatah Yahweh shit. We're not doing that. Right? Oud. We know that the Middle Easterners, they burn that oud, the chips, they pray, they do all that stuff, right? Is it wrong to wear it? No, it's not. It's not wrong. Is it wrong to smell good? No, it's not. Right? But I'm not setting up my prayers to Savage.
That's right.
You see what I'm saying? Mixed with bond number 9 with a little drop of Versace Arrows. But am I going to use that to make my house smell good?
Got to use that mix. Huh?
Damn right. I'm gonna with a little touch of Ed Hardy for women. Of course, I'm gonna use that to make my house smell good, right? But I'm not gonna set up prayers behind those other things, right? Don't get it twisted. I'm not gonna do anything that has to do with the altar. Right? When we see what we burn, we got the frankincense and myrrh resin and the resins. We put them on the coal and that's it. Even in this thing right here, we got another little oil burner. Right? You probably can't see it on camera, but there's just frankincense myrrh in there. That's it. Right? We're not going to put cocoa mango, we're not going to put those things in there. Victoria's Secret, very sexy. It don't need to smell like that in here.
No.
Right? It needs to smell like frankincense and myrrh.
That's right.
Sometimes we might drop a little bit of flour on top. Ooh, a little olive oil. Get it really popping. It smells like a fish fry.
It does smell like fish fried.
It's like, the Most High is Black Mary. You like that fried fish?
Fine flour, meat with oil.
It's like Abishai is up in here doing his thing, right? A fish fry. Woo! Anyway, go back. Y'all get it, right? So it's not wrong to burn incense. It's not wrong to burn your little incense oils and incense. It's not wrong. But you're not supposed to burn patchouli and talk about you don't set up prayers. Most High said our prayers go up to him like frankincense and myrrh, not like patchouli and nag champa. So this, get that in perspective. Go ahead.
Nor burnt sacrifice, nor meat offering, neither shall ye pour drink offering thereon. And Aaron shall make an atonement upon the horns of it once in a year with the blood of the sin offering of atonement. Once in the year shall he make atonement upon it throughout your generations. It is most holy unto the Lord. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, When thou takest the sum of the children of Israel after their number, shall they give every man a ransom for his soul unto the Lord, when thou numberest them, that there be no plague among them when thou numberest them.
Right. So remember, David, when you read in Chronicles and in Samuel's, when you read in 1 Chronicles 21:1 and 2 Samuel's 24:1, it said that he numbered the people. But it wasn't that he numbered the people that was wrong. He didn't come with the offering to keep back the plague that the Most High required. Because he said it, when thou take the sum of the children of Israel after their number, then shall they give every man a ransom. David didn't do that. So if you know the story, when the Most High told David, he said, pick your plague. Right? Pick your punishment. The nations, the sword of your enemy. What did he say? The sword of your enemy, a plague, or whatever I bring down on you. And David chose right. He said, look, I'll choose the Most High because at least he got mercy. But the point was, if David would have did all the steps and just not did what he wanted, he could have avoided the plague that came with him numbering the children. Y'all get that? So you could write down 1 Chronicles 21:1, 2 Samuel's 24:1. 1 Chronicles 21:1. That's where that story. It says the same thing in Chronicles and Samuel's, but just to show you, like Chronicles, it reiterates Kings and Samuel's in certain instances. But in 2 Samuel's 24:1. Yeah. Those would be the stories to show about how he did not keep the law in this instance. So if you're reading those stories, you're like, wait, why did the Most High plague him? Well, you can always go back to Exodus 30 and understand why. David should have known better. Go ahead, where we at?
Exodus chapter 30, verse 13. This they shall give every one that passeth among them that are numbered half a shekel after the shekel of the sanctuary. A shekel is 20
Gerahs.
And half shekel shall be the offering of the Lord. Every one that passeth among them that are numbered from 20 years old and above shall give an offering unto the Lord.
Would you say Alton Sterling was selling CDs, not cigarettes? I thought he was selling both. I thought he was at that convenience store selling both. I might be mistaken. I don't want to falsely accuse the brother, so if he wasn't selling cigarettes, my bad. But I was under the impression that he sold both. But again, we if that's not the case, then strike that from the record. I stand corrected. Go ahead.
Everyone that passes among them that are numbered from 20 years old and above shall give an offering unto the Lord. The rich shall not give more, and the poor shall not give less than half a shekel. when they give an offering unto the Lord to make an atonement for your souls, and thou shalt take the atonement money of the children of Israel, and shalt appoint it for the service of the tabernacle of the congregation, that it may be a memorial unto the children of Israel before the Lord, to make an atonement for your souls. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Thou shalt also make...
I mean, what do y'all think, that the children were going to count themselves? You're basically taking a census, right? Somebody had to go around and take the census. They had to get paid for that. Just think about it. It's common sense, right? Somebody's walking around counting the people. Thousands and thousands of people. They got to get paid to do that. Or else you got a man working and not getting paid for his job. I mean, it's just common sense that we weren't going to count ourselves. The number was just going to pop into the air. Oh, the Holy Spirit showed us. No, somebody had to go do that. And that money that they collected, it went towards whatever needed to be done for the temple. That's it. It just be simple as that, man. When there's things that's needed, well, we got to figure out a way to get it done. You see that? So they took a census. Go ahead.
Verse 18. Thou shalt also make...
Don't Esau take census? They send a little letter to your house. Now, why do they do it? What's the purpose of a census? Does anybody know? But why? Why do they want to know how many people are in your home? Thank you. It's about what they're going to do, what they're able to disperse, and what they're able to tax you on, and these different things. What money they're going to allocate to this fake government program and this and that. Oh, we got an influx of Native Americans all of a sudden, so we got to start looking out. All these different things. But it's all, when you bring it back, it all goes back to money. They don't take a census to know how many people are in your house. They want to know how many people is in your house, so they can know what monetarily they can either take or disperse or whatever the case may be. That's it. It all boils down to money. Go ahead.
Verse 18. Thou shalt also make a laver of brass, and his foot also of brass, to wash withal, and thou shalt put it between the tabernacle of the congregation and the altar, and thou shalt put water therein.
Right. So before you walked inside the temple, when you walked into that court, before you walked up to those steps, there was a lever of brass, a bowl, water you wash. Right? Again, a representation of Christ. No man can come to the Father but through me. Christ was that water. He was a representation of you cleansing and coming to Christ before you can go to the Most High. Y'all get that? He was the wellspring. He was the water. Washing of the water by the word. So Yahushua is all through the Old Testament. All the things symbolized him. From the sacrifice to you washing before you walked into that temple. Go ahead. When FEMA comes knocking on your door. Right. All these things. Keep track of you. Yeah, all these different things. You talking about going back to the census. Yeah. Go ahead.
For every...
They want to know how many laborers they're going to have for them concentration camps. I don't never fill out census. I don't never fill those out. They come knocking, I'm like, man, I'll take the paper. I'll mail it. I don't never mail that. You ain't got to know who's in my house. Right? You ain't got to know how many people I got. And if, for what?
That's true.
They want to know your nationality.
Yeah, they want to know all these things because they try to figure out how much Israel's on the planet. But half Israel don't even know they Israel. So if you got a white mama and a black daddy and black daddy in around, a lot of them Israelites consider themselves white anyway. So they put down Caucasian, right? And we know that most of Issachar wants to be white, so they put down Caucasian, right? No, I ain't no Mexican. I'm no Mexican, right? I'm no Hispanic, right? They all want to be Blanco, so they put down Caucasian anyway, trying to fit in with the white man. So So they'll never get their numbers right. They'll never be able to number us. Like the scripture said, they can number us to see the earth will cease to exist. You see that? So, all by design. Go ahead.
Verse 19. For Aaron and his sons shall wash their hands and their feet thereat when they go into the tabernacle of the congregation. They shall wash with water, that they die not, or when they come near to the altar to minister to burnt offerings made by fire.
See that? Think about that. So they die not? Wow. I wash my hands and my feet, but now you understand why the Muslims, they stole this from us. Before they pray, what do? I watch a cat. We work in the mall, so you go in the mall at a certain time, and a cat will have his feet in the sink, in the bathroom sink. Have his feet in there washing them. He'll wash his hands 30 times. He'll spend 15 minutes just washing his hands and his feet. And it's like, damn, bro, it don't take that long.
I get between the toes.
I guess. I guess. But see, they make it this ritual to where they rubbing the skin off their feet. Right? The lever you dipped in, you did, and then you kept it moving. You didn't just sit there and bathe in it for 15 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
You rinsed off and you kept it moving, man. Because it wasn't supposed to be about the water. So you do all the 15-minute water washing and then you pray for 2 seconds. Right? Just think about it. You did the 15-minute water washing and then you went in there and your prayer was bland and blah. Same repetition prayer. No, you missed the whole purpose. It wasn't about the washing. That was a representation of something, but then it was supposed to be now I'm supposed to be prepping myself to go in here and do what I need to be doing the right way. So the Muslims got it wrong. Because they spent all that time washing, right? And look, they smoking cigarettes, they doing coke, they doing all these different things, raping little boys and girls, and all that weird stuff they do over there in them countries. But they pray 5 times a day and they wash themselves for 30 minutes each time. Still got homosexuality over there. Still got pedophilia over there. You still got inordinate sex practices over there. I mean, let's be real. Their whole prophet is known for what? Raping a 6-year-old girl and making her his wife. Or taking her when she was 6, raping her at 9. Either way, it's wrong. That's their whole basis. I'm gonna go blow something up and get 70 virgins. Khan, okay. And not all Muslims are on that, but y'all get what I'm saying. Khan, I agree. Issachar has uncles, cousins, and the compadre and the kids at 3 families at the time live in one big house to be able to afford rent. Right. Go ahead. Read on.
Verse 21. So they shall wash their hands and their feet, that they die not, and it shall be a statute forever to them, even to him and to his seed.
And then now you see why the Pharisees took this to a whole nother level. Remember when they accused Yahushua and the disciples of eating with unwashed hands? He said, you follow more of the tradition of man than even the law of the Most High. Right? They took it to a whole other level. If you wash with your hands not clean, then you were unclean.
Or you eat with your hands.
Or eat with your hands unwashed, and you were just unclean. You were filthy. Because why? They looked more of the letter of the law and missed out on the spirit of the law.
Okay.
And that's why Yahushua had to check them. What you eat goes in your mouth, your belly, toilet, into the drought. It's not what makes you unclean. They missed the whole what comes out of you. What you say, what you think is what you say and what you do. That's what they missed. Go ahead.
Throughout their generations, verse 22. Moreover, the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Take thou also unto thee principal spies of pure myrrh 500 shekels, and a sweet cinnamon half so much, even 250 shekels, and sweet calamus 250 shekels, and of cassia 500 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary, and of olive oil and hin, and thou shalt make it an oil of holy anointment, an anointment compound, or after the art of the apothecary. It shall be an holy anointing oil, and thou shalt anoint the tabernacle of the congregation therewith, and the ark of the testimony.
Yeah, you see that? So there was a concoction of different.
He was mixing oils.
Now check this out. What? Yeah, he was mixing oils. Right? It says, right. Take thou also unto thee principal spices. 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 Now, why am I harping on that? Because if you thought, because you got a lot of brothers that talk about ganja is in this.
Oh, in the spices part?
Marijuana is not a spice. Those would be considered, a marijuana would be considered a herb, like sage, oregano, and these different things, they would be considered herbs, not spices. Frankincense and myrrh is considered a spice. Because you can ground, you can actually, listen, you can cook with it. Right? You can cook with it. It's got to be finely ground or whatever the case may be, but it would be considered a spice, not an herb. So you wouldn't use herbs because the herbs were something that we ate. But you could burn these spices when you concoct them together because that's what these were. He said it. Principal spices of pure myrrh, 500 shekels, and of sweet cinnamon. That's a spice, right? Sweet calamus, and you know about these things, right? Because you actually made
The anointing oil.
oh right, we over here hiding it. Brother made an anointing oil out of these different spices, right? Which smells oh so delicious. I got some on right now, right? It was something that you're missing from that, right? Did you get all of them? Oh, you got all of them, yeah.
Everything's in there.
Yeah, it's banging. Olive oil. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? So it's not ganja. Calamus is not ganja. It's not cannabis. They didn't misspell or mistranslate calamus. You can look that up. That's an actual herb or an actual spice, excuse me. You see that? So it's important, man, because people try to misuse these scriptures to keep their wickedness going. We had a brother that tried to fight us tooth and nail on this. Like, no, you were supposed to cut, but then guess what? It didn't even then, even if ganja was in it, it didn't say to burn it. It said you made an oil out of it. Olive oil was the base.
Inhale it into your lungs.
It say drink it into down your pipe and get high. You post the oil base. You took those herbs and you soaked them in the oil, and the oil pulled out that olive oil pulled out all the smell and properties. You see that? And you distill it. There's a whole apothecary. That's why I called it an art of the apothecary, because it was an art. It was a skill that these men had. And then the apostles, what did they do? Well, they were fishermen, they were lawyers, they were doctors, right? But then they were also apothecary. They learned that art because they walked around doing what? Slanging them earls, right? They was walking around slanging them earls, man. Okay, I'm sorry. Selling the oils. You know, when you in Louisiana, they say earls.
Earls.
Selling them. You got them earls? Right? But the apostles were slanging them oils, man. Right? And they talked about being apothecaries. Right. What scripture is he reading? He's in Exodus chapter 30 and verse 23.
I just finished.
You done with your part?
I finished 26. I stopped there.
Oh, he stopped at 26. Right. Whole of a holy anointment. A compound after the art of the apothecary. It shall be holy anointing oil. And this is what we basically use it to clean. Anoint You use it as a cleanup. Clean up all the blood. Cinnamon is an antifungal, right? Antibacterial. And a lot of these other spices have different properties. Remember, we're sprinkling blood. We got to clean that up. We got to get everything cleaned up. So we didn't just leave the blood there. So you would use this oil to get those things nice and clean. And smelling good. That's the thing. You had a good smell. Did you finish? What are we missing? You want to read? You don't have to. We'll go through it.
Yeah.
It's up to you.
If you want.
Well, okay, what do you want me to read?
You're going to continue. We got it up here. We'll tell you. You're going to be in Exodus. You want to come up?
Yeah.
Come on. Oh, I would let him come up, but his eye is messed up. It is.
So you say your name, Corey, Shabbat Shaw.
Corey, Shabbat Shaw.
What tribe you consider yourself? Yahweh?
Yahweh? Judah?
Judah.
Yeah.
So Judah will be Yahweh,
Yahweh.
and then you say Ban,
Ban.
which is son, Yasha'Allah,
Yasha'Allah.
which is Israel. So it's okay. We'll just say step by step. So Corey,
Corey,
Shabbat Shaw,
Shabbat Shaw.
Yahweh,
Yahweh.
Ban,
Ban.
Yasha'Allah.
Yasha'Allah.
And then I repeat it back to you. Corey Shabbat Shah, Yahweh, Ban Yasha'Allah, Men of Israel, I'm Adium. And then we do the salute.
Okay.
Do you remember the salute?
Yeah.
Come.
Barak?
So you do the salute and then we say it back to you.
Yahweh. Ba'ashem.
Yahweh Shai?
Yahweh Bash.
Go okay.
Yahweh
Ba'ashem, Yahweh Shai Barakatah.
On up.
Yeah. New brother in class, so it's all good.
So yeah, you just said Corey, tribe of Judah, son of Israel.
Yeah. Good seeing you. So where we at? 27, right?
Chapter 30.
So you just so when you start reading, you announce what chapter, what book, chapter, and verse you're at, and then start.
You got to read a little bit loud too.
Exodus 30, verse 27.
Yes, sir.
And the table and all the vessels and the candlesticks and his vessels and the altar of incense and the altar of burnt offering with all his vessels and all laver and his foot. 29. And thou shalt sanctify them that they may be the most holy. Whatsoever toucheth them shall be holy. And thou shalt anoint Aaron and his sons, and consecrate them, that they may minister unto me the priest's office, in the priest's office. And thou shalt speak unto the children of Israel, saying, This shall be the holy anointing oil unto me throughout your generations. Upon man's flesh shall it not be poured, neither shall ye make any other like it. After the composition of it, it is holy, and it shall be holy unto you. Whosoever compounded it any like it, or whatsoever put it of any of it upon a stranger, shall even be cut off from his people.
And the Lord said unto Moses, take unto the sweet spices. What is that? Stack it.
34.
34.
Yeah, like Stackty,
And
Anyika,
and
Galbanum.
Gabadan, these sweet spices with pure frankincense, of each shall there be a like weight. And thou shalt make it a perfume, a confection after the art of the apothecary, tempered together, pure and holy. And thou shalt beat some of it very small, and put it before the testimony in the tabernacle of the congregation, where I will meet with thee. It shall be unto you most holy. And verse 37, and as for the perfume which thou shalt make, ye shall not make to yourselves according to the composition thereof. It shall be unto thee holy for the Lord. Whosoever shall make like unto that, to smell thereto, shall even be cut off from his people. Wow.
Right, but look, think about it. We made it. It's here, right? We use it for us. We don't use it to walk around and just have. That's why we're able to do it. You see that?
Wow.
Yeah, we don't sell this in the mall. We're not putting this on heathens. We're not doing any of that. Right? It's not in the mall for purchase. This is here for the use of the sanctuary. Y'all understand that, right?
Contract.
Right. It wasn't supposed to be used outside. Just like, you know, the other one, the first one, you didn't use that. Take that home and clean and anoint your house. You would anoint the tabernacle. Where we at?
I just finished Exodus 30. 38 was the last verse.
Yeah, go ahead.
38 was the last verse. I read it. So now we on Exodus 31.
Right. So now you're gonna go to Exodus 31 and what?
31 and 14.
You are. Where'd you start at?
I finished off.
Oh, you're going to 31 and 13.
Yeah.
Yeah, so read the verse 13. Let's read it right here. Yeah, because then he'll be 5, 6, 7. Yeah.
Okay. Exodus 31. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, see, I have called by name Bezalel, the son of Uri, the son of Hur, of the tribe of Judah, and I have filled him with the Spirit of God in wisdom and in understanding and in knowledge and in all manner of workmanship, to devise cunning works, to work in gold and silver and in brass.
Right. So let's pause right here real quick. You see why you see why you're laughing, right? So you got to stay away from that book of Enoch. See, the thing is, he's laughing because we're having a conversation about the book of Enoch. And the book of Enoch will tell you that angels ascended from the heavens and taught men these things, right? The artificer, the working of brass and metals and gold and these different things, where Most High said that he gave man the wisdom. But where did that come? Did Most High just anoint this one man? No, they were doing metal works and different things like that from the dawn of time. It's just that this man, he was the man. His family, right? It says, I have called by name Bezalel, the son of Uri, the son of Ur, of the tribe of Judah. And I have filled him with the spirit of the Most High and wisdom. But think about it. Those trades and those crafts, they were handed down. It didn't just pop into a man's head. These things were handed down. So they named his fathers because they were artificers. They were good with the gold and with the silver and with the brass.
Right.
He now took up the work, and he's there, so he's the man. He's the best man for the job. He's the wisest. That's his profession. Y'all see that? So the Most High said, I choose you because you're going to use, you know what? Man, you're about to take me somewhere. First of all, it's getting cold up in here. Let's make it hot again, right? But think about it. You know, there's another thing with Israel that a lot of brothers and sisters don't realize is that the Most High gives everybody a talent, right? Everybody, and you know what's cold? Me and Kazaki was having this conversation, and we were talking about like just the schools and the brothers that are coming in and the sisters that are coming in, and they come in with, especially when they're older bros, they come in with this know-how to do certain things, right? Like you're very, I call you a manly man. You got all the tools, right? You got all the tools. Somebody break down, or somebody to jump, if this, if that. You do a lawnmower, you need a saw. This man got it, right? Because he's that industrious guy where, you know, like a man got to have like all the tools, and I'm pretty sure you got like a little miniature workshop or something at the crib, and yeah, you know, go to Abishai's crib, same thing. He got the chainsaw, and he got this, he got that. You know, you got certain things that like quote unquote all men should have, right? I remember going into my dad's garage, and it's like, man, bro, you got every tool. But he was a contractor, so he had every tool: table saws, chainsaw, this saw, circular saw, tile saw, wet saw, dry saw. Like he had everything, right? But the Most High is, he's a lot of men that are waking up to this knowledge. They're a lot older, and they've been in these industries, trucking or this or that. The women too, nursing, teacher, this, that, and the third. And if we're paying attention to what's going on here, I know we haven't read down yet. And one of the things about Israel, the Most High gave you a talent. And when we go into the Gospels and we read about flipping those talents, I think a lot of the times, man, we think that the flipping the talent is for ourselves. Now, if you look at things spiritually, because we're supposed to, right? Look at things spiritually. Go back and ask yourself, why did the Most High give me this know-how? And then why did he bring me here? Why did he bring me into this school camp setting with this know-how? Was it to hoard the know-how and just be me, just know-how? Or was it to build? Now, just think about this. I'm going to use this school, just this one school, just our school with our brothers and sisters. When you look at all the things that brothers, and I'm talking about not just here in Houston, but even just here, if I just use Houston alone, we literally could survive as a community on our own. Literally. We got nurses, right? We got a sister that's a nurse. We got a few of them. Now, my rib went to nursing school, right? So she could fill it in that role. We got mechanics. We got builders.
Teachers.
My rib's a teacher. She homeschools and teaches, right? What else? Your profession, right? The eradication of vermin, right? Pest control, right? Because you got to be able to know how to do that, right? We got brothers that are diving into growing food and farming and raising chickens and all these different industries that do what? Do they not? Like, if let's say every pest control, right? Let's say the Orkin man went out of business because he's the big guy, right? Orkin, that's the big. Right, he's supposed to be, right? Yeah. Right, but let's just say he went out of business and then all the other pest control went out of business. What would happen to society? We'd be overtaken by vermin, right? Just think about it. If all the teachers quit, what would happen? All the nurses in America went on strike. Wouldn't society topple off of that one industry? If every mechanic said, you know what, I'm not trying to turn no wrench today. Bro, traffic would stop. Traffic would stop because the cars wouldn't be able to run. Mm-hmm. Give it 2 weeks and bro, public transportation would be at an all-time high, and then that would stop. Because if you don't know, they work on those buses and trains every single day. They keep them in rotation. All the things we use to ship and logistics, they get worked on daily. So that industry stops. Imagine if they didn't stop building houses. Imagine if every plumber said, you know what, we on strike today. Bro, come on now. Every electrician said, you know what, I'm done. Why am I bringing it out this way? Well, just think about it. The Most High is putting all these different type of industries right in front of us. Right? Right in front of us. For us to be able to build. Like, we can literally build our own community right now if we wanted to. Just with the brothers and sisters in the school. If every brother and sister that we have here in Houston came and put what they knew how to do in the pot, guess what? Let's go buy 100,000 acres and let's build our own thing. Let's just build our own thing. I know a little bit about building houses. I've assisted in a few home building projects. My dad taught me a few things. My uncles taught me. They built houses from the ground up. My dad, my grandpa, they built houses from. So I know a little something about a little something. I don't know everything. I'm not trying to act like I do. But imagine if we all put our information into the pot. No pride, no ego, no I'm the king, chief crap talk, right? Just let's build. This school alone in Houston could sustain itself with the know-how. Then let's talk about Virginia. They got all that military insight, and all them military cats got different jobs, right? They all got different jobs where they can bring that know-how. Then Rochester, the same thing. Now imagine if you combine all four, San Antonio, Rochester, because even San Antonio, they got a lot of know-how to build. Building schools from scratch. We did that out here too, and in Colorado and all these different things. But you know what the issue is? You know what the issue is why we can't do it? And it's one word, it's selfishness. And why do I say that? Because when you come in with your know-how, that never leaves you. Right? You ever gonna stop learning how to drive an 18-wheeler? No. Right. You'll never stop knowing how to do that. That's always gonna be a part of you. Right? You ever gonna stop learning how to teach children? No, that's in you. That's embedded. Especially when you do it. You can probably do it you can probably drive from here to Dallas in your sleep. You probably did it half sleep most of the time. That's the point. It's autopiloted in you, right? But what are you supposed to be doing to now let that industrious side of you actually be beneficial? Well, sometimes you have to let that side just be that side, right? Let that be a part of you. But build up the other things that we've been talking about, the mercy, the judgment, the brotherhood, the unity. Build up the sense of why do I need to take my talents and put them in the pot with all the other talents? And let go of this is my talent for me and my family. This is my thing for me and my household. If we don't let go of that mentality, it will be just you and your household. But then it's just going to be us doing the same old thing and not really moving forward in some of the other things we could evolve into. Right? Because ain't the Most High about being able to evolve and being able to dive into this and break free of the chains? Ye shall know the truth, but the truth shall make you free. But if we got to look at our enemy for every little thing for us to survive, then where's the real freedom? Right? So the question is, can we not break out of the Deuteronomy 24 and 45 down? You shall go to your enemies for the one of all things. We can't do that because it says it? Or we can't do it because of us being selfish?
Because of us.
Yeah. It's because of us being selfish that we can't break out of Deuteronomy where it says for the one of all things, you're going to go to your enemy. Why? Why, when my enemy gives me the ability to be able to do certain things on a certain level and live autonomously from him if I apply wisdom? What's the one thing that the enemy got over us? The fact that they're willing to do exactly what I'm saying we're not willing to do. They're willing to compile all their resources into one area and then branch out and become a whole community. Yeah. Right? Where we're so caught up in ourselves and what we got going on, we're forgetting the bigger picture. Now let's bring it back to my man right here. Bezalel. Let's bring it back to him. He knew how to work with gold, silver, and brass. Precious and valuable metals. That means that what? He had to be able to get these things, right? Now, these things had to be brought to him, right, for him to work on. So he couldn't be covetous and greedy. Oh, got the gold. Gotta run. Oh, got the silver. Shalom. Right? He had to have enough built up in him to understand this is bigger than just me and my greed and my covetousness and how I want to live. This is about the community and what we're trying to build, right? So watch, read on.
Exodus 31:5.
Right?
And in cutting of stone.
So he was able to cut stone, read.
To set them, and in carving of timber.
So he could also carve wood and timber. Go ahead.
To work in all manner of workmanship.
Go ahead.
And I, behold, I have given with him
Aholabah,
the son of
Ahishamoth.
Ahishamoth,
Right.
of the tribe of Dan.
Go ahead.
And in the hearts of all that are wise-hearted.
What made them wise-hearted?
I have put wisdom.
Go ahead.
That they make all that I have commanded thee.
No, that they keep their talents to themselves. Read it again.
I have put wisdom that they may make all that I have commanded.
See, it's easy when the Most High endows you with a know-how, right? And then you're like, well, that's my talent. I don't know about y'all niggas. That's my talent. I'm going to use that for me, right? What was the point? Like, what is the point? Now, we understand one thing, that all the farming in the world, all the buying of land and all that stuff ain't going to save us, right? It's not going to save us. That's not going to be our salvation. At the same time, the Most High gave us wisdom to move away from certain constraints. So if we're not moving away from certain constraints physically and mentally, that means that we're not using wisdom, right? Right. Now, if I know that if I go to the grocery store and buy a bundle of kale, how much does a thing of kale go for? Maybe $1.50, right? A little bundle of kale that's been sitting on the shelf for about a few days, getting ready to wilt as soon as I bring it home, right?
That's true.
But I know I could go buy me, if wisdom tells me, I can go buy me a pack of seeds that have like 50 seeds in it. And I can grow 50 kale plants that'll last a lot longer and save me more money in the long run. Wouldn't I do the wise thing? Or do I keep going to the grocery store and getting salmonella and E. coli lettuce and tomatoes? You see the point? Y'all see? You see the point? I'm going to use the thing that the Most High blessed me with, but then is it just now for me? Like, oh, you know what? This is my lettuce. This is my kale, homie. This is my tomatoes. This is my this. This is my that. No, we're supposed to be able to now take that talent, teach others, but then use that talent to put it to where we build up our communities. You see what I'm saying? Like, think about it. We got brothers and sisters that are lawyers, literally bar certified lawyers. Went to law school, Harvard, this, that, Yale, and they can go and plead a case. Don't we need lawyers?
Yes, we do.
Con.
Right?
Yes, we do.
Don't we need business? Like my rib teaches business law. Don't we need to know how to do business law? Don't we need to know the law of business? Yeah. But if everybody's like, well, that's my information, go seek it out on yourself, then where do we go from there? How do we build anything if everybody's still stuck in me mode and not we mode? Turn your W upside down. It's like Forex, right?
Yeah.
The W's and the M's.
Right.
But y'all see the point, right? The Most High didn't give us these talents to be wise in ourselves and wise in our own conceits in this industry know-how to just do it for the white man. Because that's all it really boils down to at the end of the day. We're supposed to transition from a place of I'm doing it, for me and for me only, and then saying, like the brother Abishai, he's a mechanic. But listen, there's plenty of times where he'll let brothers pull up and he'll lace the whole job, right? Not everything. You can't you can't just pull up and get brand new tires for free, right? I learned that now. No, I wasn't expecting to get no free tires, not on that truck, right? I knew I was gonna pay some dough, but he does whatever he can to say, man, look, pull up, I got you on the oil change, or pull up, rotate the tires, or you need an oil change. You pay for the oil change, but he'll add some extra things in there that he can get away with, right? That he can get away with. But he tries his best to make sure that what he's doing, he tries to do it for the camp, for the school, so that we all, the situation, we broke. Don't let the nice car fool you. We broke as hell. Half them car notes is behind. So let's be. Half them car notes is late. So don't act like because you see the nice car out there that's something, right? But you still got to maintain it, right? You still got to be able to maintain the vehicles, and that's just one thing. But if we were more in the direction of building up ourselves outside of our industry and building the importance of why I do have to sacrifice and give what I know to the next person, right? Think about it. Did you have to go to school for what you do?
Yeah.
Okay, now you got your son. Should he have to go to school and pay a school to teach him your knowledge?
No.
That's the point. Abishai had to go to school to be a mechanic, right? But imagine if a brother could sit up under him and learn and skip all the formal school crap that half the stuff is pointless anyway and changes, and go to the wisdom and the know-how, right? Just imagine that. You sit under a brother. But think about it. That's what we did in our past generations. You have to go to school to get a trade. What's that?
Well, I take that back. The only part of the school I went to was just to get licensed. My dad taught me.
Right. Okay, I get that
Yeah.
part. Because you handling hazardous materials.
Yeah, so I have to get the license.
Yeah, and that's understandable. Where you gotta adhere to the laws of the land and get your hazmats and your different licensing and understand about chemicals. I get that. I get that where you to operate you got to be licensed, right? So you might have to go to school for certain parts of it, but the actual trade and know-how and insight.
My dad taught me.
Your dad taught you, and you're gonna teach him, right? I didn't have to go learn how to be a carpenter or be a contractor from a school. My dad sat there and taught me things. He taught me basic plumbing. The one thing he didn't do was electricity, but he taught me basic plumbing. I could frame a house if I need to. I know how to paint. Just basic little things that if you have your own house, you might want to be able to do without having to hire somebody to do it. Basic patchwork on drywall and putting up drywall, and right? We built the podium. I wasn't here for this, but looks good to me. Helped build the one in Rochester.
Oh yeah, you were here.
No, but I was there for the one in Rochester, so I made up for it.
Okay.
But the school in Colorado, we built that. I helped lay most of those tiles, because at that time that's what I was doing, was tile work. Me and my dad, tiles. So I was in that mode of tiling. So I was like, I know how to do tiles. Okay, well, let's bring that talent. Let's knock out the tiles in the school. That's what we did. It didn't take nothing for me to give that talent. It didn't take nothing from me, but just really, I want brothers and sisters to think. Yeah, there's still a school in Colorado and Albuquerque. No, there's not a school, not ISBHPK in Colorado or in Albuquerque. I'm not sure, to be honest, what's happening in Albuquerque. I'll be totally honest with you. I think Bonabad is still there, teaching. I couldn't give you, I don't know a location. Where can I buy Israelite clothes? See, we got a business for that.
I put the link in.
Oh, you put it in? No, you didn't. Or did you? It probably deleted. You put a link?
Yeah.
I think there's a certain way you got to put links in so they don't delete.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, y'all see what I'm saying, right? What are we doing? Really, what are we trying to build? Again, I don't want nobody to think that I'm saying we got to be off the gridders, doomsday preppers, and you know what I'm saying. But think about it. Wouldn't it be nice to be able to live amongst ourselves and not have to deal with society and do things that and use our know-how and our skill? I mean, the white man does it. Esau does it. And if he don't know, he go learn. And he pulls himself out because the white man is fed up with prices, and he's fed up with all the things that his own people are doing to him. So he's like, man, I'm about to go figure this thing out. And he's out of here. And all the talents, and he might gather a few friends, right? Oh, he knows how to garden, he knows how to build, and she knows how to cook. Well, that's the start of a community. Think about it. If this world, you watch it every day on the movies. Anybody ever seen the movie Greenland? With Gerard Butler. It just came out during the pandemic.
I did.
Okay, so what were they housing in Greenland? Why do they want all the people to come to Greenland? What people? Did they want niggas and gangbangers?
Yeah, they wanted people that had talent. That knew what they were doing.
They wanted the doctors,
Right.
the lawyers, top engineers and architects. Because if society was to be broken down by that, whatever was asteroid or something, hailstorms were breaking up the planet. They grabbed all the people that know how to rebuild a society and keep it going. He was an architect because he was actually on the job building, right? So they summoned him, military helicopters and all these things, right? Go to Greenland, go in the bunker. That way, when we reemerge, we're able to build and sustain society. Top surgeons, neurosurgeons, doctors, this, that, lawyers. But think about it. We already have those talents. But why we ain't trying to build nothing? If we just think about this. If we went in, if the Most High blessed us with 144 acres right now, what the hell are we going to do with it? Who knows how to work the land? Who knows how to survey land? Who knows how to build a fence? Who knows how to protect the land? Who knows how to this? We got that. Trust me. All the cats out there in VA that's in the military that's licensed to carry weapons and know how to keep things in and guard and defend things. There they go. That's our military. That's our defense. Right? As far as bodies. Right? And then all the other brothers that have talents that know how to do just basic things. But is anybody going to be willing to sacrifice their life for the let's build together? That's the question. For the betterment of us, even in this little whack place, right? Because it would be better to be able to do it together than to have to let Esau tell us how to do it. You got to pull up to Fiesta and grab all the crap out of Fiesta. None of it's fresh. None of it is good. Come on now. Just think about it. There's a reason why the Most High has given us these talents. But are we wise-hearted enough to use them for each other? That's the question. And brothers are continually trying to dive into different learning curves and different industries, right? Why? Because those things are needed. They're needed. Oh, let there be light. Look at that HD. Right. But go ahead, read on.
Exodus 31, verse 7. The tabernacle of the congregation, and the ark of the testimony, and the mercy seat that is thereupon, and all the furniture of the tabernacle.
These two men, they were the foremen of these endeavors. They were the overseers. Because they didn't build them by themselves. There's no way. But you best believe they had apprentices that, hey, come here. Look, I'm going to grab you real quick. I'm going to show you how to work these stones. I'm going to show you how to work this metal. Oh, we need a 75-pound menorah made out of gold. I'm going to show you how to beat this gold into a menorah. They weren't melting pieces together. Let's not get it twisted. It said it was beaten. They beat that menorah out.
That's word. Wow.
Hell yeah, that's word. They took that gold brick or however it was and beat that thing into a menorah and then engraved what they had to engrave. That's work. That's talent, right? But just think about it. You know, I was watching a show. It's called like The Most Expensive. It's like a docu-series type of thing. But they were going into these traditions all around the world, right? And these industries. And one of them was they had to deal with the frankincense and myrrh. And they were showing that, you know, frankincense and myrrh comes from two places. It comes from Ethiopia, and it comes from two countries. It's Ethiopia
Yeah, if that tree grows in.
Yeah, where that tree grows. I forget. It's Ethiopia and somewhere else. But it's in Africa.
Yeah, like northern.
Yeah, I forget exactly, but I know definitely Ethiopia, right? But what's the issue? The know-how to be able to extract the frankincense and myrrh from the trees without killing the tree, that's what's being lost, because you got these modern thinkers that say that's not important no more. That's not important no more, right? That's old, archaic tradition, burning resin and doing all these different things. That's not important anymore, so nobody's willing to sit down and learn how to tap the tree, because that's what they do. They go to the tree, they scar it, they let the tree basically develop these, the tree basically bleeds, right? It basically saps out to cover its wound. Then when that sap dries up, they come with a scraper. All you do is just scrape the resin right off the tree into a sack. They bring it. Then they have women of the village that literally sit there and separate. Let me see this. They'll separate the frankincense and myrrh by grade. And it's going to be hard to see on camera. But if you look at these are all the same grade. It's going to be hard to see on camera, but they separate them by grade. They got grade A, grade B, grade C, and it's really by the size. And the bigger the size, the more money it costs, right? The smaller, more powdery, not really sought after, but it gets used for something. They'll make like the incense sticks, different things like that. How we get cinnamon? Does anybody know how we get cinnamon? Like real cinnamon? Huh? It's from a tree. But do you know the painstaking labor that a man has to sit there with all this wood, and he has to carve it so fine and wet it. He wets it, and it rolls up on its own and dries. And it has to sit there and dry, and he has to chop it and do all these different things to it for it to get, but just to be able to shave it, razor, paper thin, for it to not break or for it to roll. But guess what? That's going away. That's why you get fake cinnamon, because nobody in those villages want to take up that art. Papyrus, you know how the Egyptians wrote on papyrus paper? That's a whole art in itself. Textile work. There's a man in Iraq, or no, he's in Egypt also. He literally dyes the wool by hand. He's the only one that does it in the world. Every other industry, they do it through machinery, but he literally, him and his grandsons, dipping his hand in the ink, sitting there fat as hell, smoking a cigarette, broke, talking about he's broke. But then he got all these textiles, he just dyeing it, whatever color you want. And he's just manually doing this labor that was manually done, right? And we get it. Some things you can't rely on manual work. But the point that I'm trying to make is the tradition of it is going away because men don't want to pick up those talents. They don't want to pick those things up because now the push is go learn how to run around on computers and video games and digital, right? But those things are needed. What happens when frankincense and myrrh runs out? Because them trees ain't growing no more. I don't know if y'all know that. They can't reproduce the trees for some reason. So they're scarring the trees, and then the trees are dying. So frankincense and myrrh, but I mean, where's that little bag? A bag of frankincense and myrrh this big was like $20. It was that big because the scarcity of it. Being able to,
8 ounce.
yeah, this was an 8-ounce bag. I think I paid $25 for this, and not because of who sold it to me. This was all I could find. That's the problem. It's all I could find. You go on Amazon and stuff, you can't find this like that. You'll find the dark, but the white, no. And the spot we usually get it from, they don't even sell it no more. The industry is going away and the prices are going higher. There's many different industries and talents that, you know, the things that we're learning, we're supposed to be, our sons, our daughters, they're supposed to be sitting back and learning. Think about it, man, just the industry of learning how to cook. Just that industry alone. Remember back in the day, back in the days, when it was like a family cookbook? Mama wrote her recipes in there.
Yeah.
And then
Got those at the house.
and grandma wrote her recipe in there. And then Somebody would add to the recipe, but this cookbook was handed down to the daughters. Now we got McDonald's.
That's true.
And microwaves. Right? Women don't know how to cook. They just don't. They don't know how to cook. They don't care to cook. That's a whole industry in itself.
Yeah.
Just think about it. Something so simple, something that we do daily. But we do it so poorly because the industry has been, the talent, the know-how, we dropped that and said, that's not necessary. We're going to let somebody else pick that up and give that to us. So now you go eat Burger King, McDonald's, Taco Cabana, KFC, Popeyes, Jones's, Cane's. You got all the pickings. You got all the pickings, but guess what? We sick. We're more sick than we've ever been because of what we eat. So shouldn't we get back to the industry of being able to cook a meal for your family? Yeah, right?
So true.
Shouldn't we be able to do that? Yeah. Something so simple, man. So, y'all get what I'm saying, right? Now I know how to most side. Let me see. All right, okay. Looking up Israel. Right. Look up Israel. Read, go ahead.
And the table.
Yeah.
And its furniture, and the pure candlestick with all
Where'd you find
its
that?
furniture, and the altar of incense,
Nice.
and the altar of
Yeah,
burnt
I
offering
was looking for that.
with all his furniture, and the laver, and his foot.
Right. Was that it?
No, I gotta
You going to 13?
I'm on verse 10 right now.
Okay.
And the clothes of service and holy garments for Aaron the priest.
Think about it. They have to know how to make them garments. But why do we have sewing for the sisters? Well, because we're all the sisters right now. Ain't no sisters in here. Guess what they doing? Passover garments. Now imagine if we had to source that out to the nearest Edomite tailor. Oh my gosh.
Nice tag.
Bro, come on. Price tag. And it wouldn't even be dope. They wouldn't look good. Y'all see what Esau be dressing in? They're bland. They ain't got no style, no flavor.
It's true.
Right? We'd be bland as hell at the Passover. We'd be saltless. Right? If we had to source that out. Or they would put their swang on it. Or imagine if we had to go to the Buddhists to get garments. We'd be halfway looking Buddhists. Or imagine if we had to go to the Asians to get, well, think about it. When you throw on the clothes that they make from JCPenney and Dillard's, ain't you looking like them?
That's true.
Right. So isn't it important for us to have our own industry of being able to make clothing? So you don't want to walk around looking like the nearest European or Frenchman or whatever the case may be. And I hope y'all are hearing me out. These things ain't gonna save us. But if we're trying to come back to some sense of who we are and rehearsing the righteous acts, aren't we not supposed to get better and better as time goes on? Imagine if we could raise our own animals. You know, it don't take much to have some goats. You don't even need, you could throw a goat. Listen, I could throw a goat in my backyard that's big enough. One goat. Maybe two. You need 2 goats. You need 2 sheep. You got to have pairs. They get depressed and they start getting anxiety. Just like people, right? A man alone starts to get anxiety and depression. But think about it. It don't take that much to raise a goat. You don't need to know too much about animals to really raise sheep, right? Especially in this modern era where you can do what? Build cages, keep predators out, right? Veterinarians and vitamins and minerals and all these different things that the local herdsman way back in the day wasn't privy to. He was the gate. He was the defense, but now you can build up a whole defense around them. And you can breed them, and guess what? Now you got your own industry of goats. Oh, Passover time, guess what? We got our own lamb. We ain't got to go to the halal guys to get our lamb no more. Who God knows what they've done to those lambs. We don't know. We don't know. They might have set up some prayers over those lambs. Their little Islamic rituals, whatever. But guess what? That's the situation we're in that we got to go to them. But the question is, how long do we keep going to them? especially when the Most High is setting us up. He puts us in the neck of our enemies to do what? Are we not learning the things from them? So shouldn't we be using them for us? That's all I'm saying. Right? That's all I'm saying.
Just saying.
Just saying. Go ahead.
And it also says, and the garments of his sons to minister in the priest's office, and the anointing oil and sweet incense for the holy place, according to all that I have commanded thee, shall they do. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak thou also unto the children of Israel, saying, Verily, my Sabbaths ye shall keep, for it is a sign between me and you throughout your generations, that ye may know that I am the Lord that doeth sanctify you.
Where we at?
14.
That was in his
That was
reading.
in.
Oh. Does anybody got any candy?
Sugar's low.
I got you.
You got some? Yeah, I need like a little piece of chocolate or something.
I'm a one Izar, Shabbat Shah, Yahweh, Bang Yashala. Men of Israel, how am I doing? Hurrah.
How about Shem Yahushua Brakatham?
Yahweh Hashem Yahushua Barakatah. Yeah, it's not gonna let you put links in. If y'all try to put links in for some reason, the chat don't let you put a link in. You gotta do it a certain way. Or the admin, you might have to put it in. I know when I try to put like a YouTube link in, it don't work. You know how to put in the Israelware link. Dial one and see if it'll let you do it from your phone. Oh yeah. You know what's up. The water, bro. And the water. I'm getting weary. I'm getting weary in the flesh. Oh, I'm good. I'm good. Come prepared. Hey, smart man.
Exodus.
It's because your doc is so long-winded, he be having us here all day.
Yeah.
Okay? Right, go ahead.
Exodus chapter 31, verse 14. And ye shall keep the Sabbath therefore, for it is holy unto you. Every one that defileth it shall surely be put to death.
There it is.
For whosoever doeth any work therein, that soul shall be cut off from among his people. 6 days may work be done, but in the seventh is the Sabbath of rest.
See, the issue here is, what do we define work as? What is the Most High defining the work as that's going to get you cut off? Well, to break it down, make it real simple, it's when you're doing work for yourself. It takes work to gather. Don't it? Ephesians 4, get it real quick. Somebody look up the word endeavor. It takes a lot of work to get Israel to come together. Because why? Mad excuses, yo. My mama, my daddy, my uncle, my auntie, my house, my car, my this, my that. I'm tired. I got something to do. Read that, Ephesians 4 and 1.
Okay, Ephesians chapter 4 and verse 1.
Somebody look up the word endeavor. Read.
I therefore, the prisoner of the Lord,
Right?
beseech you that you walk worthy of the vocation wherewith ye are called,
Mm-hmm.
with all lowliness
Mhm.
and meekness,
Mhm.
with long suffering, forbearing one another in love,
Takes a lot of work to forbear a person. Go ahead.
endeavoring,
Doing what?
endeavoring.
Now, if we know from Leviticus, the 23rd chapter, that the Sabbath was the weekly gathering, the weekly unification of the people, the weekly step out of your tent and come with everybody else to the same place. Go ahead.
To keep the unity.
To what?
Keep the unity.
It's an endeavoring fly. To keep the unity. What does it say for endeavor? Benaiah.
Endeavor. An effort.
Hey, what?
An effort.
Go ahead.
An essay.
Uh-huh.
An attempt. An exertion of physical strength.
That's what I wanted.
Or the intellectual.
Now think about it. An exertion. You ain't got to exert yourself. Means you got to go the extra mile. An exertion of physical strength. Go ahead.
Or the intellectual power.
Or you have to exert your mind. That's work. Brain power. Go ahead.
Or the attainment of an object.
You see that? So to get to attain unity, you got to put in work. But on the Sabbath, I'm supposed to sit in my closet. Nope. On the Sabbath, we're supposed to gather. It's a holy convocation, a holy gathering, a gathering by summons. So if I got to gather and it takes work, then what do we define work as? Are we not all breaking the Sabbath by gathering or not? Aha, right? Aha. That's how the old boy from coming to America. Aha. Pastor Mark know what I'm talking about. Ha-ha!
Barbershop.
Yeah, no, is it barber? No, that's come to America in the barbershop. Yeah,
you do in the barbershop.
Ha-ha!
That's all you
He's supposed to be the Jewish dude,
Come.
right? Ha-ha! He didn't say ha, he said ha-ha, right? But just think about that. If we got to work to unify, and the Sabbath was about us weekly unifying, then isn't our definition of work wrong? And the work that we're supposed to be doing, there's one set of work for yourself and another set of work that the Most High wanted us to do towards each other. So once you get that grasp and understand, okay, we do got to work on the Sabbath. But what am I doing? Who am I doing it towards? Who am I doing it with? Then you'll understand really what the Sabbath's about. That if I'm endeavoring to be around my people, then I wouldn't have a fire going in my camp, in my tent. I'm going to be around the campfire. See that? I'm going to be with the camp when they got the fire. So a fire in my home wouldn't be necessary. I'm not going to gather sticks for my home because they already got gathered sticks for the temple, for the altar. I should be over there with them, not gathering sticks for the crib.
Right.
Cooking. Well, I don't need to cook at my house. They're cooking over there. Everyone is cooking here. See that? I'm not having intercourse because I'm with the people. And I'm not going to do that in front of everybody because I'm with the people. My mind is not going to be on that. It's going to be on the people, on my brother, on my sister. Y'all see that? So the work, remember, that sacrifice happened 7 days a week. Those things were going up a 6-foot ramp to be placed on that altar. That blood was being spilled. The animals were being chopped, cut. So really, what work is the Most High talking about that defiled the Sabbath? It's when you decided that you were going to put yourself outside of what everyone else was doing and do for yourself. And that's what we got to understand. When it's all about you, your business and everything is about you and building and promoting you. That's what you got to understand. I got brothers and sisters that hit me up. It's the Sabbath, but they calling me for overtime. Okay, well, think about it. It's over your time. So do you have to be there? No. Now, if you go, or if you don't go, are you going to be broke, miss a bill, not be able to pay your rent? Do you got to make up on some time? Because there's different circumstances, right? But if you don't have to go work on the Sabbath, then don't go. It's just that simple. It's good to do good on the Sabbath. But if you don't have to be there, don't be there. Don't be at work. Be here with the brothers and sisters. Sometimes it's just a little bit of faith that the Most High wants to see. That's it. He just wants to see you just invoke a little faith. Move in faith, not by sight. And guess what? That light might get paid.
I got a story on that.
He got stories. He got his hand up. What's that?
No, I just had an example from the scriptures with Yahweh Shai. But, because we always go to the story, them picking the corn on the Sabbath and everything. But
Matthew 12, right.
But another thing, when you go to Luke chapter 2, you start at verse 1, you find out that his parents went to the Passover. Passover was a high holy day, very high, double Sabbath, you know what I mean? And no work is supposed to be done, absolutely not, right? But when
Double Sabbath. Damn.
when
Double the rest.
Right. When they couldn't find Yahweh Shai, when his parents couldn't find him, and they finally did after they went a day's journey, they looking for him. The first thing he told them was in verse 40. Was it verse 49?
Read it. Luke 2 and 49?
Yeah.
2 and 49.
Con. This is the book of Luke 2 verse 49.
So in case you don't know what Yahweh Shai was doing on the Sabbaths from the time he was 12 years old.
Until all the way he died, right?
Right. Go ahead.
And he said unto them, How is it that ye shout me? Wist ye not that I must be about my father's
Business.
business?
Read it again, because you missed the word.
And he said unto them, How is it that ye shout me?
Sought
me?
right?
Wist ye not
Didn't you not know? Go ahead.
that I must be about my father's business?
My father's work.
Right.
'Cause
So
bus-
there was business to be done.
Right.
But it was his father's business, because you got the Ezra's people. Oh, well, you can't do business on the Sabbath. Well, you could do your father's business on the
Yep.
Sabbath. You know what I mean? That's the business Yahweh Shai was about. And he said, how was it that you sought me? What were you looking for me for? See, you don't have to. If a brother and sister's doing his father's business,
You ain't got to look for me.
Yeah,
You know where I'm at.
Right.
What you looking for me for? I'm on a corner. I'm in class.
Right.
You know where I'm at. Where you at? That's the problem. Why you looking for me when you should be up in the? You should be hearing the Father's business. God, that's beautiful. That's perfect. And that's the point where that servile work, you really were serving yourself. Right? But the priests, the people, they were there. We were supposed to be serving each other on the Sabbath. Being there for one another on the Sabbath. Where you at? Did you finish that?
Ephesians.
Finish that.
Ephesians chapter 4 and verse 3. Endeavoring to keep the unity of the Spirit in the bond of peace.
Working to keep the bond and the unity. Endeavoring, painstakingly exhorting your brain and your body to keep the peace. 6 days a week we keep the peace. On the 7th, F the peace. Is that what that is? Because it says no work, brother. Y'all working too hard over there. So 6 days we supposed to be keeping the peace and fighting for the peace. On the 7th day, we just let it all go. We just let it all go. Because, that's the day when we go to the closet. That's the day when we tie ourselves in the closet, stare at the wall, right? We can't, according to some cats, we cannot use electricity. You cannot use electricity because that's kindling a fire. You can't turn on your motor vehicle. Got to walk everywhere, but no, you're not walking because you're in the closet. And you're starving. You can't flush the toilet because that's work. Most importantly, you can't go to the toilet because that's work. But you can't push out the number 2 because that's work. So I got to hold all my pee in. The number 2, I got to hold that in. If I push too hard, put in too much work.
I break a sweat.
Yeah, some cats break a sweat on the toilet. Can't break a sweat. I'm being facetious because it's idiotic to think that you can't live on the Sabbath you can't do things like eat and use the restroom and use electricity. I'm being facetious because, and I sound retarded, right? But the doctrine sounds even more retarded. What's that?
What's most interesting as I'm reading about the law and especially the laws of America. The scripture says you shall do no servile work therein, which is work befitting a slave or a servant. And for most of these cats that is really sticklers about the Sabbath, they miss the glaring omission to that law. Is that if you're in America and you got a Social Security card, you're part of the system, right?
Right.
Under the 14th Amendment, you're cattle, you're a slave. 13th and 14th Amendment. You're basically a slave all the time.
Chattel, yep.
So all these cats is like, oh yeah, well you can't do no work on the Sabbath. Okay, you're a stickler for the Sabbath. Okay, but give up that Social Security card. Give up your welfare. Give up your
give up the job.
Yeah, give up all the benefits that you get as an American citizen.
401ks.
Oh no,
I ain't doing that. No, that's
fine.
fine.
Do that, but that's what makes you a slave. That's what makes it so you're doing work befitting a slave every single day.
It's those benefits you're saying. They ain't doing that.
It's actually just having that Social Security card. That made you cattle. That made you a slave. And you're a slave every damn day of your life here. You know what I mean? Damn. So when you're on the Sabbath and you're sitting in your closet and you still got your Social Security card, guess what? You're still
a slave.
You're a 14th Amendment slave.
But now you're a slave.
Fueling their system.
But now you're still now you're making yourself a slave to a day. So now you're a double slave. Right? Now you're a double slave. Now you make yourself a prisoner to a day where, remember, and we went over this the other day, right? What was this, last Sabbath class we went over this Sabbath? Yeah, because you had asked about it, right?
That's true. Yeah.
The Sabbath wasn't made to imprison us, right? The Sabbath wasn't made, what does it say? The man wasn't made for the Sabbath, but the Sabbath was made for man. That was our day to be able to rest amongst each other, not have to go sit in the closet and poop ourselves, or hold in your urine to get a bladder infection. Like that's not even practical. But that's why people hate the Bible and look at the Most High like he's a comic and a joke. Because you got brothers that's really pushing this retarded ass narrative of you can't use electricity. How does that even make sense? How?
The wisdom of Solomon said you got a spark in your heart.
Right.
Science says you got a spark.
Spark in your heart. The electricity that courses through your body. So do we shut you off for a day?
Your brain wouldn't work.
That's the point. Those electric impulses. But that's my point. Let's stop using electricity. Let's shut you off for a day, and then we'll bring you back at sundown. Right? See, it don't work.
Yeah.
Oh, grandmama fell and broke her ankle on Friday sundown, but grandmama had to catch you at sundown. Oop! Daylight savings, extra hour. Dang, you gotta sit there an extra hour, grandma. Oh!
A woman burns about 1,500 calories or something like that. What she breastfeeds, so you gotta let the baby.
He gotta do work. No. The baby gotta drink. The baby gotta drink cold breast milk. He gotta drink cold colostrum or cold formula it needs heat to break it down. It's just not. It's not practical. Is the point? The whole point of the Bible was to be able to use it and apply it and make it practical in our lives. You can't apply, sit in the closet, no electricity, stare at the wall, and just have nothing in your brain. That's not what the Most High wanted. I know I'm beating the point.
Yeah, like how you said, practical. That's one of the things I like about the name of our school.
Practical knowledge. It's
practical knowledge. It's used. It's brought out and shown how it's used daily. It's how it's used in a real life world scenario. Instead of just because you can sit back and you read the Bible, and I remember when I started talking to my family about the scriptures, they're like, "Oh, well, that was back then," and that's just how it was back then. It's not like that now. And I'll try to bring the practical, real world scenario of today's usage, and they just wouldn't get it.
problem is most of our people, they say they want to be free, but really what they mean is they just don't want to work. You know, because
Do their own thing.
if you want to be free, like what was our problem in Egypt? We kept crying for freedom. Then the Most High freed us, and then we was crying for food, we was crying for water. We didn't prepare ourselves to be free.
Okay.
Because when you're free, that means there's no system breastfeeding you. There's no system, you know what I mean, giving you your welfare, giving you your food, right? But there ain't gonna be no McDonald's, Wendy's on every block and all that stuff like that.
That's true.
You gonna have to find food out in the wilderness. You gonna have to make food out of what you don't even know is food. Are we really ready for freedom? And if you ain't ready for it, then you don't really want it.
Okay.
It's like a kid that wants a puppy. You know what I mean? Okay, here's your puppy. Oh, it died. Well, did you feed it? I had to feed it? Yeah. The food cost $50 a bag. You didn't prepare to have a puppy? You just wanted one, right? You wanted to look at it, right? Same thing with freedom. It's like our people like it as an idea, but they don't really want it. Because with freedom, there's no system. There's no American system cradling you and making sure that, you know, if you scrape your knee, think about the 1800s, right? The Western Front in America, right? You could die from a damn
Snake bite or
yeah. You could die from scraping your knee on a rock.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Your leg get infected, and then
It's a wrap.
boom, you got to cut your leg off or whatever.
Think of like back in the day, diarrhea was a death sentence.
Yeah.
You had diarrhea back in Europe and those places. You died like the
But
Black
that was
Plague.
freedom.
Yeah.
That's freedom. There ain't no system to help you. You got to help yourself. You got to find the medicine. You got to do all that. So, do you really want freedom?
Give us free.
Right? Yeah, you don't really want freedom.
Very, very
The
good
same thing what happened with slavery. We all got free, and then what do? Go get jobs.
We go get slaved again.
Right. We went right back on the plantation because why? We didn't want to make our own cities. We didn't want to make our own infrastructure and all that. No, we just wanted to mooch off of the other infrastructure, the existing. We just didn't want to have to get beat when we worked. That was it. But you didn't really want
We didn't want freedom though, like you were saying. We didn't want to really be autonomous away from.
It's so true.
It's a mental.
Very good.
It's a mental, but remember, the Most High has given us the wisdom to really not make the mistakes of the past. And, you know, bruh, at the end of the day, I don't care about no damn Social Security card. I don't care about none of that. It don't do nothing for me anyway. But file some little whack taxes and give back what? Nothing? Or I'm serious. Like,
No, you're right.
But you need those things if you want to operate any type of business, you know, or some type of number or whatever the case may be, you know. But it's what are you willing to sacrifice for your freedom? That's what it boils down to. What are you willing to give up? Just like, think about it. We're dealing here in Egypt, right? We're breaking away from Egypt to try to come into our own land, and the Most High is saying, look, I need y'all to give up to be able to do this thing without looking at Egypt for the remedy, right? If you scrape your knee in this wilderness, I got y'all. Or you can go back to Egypt and let them band-aid it, but they're going to beat your back in. They're going to beat your back in. They'll give you the band-aid, but then they're going to whip you and hold it against you. I'll give you the band-aid and keep you going. You see that? So it's just a mind, man. Let's read on.
Exodus chapter 31, verse 14, second to last precept. For whosoever doeth any work therein, that soul shall be cut off from among his people. Verse 15, 6 days may work be done, but in the seventh is the Sabbath of rest, holy to the Lord. Whosoever doeth any work in the Sabbath day, he shall surely be put to death.
And think about it. That work for yourselves, or that servant work, even your animals were supposed to rest on that day. You weren't supposed to load them up with your goods and walk them around and have them moving things. They're supposed to get a day to chill and not serve you. Y'all see that? Even the animals, even the Most High was looking out for the animals. Everything was supposed to get a little break, a little time. But again, what's the problem with our people? Either we go way left
or we go way to the right. We get over righteous or we get over wicked, right? And try to impose all these things that are not even, again, not practical. We can't walk around in the dark, right? Babies can't drink cold milk. Some people need to eat. You can't sit in a closet, and we got to go to the bathroom. You got to flush the toilet, and all these different things. Go ahead, read on.
They even got to where they were making up stuff. Like, they told Christ he couldn't heal on the Sabbath.
Couldn't heal on the Sabbath, right?
Like, nah, you can't heal at all. But ain't no law that says Christ couldn't
Heal on the Sabbath, right?
That's not, that don't have nothing to do with it.
Because think about it. I like that you brought that point. Psalms 133 says that the unity was like a precious ointment. Mm-hmm. What does ointment do? It binds wounds and heals. So, were we not gathering and healing one another? Of course. I get together with you on the Sabbath, and really, again, I always say it. I'm scoping you out. I'm the priest, right? And even the brother, man. You might say, man, look, my week was hard, and this was going on, and man, somebody stole all my cattle. And you sitting there down, and the brother's like, damn, somebody stole all your cattle? And you know, bro, I got you. Look, I got 2 extra cows in the back. Tomorrow, we're going to go round them up, and you got 2 cattle.
Wow.
Did I not heal that man?
Yep.
But how would I know what he was dealing with if I didn't show up to rap to him and see, man, brother looks like he got a problem going on? Right? How would I, or even the priests, you might go to the priest and say, man, look, you know, I'm broke, I'm this, I'm that. They might drop you something because they had things at the temple for the people, for themselves, right? They might give a little, man, you know, here's the alms. It says alms save in the day of death, right? Mm-hmm. So you give, but then you should be able to reap from that same giving. It's the same thing that we were talking about earlier.
God.
You see what I'm saying? But if you don't show up, how would they know that you're in need? How will we know? If you don't show up, if you don't present yourselves in that mind to unify first, all the other things is going to take care of itself.
So true.
Go ahead. Is this the last chapter in Exodus? We got one more. Go ahead.
Verse 16. Exodus chapter 31, verse 16. Wherefore the children of Israel shall keep the Sabbath, to observe the Sabbath throughout their generations, for a perpetual covenant. Verse 17. It is a sign between me and the children of Israel forever. For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, and on the 7th day he rested and was refreshed. And he gave unto Moses, when he had made an end of communing with him upon Mount Sinai, 2 tables of testimony, tables of stone, were written with the finger of God. Chapter 32, verse 1. And when the people saw that Moses delayed to come down out of the mount, the people gathered themselves together unto Aaron, and said unto him, Up, make us gods, which shall go before us. For as for this Moses, the man that brought us up out of the land of Egypt, we wot not what is become of him.
And this is another problem with Israel. We always want to make something a god. That's not a god. We always want to idolize something and pedestalize. And we know the same things, right? Our women, our bank accounts, our clothing, our muscles. What else? Our jobs, our bosses, right? We pedestalize. And our sports figures, LeBron James, Michael Jordan, right? We've been so accustomed to pedestalizing, putting things on this pedestal, and not giving the Most High. First of all, Moses didn't bring us up out of Egypt. The Most High did. Right? Moses was just the man that we had to follow, because Israel needs a carnal representation of everything to be able to move in the spirit. It just is what it is. We got that, right? We always need a sign. We need to see somebody do it, and then we're like, oh, you know what? Let's do it. But guess what? That's how sheep are. Sheep will watch a sheep do something, and they say, oh, you know what? We should go that way. And then they'll do it. But if that sheep jumps off the cliff, guess what they all doing? They're all going to nosedive off the cliff. That's the thing with sheep. So Moses got up and made a move, then everybody said, oh, you know what? It's safe now. Or else, guess what we would have been doing the whole time if Moses didn't come along? We'd be all talking about Hotep. That's what we'd all be talking about. We'd all be talking about Hotep and wearing dog heads. We'd all shave off our beards and wear prosthetics and have the one piece of hair hanging down.
That's true.
We'd all be doing that. If Moses, it would all be to the side, right? And somehow we'd all have it. Because you only really go bald here. You can still catch some hair right here. So even I would have one. I'd make sure it goes a little bit lower where the hair grows. And let it just come. Right, baldness would be it.
Oh, man.
But we'd all be talking about Hotep, Amun-Ra, and all that stuff, man. That's what we'd be on.
I just had visuals. This was so funny to me.
Of me having that piece,
God.
a prosthetic growing from the side of my hair and a fake beard. God, we just think about it. If Moses didn't do what he did, if he didn't stand up for the Israelite against that Egyptian, right? If he didn't give up the riches of Egypt and have faith, man, we'd still be in Egypt clamoring away talking about Kumbaya, my Lord, come save us, Yahweh please, but then still what? Feeding for Egypt. We have to see that man do it for us to do it. And it shouldn't always be like that. We're supposed to have the fire that burns in us to do the things that are right. Go ahead. Verse 2.
Verse 2. And Aaron said unto them, break off the golden earrings.
So, man, you know, I read this sometimes and I'm just like, man, the hell was this guy's problem? What was Aaron's issue? What was going on with this guy, right? You try to go into his psychology?
Maybe he was afraid of the people.
You try to go into his psyche? Well, listen, you can pinpoint a lot of things going on here. You could say, yeah, he was afraid of the people, but that's an issue. Fear not them that can kill the body, but fear him that can kill the body and the spirit of hell. So where was his fear for the Most High? Where was his faith? Where was his belief? Where was his insight into all the things that the Most High showed him firsthand? Remember, did he not go on Mount Sinai?
Yes, he did.
Did him sons not follow him?
Walk in the cloud.
Did they not walk in the cloud?
Yeah.
And feel the rumblings and see all the glory of the Most High? Did they not? Come on. But just think about it, how quickly they forget.
Forgetful hearers, forgetful seers.
Forgetful seers, forgetful hearers, forgetful doers, how quickly things change when you make it about you and not about the Most High. You can see all the majesty. The Most High can come down in a cloud. The whole angels can gather in one spot just for you. I mean, let's be real. Let's be real. The Most High did that for us. Come on, let's be real. When we celebrate the Passover, I asked us the other day, what are we celebrating? When we celebrate the Passover, what are we celebrating? It's coming up. What are we literally celebrating? We're celebrating the death of the Egyptians, because that's what happened. The Most High will kill a whole city of men, firstborn for you. He'll kill. He'll shed blood for you. Right? He'll anoint you high priest. He'll make you the most glorious garment. And we'll crap on the Most High that quickly. That quickly, with no fight. It didn't say an Aaron thought to himself, and he tussled in his brain, and he went to all the scriptures, and he went to all the talks that the Most High had, and he went to all, and he thought about Moses' sacrifice and the people. It said, and he said unto them, go get the stuff. There was no even like, there wasn't even like a contention.
You know, there's like, when you think about Moses, there's plenty of times where he was like, look, y'all don't do this.
Yeah, he would, like, y'all gotta chill.
God.
Aaron was like, cool. Okay. I got the tool right here. Y'all get the metal. I got the engraver's tool. Y'all get the metal, and we about to party. But what was going on with Aaron. And whatever was going on with Aaron translated to his sons. He wasn't Aaron at the time. He was Aaron.
God.
He was Aaron. Right? He went into Aaron mode. What's up? What's that?
It's true what John the Baptist was saying. Don't think to call yourselves children of Abraham, because
Right, we just read that.
it don't matter what position you hold with the Most High. You know what I mean, it's if you ain't really about it, if you just doing it
Yep.
robotically,
Yep.
you're gonna do something like Aaron. Because
Yep.
Aaron he was there from the jump.
That's the
You
point.
gotta understand, he was the older brother. He was
Yeah.
the one he saw Moses
Moses.
go in the water.
Yep.
Get floated down the river.
Miriam.
He saw Moses get
Yep.
saved. He saw his whole life.
Yep.
He was there when the first staff hit the ground and turned into a snake. He was there.
He was there.
He was the mouthpiece of God for Moses.
Yep. And that's the point. Like you've seen it all. But that's what I'm saying. To be able to witness every facet from Moses' birth all the way to now, to not even put up a fight, to not even be like, hold up, that's off. It's one thing if you was like, man, it's off, and they were like, okay, we're gonna kill you. And then he kind of broke. Bro, he didn't even do that. He just gave in. So I'm bringing that out because I'm trying to show y'all where was his mind. The Hawam said it. His mind wasn't in there wholeheartedly. He wasn't in it like that. His mental, his body was there. He was watching staves get swallowed up. He was watching Red Seas get part. He was talking for Moses. He was doing all these different things, right? He's all nice and dressed up. Pretty sure he had his garment on at this time.
You know what's the worst thing about it?
What's that?
Is back then it wasn't like now. We were segregated. We weren't mixed and blended with the Egyptians. They hated us.
You talking about right? You talking about here in Goshen?
In Goshen.
Right, in Goshen, right. We
in
were.
our own city. We didn't have nothing to do with Egypt.
Yep.
We weren't mingled with their customs and having transsexuals walking down our streets.
Nope.
We had our own
We
city.
had our- yep.
It ain't like now. So whatever Aaron got this from, he got it from wanting that. He desired that thing about the Egyptians. It wasn't part of our culture.
A man is drawn away by his own lust.
Yeah, it wasn't in
Dang.
our city. He was in his city looking at the Egyptians wanting something that they had.
Yep. When a man
Because
is drawn
we already
away.
had our own separate city.
Yep.
So when he made that, when that was the first thing on his mind was the same as Lot's wife.
Yep.
I
Looking
want
back.
what's back there.
Yep.
I always wanted what was over there. Y'all see that?
I mean, bruh, he didn't even he literally was like, get your earrings and get your nose rings.
Yeah.
Get your bracelets.
And look what he made. It said that a man will be known by his fruits, right?
Mm-hmm.
So look at the first thing he made. He didn't make a serpent on a rod. He didn't make he didn't make nothing that was symbolizing Israelite.
Nope.
First thing he made was Egypt.
Yep.
That's where where a man's treasure is. That's where his heart will be also, right?
And the fact that he didn't even, again, I'm a harp on this part. The fact that he didn't even contend.
Yeah.
The fact that he didn't even say, hold up, we already got the Most High.
Right.
And remind the people as the high priest, chief priest,
You shouldn't be reminding them.
that hold up, I rebuke you in the name of the Most High, Satan. Right? He didn't even rebuke these cats, man. He just, so
He
what?
didn't make none of the stuff that actually saved them. He didn't make no representation
Right.
of none of the 10 plagues. He didn't make nothing that had to do with Israel.
Another staff, nothing
He could have made an angel. I mean, shoot, he was in the presence.
of the angels.
Right.
Yeah.
He didn't make a burning bush. He didn't make a damn rod. Nothing.
He went right back to Egypt.
He took it right back there.
The damn cowhead, the bovine.
And that's
Because
our people. We
because
love slavery.
if you know about Egypt, one of their first gods, it was a cow. Cows, monkeys, and some of those animals, dog heads. Well, but even before they started to use a dog head with the human body, they started to do the cow first. The cows and just straight up animals.
Cats, dogs,
Yeah, and then it would say the word anthropomorphize.
What does that mean?
Like they would throw the cat into a human thing and
to represent
it.
wisdom or something like that.
Yeah, so now that's where you have like the Sphinx with the cat head,
Right.
human head, cat body, You got the dog head one with the human
Human
body.
body.
They started to do that stuff later on in their worship. But one of their first ones, it was that the bovine, the bulls and the cows, yeah. So just think about that mentality, though. Think about the mentality. Aaron, see, this is why am I harping on this? Because we don't want to be in Aaron mode, where you're running around in a garment, you're running around doing priestly things, right? But you're running around with Edomite thoughts. A lot of us be on that. A lot of Israel is on that. You do priestly things. I think I sound like a broken record. I think I've been saying this all morning, right? But we'll do priestly things, and the priestly representation, we'll throw on the garment, we'll shake each other's hands and salute each other and this and that and that. But your thought is what? Your thought is as soon as I get a little chance, I'm gonna introduce this Edomite thought process, this European thought process. You know what? As soon as I get a chance, it's all Kemet. Hotep. That's their greeting. We say shalom, they say hotep. Right? As soon as I get a chance and nobody's looking, Moses, I don't know what's up with that cat, man. He been gone long. So you know what?
That's been a whole 15 minutes.
Here's our chance. Kazaki is not looking. Here's our chance.
Wow.
Kazaki ain't looking. Here's our chance. Right? All of a sudden, Book of Enoch. Ta-da! We in there.
Oh, dang.
Book of Jubilees. Ta-da! Bless ye the Lord, right? Bible. Let's get that Book of Adam and Eve out. Because, that's more righteous. Right?
Dang. Quantifying this.
Oh, man. But that's what cats be on.
Judas mentality. The whole time I was with you, I was thinking about this.
Yeah.
The whole time I was with you, I was thinking it could be done a better way.
Yeah.
A different way. The way they used to do it was better. You know what I mean?
Yep.
That's
Looking back, again, it's like you said, looking back on slavery and bringing not just yourself back into that captivity, but the ones around you. Right? Look, come on, man. This cat was a pushover at the end of the day. He didn't stand up for nothing. He didn't stand up for the evildoers and the workers of iniquity. He didn't stand up. He got pushed over. You see what I'm saying? And then when you go into these other men like Saul, it's another guy. You start going into his mind and his psyche and the things that he was doing. You're like, oh man, this mind state. I can see why the Most High was just killing people, because he didn't want this cancer to spread. And remember one thing about right now: the entire nation is in one place looking. The entire nation is sitting at the bottom of that hill of Sinai, miles away, but there. The entire nation. We're not divided anywhere. So as soon as somebody picks up a mentality, that thing spreads like a brush fire. And now you just got wickedness in the camp. So the Most High had to be very, very, what we would say, oh, that's harsh. No, it wasn't. That's judgment. That's exact. Oh, I'm going to open up the ground and swallow up a multitude. 4,000 died. This amount of thousand died. Thousands of our people were dying in one swipe, in one snake bite. 4,000 dead here, 12,000 dead here, 250,000 over here. Like, we was getting put down.
Yep.
Because why? He didn't want that negative to spread. Y'all see this? And it definitely shouldn't have came from Aaron. He shouldn't have been able to perpetuate that negative. That standard is very important.
Yeah, it's like you say, Aaron had to have the same type of mind. Oh, Moses is not here.
Yep.
It was always in his mind to do that.
It was always, to do something on the same.
And then it's like Valwon said, the first thing he did was go right back to Egypt.
You go back to what you know,
Con.
but then it's like, how do you know Egypt so well? Like, how you know what they worshiping? If you're remember, Valwon said it. We're up in Goshen. We're literally miles and miles and miles away, segregated, living our own law. Remember, we had the law, we had elders and leaders, we had all of that. So why were we intermingling? Especially when the Egyptians wasn't even messing with us like that. They didn't even want us in their cities like that, because they abhorred us. They didn't like the herdsmen. They didn't like the beards. They didn't mess with none of that. They thought that we were the lowest class citizens and detestable. So where was Aaron's mind at?
And again, we don't want to fall into the mind of Aaron where we'll do the appearance of everything, right? We'll do the things that look good, but then our thought process is not equaling up to the look. You look like an Israelite, but you don't move like an Israelite. You don't think like an Israelite.
The Pharisees.
The what?
The Pharisees. What was it? Let your righteousness surpass
the righteousness of the Pharisees. You ain't gonna enter.
That
Well,
one?
see, some worse is on top of all that is when he said, "Give me, okay, y'all want a God? Give me your earrings and y'all give me your gold and y'all stuff." There wasn't nobody was being stingy there.
Right. Oh, damn, Thawon, why you do that?
When you raise the tiger, but what are y'all gonna use it for? Hold on, my earrings?
Yeah, nobody questioned.
Yeah, like,
But when it comes to the temple, it's like, again, y'all got too much. Well, the brother, he already gave both his earrings, so why I got to give my earring? Con, but see, what this, it exposing the people also. It's cold. Yeah. But these are here to do what? To show us how not to move. Because think about it, nobody's second guessed. Because how do we know? How do we know? Because that bull appeared out that fire quick. Quick. It didn't say, and the people contended amongst themselves to give Aaron their gold and their this and that. No. Verse 3, and all the people,
How many people?
and all the people, right? Said all of them broke off their earrings. They broke something off. Think about it. We so quick to give to negative, man.
yep, so true.
We're so quick to give to our idol, but that's why the Christian church is so big. That's why Islam is so big. That's why Farrakhan is so big. That's why T.D. Jakes and all these people are so big, because we'll be so quick to give to these idols.
Oh, I got another one.
But then when we say, hey, man, look, this is the truth, and you're like, man, this is the truth. You're right, Ak. I'm convinced that this is the truth. And we're like, okay, well, the truth needs stuff too. Because the school don't run just on brotherhood.
But I gotta go get these J's.
The school don't run on brotherhood. The lights don't get paid by unity. Right? The internet don't get paid off of you just coming. Right? It's a real monetary system in place to make sure that if we don't pay, it gets cut off. But
I gotta get these J's. I gotta get these LeBrons.
ooh.
Oh, have you seen them new Versace glasses? I gotta get me some of them. I mean, I would, but like, I gotta keep up my appearance, right?
I guess. But nobody cared about their appearance when it was time to give to first of all, our people go broke giving to the church. Let's be real. You'll give your last and then some. Grandmama will be broke in a nursing home giving to the church. Her whole Social Security check.
It's true.
Right? So, again, the mind state towards what we're doing here. Remember, it said that the wise-hearted have to be the ones to give to the temple. But it said all Israel gave to the calf. It didn't take that much wisdom. It didn't take that much considering. And that's the difference. And that's what we got to be scared of. Let's go ahead. Let's read on.
Verse 2 from the top. And Aaron said unto them, break off the golden earrings, which are in the ears of your wives, of your sons.
Ain't no rib rebuttaling at that time. All the ribs was in order. Right? All the ribs was in order. But try to dip into her bank account now. Oh my gosh. She want a divorce. Right? Try to get things in order now. Oh no, that ain't happening. All the ribs was in order. Go ahead.
And of your daughters, and bring them unto me. And all the people break off the golden earrings, which were in their ears, and brought them unto Aaron. And he received them at their hand, and fashioned it with a graving tool.
You got to understand just the work it takes to take golden earrings and make them into a calf. You got to understand the work it takes, the fire, the heat, the intensity, the time. Bro, he had time to do this. And then to engrave it with a tool and the detail. He was putting nostrils. He probably put the bull ring in its nose. He probably took an earring, put it in the bull's nose. But the detail he went through, come on, he engraved it.
it was obviously something they all wanted to, because nobody was like, whoa, 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 what are you making?
Right.
He was graving it. It didn't just happen. It didn't
Yeah, he-
turn into a cow.
Yep.
He was etching it, and when they saw the thing in the making, nobody stopped it. Nobody was like, wait, what's that? No, everybody was agreed in their mind. They were all unified. One mind, one judgment. That's what we want to worship.
It goes right back to the Tower of Babel. It says when the people are unified, nothing can be held away from us. The Tower of Babel, the people were all unified to build that tower. That's why they had the Most High had to break up the language and split the people up, because in unity, it shows you that unity is the greatest tool. When you're unified, that's the greatest thing you can have. And if you're unified in wickedness, guess what? Wickedness is going to come.
Sure.
If you're unified to keep a people down, guess what? They're going to be kept down. If you're unified to bring forth something good, it's going to come. Unity is a great, it's the greatest asset when you look at it. These people were unified to bring forth this calf. They didn't question. According to Aaron, it just came out the fire. We know that's not true, right? Obviously. But nobody questioned, hey, what you doing? Good point. Go ahead, read on.
Some images.
After he had made it a molten calf, and they said, these be thy gods.
I mean, let's be real. Let's be real here. It said he made a molten calf, right? Now, I'm pretty sure. Do y'all think he made like some little miniature?
Right.
Here's like a little miniature structure of the calf.
Took a couple earrings.
And bro, he took thousands and thousands of earrings from thousands and thousands of people. Just think about it. That calf it had to be to size.
But it said all the people, right? So according to the math, you got about 6 million people coming out of Egypt into the wilderness, breaking off gold.
Let's just times that by 3.
And we're Israelites, so we weren't wearing little clothes right here.
No, we was wearing damn door knockers.
Yeah.
Well, our brothers was running around with door knockers on, but think about it. If you just times it by 3, let's just say 2 earrings and a nose ring. Let's just say, bruh, that was a massive amount of gold. A massive amount of gold. When it said we spoiled the Egyptians, we basically took everything they had. So imagine, he put all this gold together. We got to think about this. Just think about it. The menorah that we made out of the beaten gold was about 75 pounds. That was the menorah. How much more were we going to go for the wickedness? How much did that calf have to weigh?
A full-blown.
He made a full-blown calf.
To size.
Yes. He made a to scale calf, man. I believe that he did that.
6 million people to see it.
I believe that he made a full-blown calf, and they hoisted that thing up on some stones. They had to put it up because that's what they did back then. They not only symbolized it as a pedestalization symbolically, they literally put it on a pedestal and raised it up to signify that it was above all things.
Straight Statue of Liberty type stuff.
Basically.
Say like Troy, with how they made the horse, big old.
Yeah. Come on now. All that gold, and you think he made something this big? Nah, bruh. He had a baby 500-pound calf out there.
Tony Award.
Yeah, he didn't. With some Oscar? No. No. He had a solid gold cow out there. Think about that. See, we don't think about that.
30-foot statue in the front of Big Boy. So
In the front of where?
Big
is
Boy.
that Big Boy, the burger place?
Oh, I've never been there.
The big,
Is it tasty?
it's a big kid holding a big old giant burger.
California.
Oh, I thought it was a donut.
Like a cartoon dude.
Oh, no, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
I know what you're talking about.
yeah.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Shoot, they got that thing's like 30 feet tall. So we didn't do nothing small.
We didn't do nothing small, and that's the point. We didn't do things small, man. We didn't do things small. So to get that much gold and to make a calf, that thing was probably to scale and bigger.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It could have been bigger. Like you think about that bull that's over in is it Wall Street?
Oh, the big bull. Yeah, grab the bull by the horns. Yeah, the bull. Yeah.
That's bigger than a regular bull.
Oh, that thing is huge. That thing's huge. That bull is huge. You can stand next to that, and it's 2 times taller than a regular man. So, but just think about where the mind was to worship, and think about it. It's idol worship.
Yeah, that's it
So
right
you're
there.
gonna go bigger and better anyway, right? But go ahead, read on.
These be thy gods, O Israel,
Wall Street.
which brought thee up out of the land of Egypt. And when Aaron saw it, he built an altar before it.
He did what?
He built an altar before it.
Now think about it. Our altar was 6 feet tall, 6 feet wide, 6 feet long. Can we think that he probably did a bigger altar? I mean, how do we know? Because when it was time to do Christmas, Israel went all out. We go all out for Christmas, don't we? It's the most wonderful time. Christmas literally lasts 3 months in America, from October to December.
Half a year, man.
From October to December is Christmas season, right? And you'll shop, and you'll bargain, and you'll dress, and for 12 days of Christmas, my true love came to me. And you'll wear its ugly sweater day, eggnog day, this day, Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, Christmas present, Christmas night. You'll do all these things for this one day, right? And then we're like, hey, we need Passover lamb money. And the chat goes dead. Crickets. Hey, we got to be able to buy the Passover lamb, but we need to get the money up. And all you hear is Jimmy D. Cricket. But you died for Christmas.
Mm-hmm.
You went Easter, you went and got the Easter suit, the new J's drop with the Easter colors, the pastels, the pastel pink and the blue, right? And you went and got the J's that match the purple shorts, and you got the shirt, and you wore that to church, and you like, man, my Easter fit, and you did all these Easter things, right, for this one day.
It's on the roof, killing yourself, trying to put up the 8 tiny reindeer.
All that.
Replica.
Falling off the roof, trying to put the Christmas lights.
Yep.
The nativity scene. You got real animals in your yard. You got baby sheep in a fake manger. Don't even know what a manger is. The whole nativity scene. Little crusty white woman sitting there holding a baby.
Yep.
You paying people to sit in the nativity scene. you paying workers to make it real life. Got a baby Jesus.
Get the homeless
Or you dressing yourself up in the nativity scene. Let's take the family photo. Right? And we say, hey, you should come to class more often. You've offended me, brother. Class? What dost thou speak of? All of a sudden you start speaking ancient talk. We've offended you and this, that, and the third. No, you offend yourself.
You're always talking about the same thing.
Yeah.
Miracle on 34th Street.
Every year.
Damn time.
What's the one? Ben-Hur? What's the one with Charlton Heston? The Exodus story?
Yeah, Moses.
We'll read Exodus and you're bored as hell, but then when we watch the white man do it, you're all intrigued, like, oh my God, he's so powerful. Look at his beautiful blonde hair, how it blows in the wind when he's on the chariot. Yeah! The point is this, man. The point is we'll go all out. We'll go all out, and we'll go all out for the world. And when it comes to the Most High, see, the count doesn't drop. They don't like this one. It went down. But we'll go all out for the world. And when we say, look, at least meet the same energy you had in the world, at least meet the Most High with that same energy. Trying to give you the benefit of the doubt, because what it says really is seek the Lord 10 times more. When it was your mind to go astray, if you coming into this word, best believe you were astray. You're supposed to be seeking the Most High 10 times more.
That's true.
But we all supposed to be in that mind. So we say, man, put your spirit in it, put your all in it. Give the same that you gave to Easter, Christmas, New Year's, this, that, and the third. The same way you idolized. Put the Most High back in that place. Just replace the things that you were idolizing and worshiping and keep the same energy. And as soon as we say that, all of a sudden now you tired and worn out. All of a sudden you gave all that you got to give. You singing that old I'm burnt out song from the past lovers that burned you. I gave it all. and I've been burned, and I've been used and abused. I don't got no more to give. You sound like a damn Mary J. Blige song. It sound like Mary J. Blige, bruh. And we like, nah, you got it. Look. And we push and we push and we push. Like, no. I'm going to be that old lion couching down on the couch. Ain't nothing going to rouse me up. Nothing is going to invoke the spirit to push me. But no, but look, look, come on, look. And you grab a cat. And you look down and it's like, damn, his whole knees are scraped up.
You been dragging him.
Tip of his toes is wore out. He's like, but look, my knees. And it's like, yeah, because I've been dragging you. We've been trying to drag you. Right? But when it was Christmas, you ran to Christmas. You ran to that mall. Ran through all them stores. Got all them gifts and then was depressed an hour later. Spent up all the rent money. And we're saying, look, you ain't got to do that. You ain't got to spend up all your rent money to do all these things. Just if everybody do a little something and give a little something, we all going to have. So when it says that he built an altar, I could only believe the magnitude of that altar.
Right.
Most High's altar 6 feet tall. Baal's altar 10 feet tall. I can only imagine. I can only imagine the energy they put into building for wickedness, man. And that's the
Church,
what?
show the truth.
Right.
Oh yeah.
God. Oh, don't do that. Don't do that, man. Come on, you're gonna make me feel so bad. Right? You're gonna make me pull up to Lakewood and ask Joel Osteen to let me in. You need to commandeer your church, brother. You need to preach. No, but it's not even just Lakewood Church. All you gotta do is drive down Eldridge. Drive down Eldridge Road right here. My kids, they go to school right across the street from like 5 churches. That's Church Road. One side is like Iglesias this, Shiloh this, then the other side is like Buddhist temples. And they back each other up. But if you even go and just look at their land and their building, and you're like, I'll take one of those. I don't need Lakewood Church. Can we get that? Can we build up to where we can just get something with a gate to show that, hey, we got a little something going on and something with some paint? Right? Something with some water that doesn't smell like sewage. Can we get that? Can we not have to be subjected to the base things, especially if we're trying to do this good work? But see, the thing is, it don't matter what we got, it's gonna keep going, the work. The things still gotta be pushed. But it would be nice. People walk in and they just, like, oh, it's nice in there. I mean, it's nice in here, right? It's decent. We're trying to make it look good. Could be a lot better. And that's the point. Remember when Solomon did the temple, when he did his house, it took him 14 years for his house, but it took him 7 years to build that temple. And the temple, just because he took a longer for his house, didn't mean that the temple was slacking. The temple just wasn't as big and didn't have as much as his house did. Right? But the temple was not shabby, is the point. Right? He put that same energy, love, and care in. That's what we're supposed to do. Let's read on.
Verse 5.
I like these chapters.
Exodus chapter 32 and verse 5.
These chapters.
And when Aaron saw it, he built an altar before it.
Uh-huh.
And Aaron made proclamation and said, tomorrow is the feast of the Lord. And they arose up.
You know this guy is bipolar. You know Aaron has lost it. You just built the whole calf and then you talking about the feast of the Lord? But how can you intermingle the twine? What is the...
It's true.
What does the idols have to do with the temple of God? You could tell Aaron lost it here, bro. He was out of there.
Quick.
Go back.
Verse 6. And they rose up early on the morrow and offered burnt offerings and brought peace offerings. And the people sat down to eat and to drink and rose up to play. And the Lord said unto Moses, Go get thee down, for thy people, which thou broughtest out of the land of Egypt, have corrupted themselves. They have turned aside quickly out of the way which I commanded them. They have made them a molten calf, and have worshipped it, and have sacrificed thereunto, and said, These be thy gods, O Israel, which have brought thee up out of the land of Egypt. And the Lord said unto Moses, I have seen this people, and behold, It is a stiff-necked people. Now therefore, let me alone, that my wrath may wax hot against them, that I may consume them, and will make of thee a great nation.
Yeah, the Most High was ready to kill the people and raise up Moses and make him the nation. Raise up the seed through Moses and make him the nation. Because what was the Most High looking at? The people were wicked, man. And Moses was going to be the only righteous man to carry that lineage, to carry that righteous line. And guess what? I ain't gonna front. I think if I was Moses, I'd have been like, "Yep, you damn right. I'm gonna move on over. You could get him, and guess what? I'm gonna do it." That's why I'm not Moses.
Lights.
That's why I'm not Moses. Because I'm gonna step out the way and let the Most High just zap you. That's the difference between me and Moses. I'm willing to do this. Fall back like a skydiver. Woo! Right? And let the Most High just do his thing. But Moses didn't do that. What did Moses do? Go ahead.
You know, just on this.
No, I don't know.
Just thinking about the disrespect that people had towards the Most High.
Oh yeah.
And if you relate that to your house and the things that you do for your children and how you make the way for them, you put in long hours, you try to teach them, show them, bring them along, and then for them to give credit to someone else that's outside of the house, to give the credit to they friend that they met at school,
or Santa Claus,
or you know, Kobe Bryant, he really inspired me. It's like, what do you think I've been doing raising you? They give credit to Kobe, they give credit to Jordan and LeBron.
But that's but that's what we teach them, though. That's what we teach them. We teach our children to give credit to the things that we idolize and that we push into their minds. We teach them that, but what are we trying to push into our children's minds? The Most High.
Yep.
And to look at the Most High and worship Him and Yahweh Shai, right? We're supposed to be looking at their example, Yahweh Shai's example, and what the Most High wants from us. But if we're pushing our children to idolize and idol worship the drug dealer, the pimp, the prostitute, the singers, the rappers, the sports. Listen, sports ain't no better than music. Let's be real. It's all intertwined, right? You got gay basketball players. They got homosexual rituals in them locker rooms. Y'all remember when Anthony Davis was in the locker room getting his butt slapped by his naked butt smacked by a bunch of dudes? Y'all don't remember that? Nobody want to talk about that. Right. Nobody wants to talk about the stuff they do in them locker rooms. Right? I watched an interview with Lamar Odom. He said it. They were asking him something about the female reporters. Why are they getting prettier and prettier? He's like, bro, that's to catch cats up, to get cats caught up. And then he asked them, like, do they go into the locker room? Like, what happens if they walk in the locker room and y'all are? He's like, listen, that's on them. They gonna walk and they gonna see everything swing. So if a woman can walk in the locker room and see everything swinging, what are the men looking at?
The same thing. Same
thing, right? And that's sports. We know what sports is about. We know everybody got the community shower. Ain't no privacy. Go to a sporting event. You go right here to the Rosenberg Fair, and you go into that bathroom and it's a trough.
Yeah.
That all the men gotta pee in. There's no privacy thing. It's a trough, like one big tub. So come on, there ain't no difference. But if we're pushing our children into one thing and saying, well, don't do this, but then we're pushing them over here, guess what? That's where you lost. You don't understand what all of it is about. It's all about wickedness. It's all about filthiness. There's no place safe on this earth. It says the earth is given into the hands of the wicked. It said the earth is defiled by the inhabitants. There's no place safe. There's no thing safe that you can just give to your kids or yourself without having to check and then we talked about it yesterday, purge daily from, and check your mind and make sure that you don't let this thing influence you. There's nothing safe, man. Nothing. I can look at every single thing and biblically break it down and say, oh, dang, that's off. That's wicked. That's this. That's that.
And it's like, man, everything is. But if we're pushing our children to these idols, that's what they are going to worship. If you train them up in letting their examples be sports figures and you know, singers, rappers, actors, political figures, then that's what they're going to idolize, man. That's what they're going to worship. But if we're putting them to look at the great men of the wisdom of the scriptures and dive into that history, you know, then that's what they're going to look at. Read on.
Verse 11.
I stole your point. I'm sorry.
Verse 11. And Moses besought the Lord his God and said, Lord, why doth thy wrath wax hot against thy people?
You know why it said his God? Because they were over there serving their God. But they was eating and drinking and doing sacrifice. That wasn't a sacrifice to the Lord. They were sacrificing to Cunin and Baal and cow gods. Ashereth and all that other stuff. But Moses went to the Most High and said, look, this is what's going on. Read.
Which thou hast brought forth out of the land of Egypt with great power and with a mighty hand. Wherefore should the Egyptians speak and say, for mischief did he bring them out, to slay them in the mountains, and to consume them from the face of the earth? Turn from thy fierce wrath, and repent of this evil against thy people. Remember Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, thy servants, to whom thou swearest by thy own self, and saidest unto them, I will multiply your seed as the stars of heaven, and all this land that I have spoken of will I give unto your seed, and they shall inherit it forever. And the Lord repented of the evil which he thought to do unto his people. And Moses turned and went down from the mount, and the 2 tables of the testimony were in his hand. The tables were written on both their sides. On the one side and on the other were they written.
You know, you got to think about the respect that the Most High had for Moses. Just for even allowing him to have a discourse like this. The respect that the Most High had for Moses, but then also the courage that Moses had, and the love that he had for the people to have it in his heart to speak like this. You got to see that, man. It's important. It's important because you can't just talk to the Most High any old way. You just gonna come any old way and act like he's supposed to hear that. Most High don't need no counselor. He don't need no advisor. Who's his advisor? That we may know him. Who's his counselor? You don't need that. But it was showing again the character of Moses really is on display here, and what type of mentality he had towards the people. Go ahead.
Exodus chapter 32, verse 16. And the tables were the work of the Most High, and the writing was the writing of the Most High, graven upon the tables. And when Joshua heard the noise of the people as they shouted, he said unto Moses, there is a noise of war in the camp.
Because that's how rowdy we were getting. Cats was getting faded, getting drunk, sacrificing the devils. That riotous noise, it sounded like we was at war. Go ahead.
Verse 18. And he said, it is not the voice of them that shout for mastery, neither is it the voice of them that cry for being overcome, but the noise of them that sing do I hear. That sing do I hear.
And it came to pass, as soon as he came nigh unto the camp, that he saw the calf and the dancing, and Moses' anger waxed hot. And he cast the tables out of his hands, and brake them beneath the mount. And he took the calf which they had made, and burnt it in the fire, and grounded it into powder, and strawed it upon the water, and made the children of Israel drink of it. And Moses said unto Aaron, what didst this people unto thee, that thou hast brought so great a sin upon them? And Aaron said, let not the anger of my Lord wax hot. Thou knowest the people, that they are set on mischief. And they said unto me, make us gods, which shall go before us. As for this Moses, the man that brought us up out of the land of Egypt, we wot not what is become of him. And he said unto them, whosoever hath any gold, let him break it off. So they gave it me, and I cast it into the fire, and there came out this lamb, this calf. And when Moses saw the people were naked, for Aaron had made them naked unto their shame among their enemies. Then Moses stood in the gate of the camp and said, who is on the Lord's side? Let him come unto me.
There it is.
And all the sons of Levi gathered themselves together unto him. And he said unto them, thus saith the Lord God of Israel, put every man his sword by his side, and go in and out from gate to gate throughout the camp, and slay every man his brother, and every man his companion, and every man his neighbor. And the children of Levi did according to the word of Moses. And there fell of the people that day about 3,000 men.
Sure. It's a lot. It's a lot, man. Go ahead.
Verse 29. And Moses had said, consecrate yourselves to the day to the Lord, even every man upon his son and upon his brother, that he may bestow upon you a blessing this day. And it came to pass on the morrow that Moses said unto the people, ye have sinned a great sin. And now I will go up unto the Lord. Peradventure I shall make an atonement.
Real important point right there, that word consecrate. Because you got a lot of Israelites now talking about there couldn't have been no Christ because no man could die for another man's sins according to the law. Right? You can't, one man can't die for your sins and all this stuff. But what does that word consecrate mean?
Look it up.
Because Moses told him, every one of you is going to consecrate yourselves unto your brother, right?
Consecrate.
Consecrate, dedicate to a sacred purpose.
To make or to declare to be sacred by certain ceremonies or rites. To appropriate to a sacred use, to set apart, dedicate, to devote to the service and worship of the Most High, to consecrate a church. Render vulnerable, make respected as rulers or principals, consecrated by time.
Right, so what made them separated as rulers, what made them, what saved them, what basically set them apart, gave them salvation, if you will, was each one of them had to kill one of their brothers. Some Israelite had to die, right? And to get them set apart. So
Blood.
how is it when we get to Yahushua
Blood.
that one can't die to make us set apart? Y'all see that?
Right, and we read that in Hebrews.
All the time.
And we read that in Hebrews.
Right.
That's why we went through the whole blood thing, because that's what I mean. You saying it. That's what that was about.
So we always, the point is, we always had that. We always had, the Most High always said, okay, listen, blood is gonna cover this. You know what I mean? Blood is some person's life. It's gotta cover this to set you apart as holy. So when you get to Christ now, one man can't die for one man's. Yeah, we've been doing that since Moses. What are you talking about?
Right.
We've been requiring that since Moses. So we've always had that. That ain't a new thing. Nothing Yahushua did was new. It was just the ultimate.
clarification needed. The call to kill was from Moses or the Most High? That was from the Most High. That was from the Most High. Everything Moses did was through the orders of the Most High. How do we know? Because the one time he didn't follow the order is the time that he got chastised. Speak to the rock, and Moses hit the rock. So everything that Moses did, remember, the Most High is the one that told Moses they down there doing wickedness. So it may not go in and say that the Most High said to go separate and kill, but
No, it does.
oh, does it say it?
Verse 27.
And the
And he
Lord-
said unto them,
Oh, there
thus
it
said
is.
the Lord God of Israel.
There it is. There it is. There it is. I stand corrected again. I read it, but I didn't pick that part up. So there it is. Verse 27 lets us know that it is from the Most High. And he said unto them, thus saith the Lord God of Israel, put every man his sword by his side, and go in and out from the gate to gate, and through the camp, and slay every man his brother, every man his companion, every man his neighbor. So yes, the orders came from the Most High. Where we at?
Exodus chapter 32, verse 31.
Uh-huh.
And Moses returned unto the Lord and said, Oh, this people have sinned a great sin, and had made them gods of gold. Yet now, if thou wilt forgive their sin, and if not, blot me, I pray thee, out of thy book which thou hast written. And the Lord said unto Moses, Whosoever hath sinned against me, him will I blot out of my book. Therefore now go.
That book of life,
Mhm.
where all your deeds are being written. That's what that's talking about, not the Bible. That book of life that we read about in Revelations. Go ahead.
Therefore now go, lead the people
See how we even knew that things were being recorded from the beginning of time? That the Most High was storing these things up?
That's deep. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, Moses knew it.
Yeah.
Moses knew that his actions were going to be weighed out when the books are opened, right? Like the scriptures say, when the books are opened and we're judged. Moses knew that. And he was like, look, if you don't want to forgive them, take me with them. Go ahead.
Lead the people unto the place which I have spoken unto thee. Behold, my angel shall go before thee. Nevertheless, in the day when I will visit their sin upon them. And the Lord plagued the people because they made the calf.
So not only did some die because that blood is required, but then they got plagued. Are we reading? Are we going to 33?
Which Aaron made. No, we're going to go to Ecclesiastes. So we're going to go to Ecclesiastes chapter 23.
Right. So that's it for the Exodus. Any questions on that? Ecclesiastes what?
23.
Read. I know it's a lot, but hopefully y'all are taking good mental and written notes. Yep.
Yeah, in the Apocrypha.
In the Apocrypha. He got it. Chapter 23 in verse 1.
Ecclesiastes chapter 23, verse 1. O Lord, O Lord and Father, O Lord, Father and Governor of all my life. Excuse me, let me start over. O Lord, Father and Governor of all my whole life, lead me not to their counsel, and let me not fall by them. Who will set scourges over my thoughts, and the discipline of wisdom over my heart?
Right. So remember last week, if you read the chapter before, really the thought starts in like 27 of the previous chapter. Who will set a watch before my mouth and a seal of wisdom upon my lips, that I fall not suddenly by them, and that my tongue destroy me not? O Lord, Father and Governor of my whole life, lead me not to their counsels, and let me not fall by them. It's the same thought, right? Just a continuation of the chapter. Go ahead.
That they spare me not for my ignorances, and it pass not by my sin. Lest my ignorances increase, and my sins abound to my destruction, and I fall before my adversaries.
Right, because a mind unchecked does fall into ignorance, right? And those ignorances increase. A mouth unchecked will become ignorant, and it'll be just a foolish person. Then they become a wicked person. So the thought is, well, what's going to keep our thoughts and our speech in line? Who will set scourges? Well, that's where the law comes in. The Most High speak once, the law, but then that's where brothers come in. Yea, twice, right? We're supposed to be able to dive into this book, into this word, and be able to read the do's and the don'ts. And the scourges are just like the whip, whipping things back in line. Why do they whip animals? To get them back in line, right? Not to whip them to the point of death, because that's not what the law was supposed to be about. But it was supposed to course correct in the moments where we were going a little bit veering to the left or veering to the right. We were supposed to stray through the middle. Y'all get that? Stay on that path. Read on.
And my enemies rejoice over me.
Right? Because that's what happens, man. Your enemies will start to rejoice. Because why? They just think about a lawless person. Well, when it's time for your enemies to fall on you, it's easy for them because they don't live by the same constraints. And they'll overtake you. Go ahead.
Whose hope is far from thy mercy. O Lord, God, O Lord, Father and God of my life.
That's what it should be, right? That's how we should be looking at the Most High, governor of our lives.
He is.
Khan,
Yes, he is.
but is he?
Yes, he is.
Go ahead.
Give me not a proud look, but turn away from thy servants always an haughty mind.
Yeah, but if that mind is haughty, the Most High ain't your father. Your pride is your daddy. Your haughtiness is your daddy.
My.
My. All right, go ahead. Smile up.
God, my brother. Turn away from me vain hopes and concupiscence, and thou shalt hold him up that is desirous always to serve thee.
Right, those vain hopes of, I want to be a star, I'm going to be something, I'm going to be this. No, the Most High said, I want you to be what I want you to be.
That's true.
Right? The vain hopes, I'm a boss chick. Those are vain. Most High said, you will help me, sis. You ain't no boss chick. The hell you talking about? You ain't no HBIC. You ain't none of that.
That's right.
Sis. You're not a ball player. You're not a pimp. You're not a drug dealer. You're not a rapper, bro. It's not happening. Most High said kings and priests. You can't be a king pimp. You can't be a priestly pimp. That's a pastor. So you can't be that, right? We know that's not it. Right? Most High created us to do his service and do his work.
God.
But what are you aspiring to be in this world? Most High said it's vanity if it don't got nothing to do with him. Regardless, if it don't got nothing to do with him, it's vanity. Go ahead.
Verse 6. Let not the greediness of the belly, nor the lust of the flesh take hold of me, and give me not over, and give not over me, thy servant, into an imputed mind.
Verse 7. Hear, O ye children, the discipline of the mouth. He that keepeth it shall never be taken in his lips. Because that's how you get caught up. The things that we say, those become the things that we have to live by. You vow that vow, it says, be ready to hear than to give the sacrifice of fools. Ecclesiastes, the 5th chapter. Verse 1, all the way down to about 6. But when you start to talk, oh wow, that's like a phone.
I think it was the baby gate.
Oh, okay. When you start to talk, now you gotta live up to those things that you're talking, that you're saying. The sinner shall be left in his foolishness, but the evil speaker and the proud shall fall thereby. Accustom not thy mouth to swearing, neither use to thyself to the naming of the Holy One. Now, I know what y'all are thinking. First of all, no. It's not swearing like swear words. It's talking about swearing, like swearing on the name of the Most High. Go to Matthews real quick. Go to Matthews chapter 24, and I think it's verse... Go to Matthews. Go to Matthew. What do I want? Matthews chapter... Let me find it real quick. 2674. Matthews 2674. Don't say con until you get it, bro. Stop capping. When you get it, then you say con. Nah, you say you get it, then you say con. Don't be like con and then you still flipping through the Bible. It's cheating, bruh. It's cheating. Cheater. Go ahead.
Matthew 26, verse 74.
Right?
Then began he to curse and to swear.
Right. Now who was this? Peter.
Con.
Right? Peter began to curse and to swear. Go ahead.
I know not the man. And saying, I know not the man. And immediately the cock crew.
Right. So what's going on here for context? Well, remember Yahushua told Peter before the cock crows thrice, you gonna deny me? So what happens? They bring Yahushua, then they see Peter. They're like, oh, you was with him.
Yep.
You talk just like them, and you with them. You was talking that same mumbo jumbo resurrection stuff. It said Peter began to curse and to swear. What was he cursing and swearing? Well, he began to, I swear to God, I don't know this man. A curse is just an oath. That's all it is. Don't y'all get that? Y'all get that? A curse is just an oath. You're binding things by an oath. So he began to curse, saying, look, this is how we do it all the time. And this is where we get it from. I swear to God, I ain't lying. If I'm lying, lightning can strike me right now. You just cursed and you just swore in that one instance. You cursed yourself with the lightning and you swore to God that you didn't do something. That's what it means. So I know we were taught cursing and swearing are bad words. Now let me say this. Are we supposed to be running around dropping F-bombs and MFers and all of that? No, we're not, right? Because that wouldn't be godly speech, right? Yahushua didn't walk around dropping F-bombs, but he definitely called them serpents and vipers and hypocrites. Now, if you called a man a serpent viper back then, you were literally you were on this guy's neck, right? You might as well just call him a female dog, right? But obviously there was the Most High. The Most High speaks with a level of eloquence. Even when we read the scriptures, he can show you horror situations and not be blatant with it, and he'll have eloquent words to be able to break down certain concepts, right? He said Israel is like a cottage in a vineyard of cucumbers. What does that mean? You like a cottage of cucumbers? Well, think about a cucumber and think about a cottage unguarded. Israel is like an unguarded house ready to be penetrated. Godly speech, right? It talks about a woman that is a thirsty traveler, and she'll drink all the waters for her thirst and wipe her mouth and say she has done nothing. Sit down on every hedge, right? What is he saying about this woman? He's talking about how whorish this woman is in her actions, but he's saying it with this godly talk, right? Now, that's what we need to adopt. Some of us got foul mouths. Now, listen, I've been known to throw a curse word here and there, right?
And when I say a curse word, you know how I'm saying curse words now?
Foul language.
Foul language, if you want to call it foul language, yeah. Right? We're not supposed to, I'm not advocating for that. I just want you guys to understand the difference. Cuss words, curse words, it's the same word. Cuss and curse, that's just ebonics. Cuss is ebonics for curse. Okay? You could look that up in the dictionary. It tells you a form of curse, the form of the word cursing. But to put a curse on someone or to curse someone, let me show you. Let's go to David real quick, because he did one of my most favorite curses. When he cursed this man's whole lineage. Go to Samuel's. 2 Samuel's. 3:29. Who got it? Go ahead, read it. You got it. You got it. No, go ahead, Lashabar.
Look at 2 Samuel chapter 3 and verse 29.
Let's see what an actual curse is. Go ahead.
Let it rest on the head of Joab.
Right, because what happened here was Joab unjustly killed Abner for killing his brother. So now David is putting a curse on Joab. He said, let this rest on Joab. Go ahead.
And on all his father's house.
And his whole lineage. He cursed his whole lineage. That what?
And let there not fail from the house of Joab.
Right.
One that have an issue.
Right. So there was somebody that's going to have an issue, some blood issue. Go ahead.
Or that is a leper.
Or that's got leprosy. Go ahead.
Or that leaneth on a staff.
See that? Or he going to have a crook back. He cursed this man's whole lineage. These men couldn't even enter into the temple to give sacrifice. They couldn't be a part of the priesthood, none of these things. Go ahead.
Or that falleth on the sword.
Or that just dies. They're going to be death, plagues, issues in this man's whole family from generation to that's a curse. That's when you curse someone.
That means right now.
Huh?
That means right now that man's family's alive. You can curse.
Right. And even the future. Go ahead.
Or that lacketh bread.
Or that's hungry. Go ahead.
So Joab and Abishai, his brother, slew Abner because he had slain their brother.
Right. So y'all get that, right? That's how you literally would curse a man's lineage. So when it said that Peter cursed and swore, he wasn't there like MF da 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 da. He was saying, I swear to God, I will bind myself to an oath that I don't know that man. And then what? What did the clock do? What did the cock do? Did the cock crow? Right? Because he was swearing that he didn't know Christ. That's all it was when it says to swear or to curse. A curse means a curse. The word don't change because we want it to. Curse means a curse, like how we're in the curses. That's what curse is. To swear means to bind by an oath or to swear. Right? That's why it's telling you here. So we got to understand what it's saying. Right? Now, I'm interjecting about the way we should be speaking. The scriptures say, if any man speak, let him speak as the oracles of the Most High, right? So we don't need to be walking around speaking like the heathen speak with all the foul language, the MFs and the Fs and the this and the that and that and that and that, right? Now, let me say this about that. Everything ain't just going to come off. We've been talking about this whole cleaning and washing and this and baptism. Listen, everything ain't going to come off of one person in one instant because we know we're not supposed to speak like that. It's not just going to change overnight.
That's right.
Do we work on it? Yeah, we got to work on it, right? We got to work. Speech is one of the hardest things to correct. Forget about foul language. Let's just talk about filler words. Know what I'm saying? Know what I mean? Know what I'm saying? Know what I mean? Some people say that at the end of every sentence. Know what I'm saying? Know what I mean?
Try.
Just listen to the typical street dude, typical cat just talk. Know what I'm saying? Know what I mean? Know what I'm saying? No, I don't know what you're saying. Because they're so accustomed to saying that as a filler to break that habit, you really got to pay attention and really, really hone in. So just like using the foul language, like we try not to, I mean, come on, man, I ain't gonna lie. I mean, at the end of the day, we're not perfect. And am I sitting there saying that we don't work on it? Of course we work on it. I try not to use that language around my children. Because why? You got Mana Shah, he repeats everything. Right? I just heard that you were using foul language in the back. Oh, somebody told on you. Yes, sir. We're going to deal with that later. Right? You were, right? I know. Can't lie to me. Can't lie to me. But I know what you were saying back there. I know everything. See that? So we don't want our kids to move around using that type of language, the MFs and the Fs, dropping F-bombs and calling women BITCHs, and nah, that's not how we supposed to. First of all, that's not how we supposed to represent we talking about how we represent the Most High in Christ and how we're supposed to present ourselves, right? It's not just the garment, because what is going to taint the garment? Is it not the speech? If I sit up here and drop a lengthy dissertation that sounds so eloquent and is full of knowledge and wisdom, and then I end it with a F you all, or it's just an F-bomb after every sentence, y'all gonna be like, jeez, this guy is terrible, right? You're gonna be like, but see, even the rude speech is not that level. There's a rudeness of speech, but then there's also the language that we gotta think about. If we gotta tell ourselves we gotta stop saying this around our kids, that means what? That we gotta stop doing it for ourselves. So that's not the rudeness in speech. There is a rudeness in speech. There is a jagged, rough speech. You see what I'm saying? But that doesn't necessarily mean that it's filled with F-bombs and MFers, right? You didn't hear David walking around calling the next man a BITCH.
That's true.
You didn't hear women doing that. You know how women do it? Now I'm going to use the word. I guess. Right? Because I'm going to use it twice. I'm letting y'all know. I'm going to use this word. Because men can't call a woman a bitch. But women can call a woman a bitch. Or a hoe, right? But I'm using that word because that word is so detrimental to women when men say it. Yep. But when women say it to women, it's like, oh no, that's my homegirl, girl. You my top BITCH. And it's like, okay, so when it's used is when it's bad? Does that make sense? I'm done.
Oh, I was bleeding a little bit.
Oh man, stop it. I'm done.
Colossians 3, right? Colossians 3 and 8.
Seasoned with salt?
No, it goes
What
with
is
what
that?
you're talking about.
Go ahead, go read it. You can read it. If you pull it, read it. Stand up and read. Come on. Don't be pulling it if you ain't ready to read it.
All right.
I'll break it down, you read it. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. Colossians 3.
Right.
8.
Right.
It says, but now ye also put off all these anger, wrath, malice, blasphemy,
Right. Blasphemy.
filthy
Communications.
out of your mouth.
Right. So, come on. Like, let's be real. That's there. Right? It's there. We're not denying that it's there. Like, let's be real. We're not denying that. But is it all going to be put off in one day is the question. We all read it, so now we all clean. You mean to tell me, so first of all, okay, it says to put away wrath, right? It says also, what else was in there? Blasphemy, wrath. Did it say anger?
Anger.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold up. Who in here is a master of their anger? Raise your hand. See? We can't be hypocritical, man. We can't be hypocritical and act like we're going to hone in more on one thing and neglect the others. Because if filthy communication is in the same verse, then doesn't it hold the same weight with anger?
Yes, it does.
Okay then. So we got to not be hypocritical and act like one thing takes precedent over the other. What it is It's a work that we got to put in to put off all the old deeds of the old man. But it does not happen with anybody overnight. It doesn't happen in a year. I talked about it yesterday. I was asking brothers, how old are you? Oh, brother, you 30? Okay, you got 30 years of filth. You 33, you got 30 years of filth to wash off. Right? Because that's what it is. Now, each man is different in how fast he can get that thing washed off, but why does it tell us in Thessalonians that there has to be a twinkling? Why does it tell us that the immortal has to put off his immortality? Because what comes with being immortal? What comes with the flesh? Isn't it anger? Isn't it wrath? Right? And listen to how I'm saying this and what I'm saying. A just man falls 7 times. So what does that mean? If a just man can fall 7 times, what does that mean? What is he falling to? Well, in one instance, he might fall to his anger, and he works on it. Next instance, he might fall to his pride. He works on it. The next instance, he might fall to his lust. He works on it. But what is that showing us? That there's always something to work on. You might be perfect over here, just like the Pharisees, right? They were perfect in the law. Perfect. But why did Yahushua have so much issues with them? Them dudes knew the law in and out. They were lawyers. Y'all know that, right? The Pharisees were lawyers. Paul tells you he was perfect in the law. You could not dispute with this man, not 1 ounce of the law. But why did Yahushua have a problem with the Pharisees? Was it the fact that they were doing the law wrong? No, they were perfect. They were perfect in what they were doing and what they were presenting, but where was their imperfection? Well, we read it earlier. You bring the tithes of a mint, anise, and cumin, but you omit the weightier matters of the law. The judgment, the mercy, right? That was the issue that he had, where they were doing one thing over here super perfect. But guess what? Over here they were whack. The thing that mattered, he said the weightier matter. So there are weightier matters than what? Or I should just say some things are weightier than others.
It all matters.
It all matters, but some things take precedence over others. Now I might spew out a foul language word here. I don't want to even use the word curse words no more because it's going to confuse, or swear words. I don't even use those words. But I might throw out some foul language here and there, right? At the same time, is that my calling card? No, it's not. And if I do use some type of language, first of all, I don't think y'all realize how calculated we are up here. If you do hear me say something, trust me, I said it for a reason. I said it, I wanted to incite something in the listener. I said it for a reason. So if you hear me, I'm not up here dropping MFs, okay? We're definitely not doing that. We're not going to that level, right? That's vulgar. But if you hear an SHIT, right? That's calculated. We're not up here dropping F-bombs. But that's the closest. You might hear a SHIT once every so often. Once every so often, right? To get a point across.
I can't even remember the last time I heard that up here.
It's been a minute, right? I remember. It was a sister's class, and you were going in.
Right.
Right? But this is the thing. We don't accustom our mouth to we shouldn't be accustoming ourselves to speak like that for our children, for ourselves. And just remember, what are we trying to portray? There's many Israelites out there that already speak like that.
It's true.
Right? And to me, it diminishes the level. I mean, listen, if you would have called us 20 years ago, this podium was hot like fire. Oh, there was no words off limit. But think about it. We got sisters. There's certain things I don't even like to, there's certain words I don't even like to say. But we have to say certain things. And I try to be as scientific as possible with certain words. Right?
Or topics.
And then also for the YouTube, they'll cancel you quick. So you can't even say pandemic. Oh. You can't even say COVID. Oh. Hey, VA, we're gonna have to use y'all's channel next week. Just off they're gonna flag us. We're gonna have to use Rochester's channel. But the point is that if we're putting off the old man, that he's not gonna get put off overnight. And there are things that need more work than others and take precedence in that work. Right? So it's not that I'm not gonna say this. I'm not advocating for foul language at all, because again, if you would have caught us 20 years ago, you'd have been like, wow. And now you rarely hear us speak like that. Now you might have some other brothers in the comfort of their home and this and that and the third, they speak a certain way. Well, guess what? That needs to be worked on for the betterment of the body, right? For the betterment of the body. But everything ain't gonna be worked on in one day, and we don't want to be hypocritical and hold a man to a standard that in one area, right, that we're not even reaching in another area for ourselves.
That's true.
Right? Go here real quick. Let me just go to just on that point, man. Just on that point, go to go to James real quick too. Go to James chapter 2 and verse 10. Let's just, because this is it can become hypocritical if we're holding a person to this high level of a standard of speech or foul language or whatever it is. But then remember, it said in there anger. Anger is something that is prevalent in just males. We stay mad and angry, right? I'm angry every day. It says oppression make a wise man mad.
That's why I try to smile.
But then it also says, but it says anger rests in the bosom of a fool. Mm-hmm. But think about your anger level on a day-to-day basis. So before you tackle your anger, or before we tackle each other on these different things, are we tackling the things inside of us? The mote in your eye, the mote in my eye, the beam in yours. Swallow a gnat, trying to swallow a camel, right? Y'all know about them scriptures. Church love those, right? Yeah. Those are the ones. But do they go here? Read this. They don't go here because they don't even believe in the law. Read James 2:10.
Book of James chapter 2 and verse 10.
Right?
For whosoever shall keep the whole law,
right,
and yet offend in one point, he is guilty of all.
So there goes that hypocritical. You keep the whole law, but you make a mistake in one point, you're guilty of the whole law. So what does that mean? Well, at some point you are going to offend in the law. Right. Now, are you going to be offended in the way of a murderer or a rapist, something that high of a level? No, you're not. Guess what you might do? You might wear mixed fabrics.
You don't know about that, bro?
See, but that's the point. You might wear mixed fabrics, and you might be like, oh, I didn't know that. I can't wear mixed fabrics. Cotton and wool. Wool and linen? Wait, so we don't wear silks? What's that, sis?
So we don't wear mixed fabrics?
According to the law, no.
Okay.
We're not supposed to mix fabrics. We can go there. Get it. No, but you get it if you get it. But no, we're not supposed to mix fabrics. You're not supposed to, listen, you're not supposed to plow. I'm going to show you something. I'm going to bring this right around. You're not supposed to touch anything that a woman touches when she's on her menstrual cycle. She's unclean. It in turn makes you unclean. But no, my rib, when she's on her cycle, she lives in the garage, huh? Oh, cool. That's what's up, brother. Come on. You go to the grocery store today? You take the public transportation today? You go to work today and touch the door handle? I guarantee in one of those instances, there was a woman that was on her cycle, and you touched that door handle, you sat in that seat she sat in. Everything that she sat on and touched was unclean. Well, nah, you know, got him. Oh, I got another one for you. Oh, okay, so I don't eat pork. I'm a stickler for the law. Cool, brother. You don't eat pork. Come on, sis. You eat at restaurants? Yeah, you know, I be eating out here and there. Oh, okay. Did you know that if that restaurant served anything unclean, the vessels that were cooked on it were supposed to be discarded? Oh, there goes Benny Hanna's. There goes Hibachi-san. Because they got that big old grill doing what? Pork, shrimp, crab, lobster, and your little old chicken fried rice in the corner. But I didn't eat the pork. Oh, but the vessel was unclean, bruh.
Grease touched.
The grease don't even got to touch it.
Nope, we don't even got it.
The vessel is unclean.
The vessel.
That's true.
But see, you offend at one point, you break them all. So guess what you can't do? Stop eating out. Stop eating out. Guess what you got to do now? You got to make your own clothes from scratch. Right? You literally got to do what? Check every single label to make sure, ain't no mixed fabrics here. So now you got to eliminate half your wardrobe. Oh, wow. Ooh, who's ready to do that? Eliminate half your wardrobe. See, what I'm touching on is where we don't want to get to, which is being a hypocrite, which is being what Yahushua continually blasted was the Pharisees. Well, your men are walking through the field and eating corn. Okay, cool. Which one of you, having an ox fall in a ditch on the Sabbath day, is just going to leave it? You got us there. We're out of here. Why do you have to deal with them like that? Because they weren't looking at the other side. They weren't looking at the fact that what? Yeah, you guys are perfect in what you're doing in one aspect, but you're failing in the other aspect. And what was the purpose? Well, the purpose was to bring it all together and try to be clean all the way around, right? Go ahead. Read where you at.
Verse 11. For he that said, do not commit adultery, said also, do not kill.
There it is. The Most High gave all the law. You can't break one and then act like because you cleaned in another that you're good. Go from there. Go to Ecclesiastes real quick. 7:16. Ecclesiastes 7:16.
Ecclesiastes chapter 7, verse 16. Be not righteous over much.
Right?
Neither make thyself over wise.
See that? We can't try to be over righteous. There's a such thing as being overly righteous. Trying to do what? You're trying to live to the exactment of the law. Well, guess what? You're not going to be able to do it in this present world. You're not going to be able to do it in this present world. There's going to be something there that's going to do what? When you go and get your kimchi, and you thinking that you're getting some fermented cabbage to help your gut microbiome, and you're like, dang, this kimchi is tasty. And you scooping out kimchi. And you're like, wait, no kimchi supposed to taste this good. And you look at the back and you're like, oh.
Pork enzymes.
They put shrimp in the kimchi. Shrimp juices. Got them. Bow. Remember Granny's cornbread? Remember that Jif cornbread that we used to all make? Now you got to get the vegetarian version, because if you don't, you eating pork. Bam. Right? Remember the refried beans? Now you got to get vegetarian. Think about it. You got to get vegetarian beans. I thought beans were already vegetarian.
Right.
Bruh.
So you're saying pinto beans?
Refried beans or pinto beans that they mash up.
Yep.
But you have to get vegetarian. That's not. They cook them with lard.
Okay.
So you got to get the vegetarian bean, which a bean is already vegetarian. Don't y'all see what's going on? It's rigged for you to fail. Corn, bread. It's corn and bread. What does a pig got to do with that? Don't y'all get it?
Oh, man.
The point is you're going to kill yourself trying to keep up with every single label. Now, are we supposed to look at the labels? Yeah.
Yeah.
Stay away from certain things? Yeah. But guess what? Some things are going to slip through the radar. Some things, when you start going into how they make candy and all these different things, and, oh wow, I didn't know they put gelatin in all them candies.
They do.
Ooh, Jello. You got to get vegan marshmallows. Vegan Jello. Remember Jello? That's all gelatin. Pork. Pork. Oh, better check your toothpaste. That got gelatin too. Oh, better check. I mean, come on, man.
Your breath mints. So you
Better check your breath mints. That's vegan. All that got pork in it also. Altoids.
The Altoids.
Yeah. There's so many ways that they get you where you think like, oh, I'm being righteous. Come on, man. Y'all didn't hear about the Muslims over there in Europe? They was putting pork enzymes in their chicken. Halal chicken with pork enzymes.
Stop it.
No, I'm being 100% serious.
Yep.
It started a whole lawsuit. Because why are you injecting pork enzymes into chicken? But we were eating halal. It's kosher. Think again, bro. It's sinful. They cause you to break the law. So we can sit there and the point is not to watch, read it again.
Ecclesiastes chapter 7 verse 16.
Right?
Be not righteous over much.
Right.
Neither make thyself over wise.
Or over wise, right? Because that's a weariness of the flesh. Go ahead.
Why shouldest thou destroy thyself?
Right, because that's how you're gonna destroy yourself. Trying to make sure you live to the exactment of everything. We're not even in that situation to be able to do that. When your enemy gotta feed you, when your enemy gotta clothe you, when he's clothing you, you think he cares about your mixed fabrics? You think when he's feeding you, he thinks he cares to like, oh well, you know what? Them Israelites over there, they don't eat pork, shrimp, crab. You know what? We gotta look out for them. Bro, he's looking out for his bottom line. When he gotta educate your kids, you think he gives a damn about what he's bringing to your kids? When they bring it, they introducing critical. What is it? Race.
Critical race.
No, not critical race theory, because that's always been part of school. When they bring in sex ed to like 4-year-olds and 5-year-olds, but it's not just sex ed; it's like transgender ed.
God.
When they got the transgender reading library books to your kindergartner, you think they care? You think they care what the Bible says about the sun, moon, and the stars? They'll teach your kids about planets and all the stuff the Bible don't talk about. Well, no, little girl right there. Oh, she's an Israelite. We can't talk. We can't teach this. They're like, please, you better sit down and learn something.
At the sisters that work at the daycare, they got this whole Indian God festival week or whatever.
Because they're all Indians. You think they care about anybody else in there that don't worship that? No, we worship in our thing.
Yeah.
You better call in from school that day. Have your parents sign you out early, something, or what? Just be a part of it. And you at home like, don't do this, don't do that, but they at school learn about Buddha. I mean, so what do you do? What do we do? What do we do in these instances? Well, the point is to not just feed into these things. And I'm not just talking about the foul language. I'm talking about everything. right? Because it's not just a foul language thing or a music thing or a movie thing or a sport thing. It's everything. It's everything that they put in front of us is meant to destroy us. Don't you get it? So what's the point of what I'm saying? Well, the point is to be able to build our minds to not let those things hinder, destroy, or pull us. That's the point. Right? When it comes to, going back to the swearing and those different things, or the foul language, well, what's our job? The scriptures say to condescend to men of low estate. If the meat offend, you no longer eat meat. Right? And that's what we're supposed to be doing. We're supposed to be getting better anyway. But I just want everybody to know that everything is not going to change overnight. Right? Especially if this is the thing. The one thing about being new in any situation, you never understand the inception of a thing, the beginning of it. You don't see the beginning, you only see the part that you see. So if you jump into a movie and you start watching the middle, you're not going to understand the beginning of the movie, and you won't even understand the part where you begin to watch. So what do you miss? Well, you miss where that thing started and where it really is. Y'all see what I'm saying? There's a point where if I meet you today and you're a certain way, but you're a man that's working on himself. Well, I only see today, right?
Okay. You don't see what I'm
I didn't see what you were like 8 years ago, where you were worse, right? I only see today, and I could judge only off today and say, "Damn, you garbage."
According to your standards.
Well, according to what I see, and my state, and you're right, and my standard. But in your mind, you're like, well, you should have met me 10 years ago. I was even worse. I can say that about myself. If y'all would have known me 10, 20 years ago, the 20-year-old me, way different cat.
Kicking down doors, body slamming Christmas trees.
All that. And that's just one aspect of it. But just the way I thought and processed and looked at things was a totally different way.
Okay.
The 20-year-old me was not a good me. The 40-year-old me is better than the 20-year-old me, but is the 40-year-old me perfect? No. The 40-year-old me needs work. And that's the point. As long as we're here, it's work. It's a constant fight. It's a constant trying to move things out of our way and build past these things and get these negatives up out of us. We talked about it last night a little bit about this washing and the baptism and the glory to glory that we're supposed to go from. We just got to remember that. What y'all saying online? Kills from Moses. Right. You about that. You guys like Mexican food? Well, they make beans with manteca, which is lard. That's what I'm saying. They put beef. But also,
lard.
You know what you got to be careful of? When you go get your tortillas, how do they cook the tortillas? You think, I'm eating a flour tortilla, and guess what that's nice and fried up in real delicate lard. You got to ask them, do you cook your tortillas with lard or with oil? When you saying what you saying, the brother's eating pork, you're right. No, I missed that. But let's go back real quick. I know I kind of went off topic a little bit, but I wanted to touch on it. Where was I at?
Verse 9.
What chapter?
23.
Right. So the swearing, accustom not ourselves to swearing or binding ourselves, binding these oaths and using the Most High's name in vain and all these different things. Right. We don't have to. This is the thing. What we don't have to say is, you know what's worse than using foul language is swearing. That's worse. Do y'all realize that? I know y'all didn't realize that. It's worse to swear on something or have to swear on something than to even use foul language. That's why there's so many verses on swearing and using the Lord's name in vain and binding yourself to an oath you can't, because when you swear something, you're binding yourself to an oath. We don't have to do anything and say, I swear that I'm going to do it. Right?
Yeah.
Do y'all believe that?
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't have to say I swear. Hey, can you give me a ride tomorrow?
Yes.
Come on. Say you swear. Pinky swear. Like all those rituals that we grew up with, pinky swearing, and put that on your mama. Put that on your daddy. And you put it on your mama and then you wonder why mama is sick.
Yeah.
Remember? Step on a crack, break your mama's back. Remember all that? We were kids and it was so innocent. But was it? No, you were swearing and cursing. That's the thing. You were swearing and cursing, and we didn't realize it because we're being told cursing is saying dropping F-bombs. When cursing was literally telling somebody if they didn't do something, their mama's back would break.
Yep.
And put it on your mama's grave, and put it on the dead homies, and put it on your, like they want you to put things on your unborn child.
Yep.
And they wonder why your womb is closed up.
Put this on my child.
Put this on my unborn child, and you wonder why you can't have babies. You done cursed yourself.
Dang.
I mean, look, that's what it is. So let's just think about it. Let's put things into perspective. People take the F-bomb more seriously than the actual
That
curse.
is so true.
That's how we know we don't understand the Bible.
Yep.
Because if you just look up the F-U-C-K is just, first of all, it means to hit. And it comes from German and these other languages. And it was F-U-K-K-A. English changed the word. That's all it is. In other languages, it means to copulate. We took it and use it we take it and we use that word in such a way where F you, right? And it's like copulate with you, hit you, because that's what it means. But we take it in another way. You see that? And we'll take that more serious than a person actually putting a curse on you. Just think about that. Just think about it. We teach our children to swear on things, and then we wonder why these things happen.
Promise.
Menudo is made with tripe. Tripe is the inner lining of the stomach. Yep. You don't need all that. You don't need all the menudo, the tripey. That's an Android.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's
It's an Android. That's an Android side. That's why it's so much faster. That's why my chat is coming in quicker. Right? It's an Android. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. We don't mess with that Apple over here. We got that Android. We about that speed. Shalom, is it wrong to say on my brother's, Shalom, is it wrong to say on my brother's keeper to someone? Well, you shouldn't have to put anything on anything. Just do what you say you're gonna do. So again, hey, can you give me a ride? Con. Okay, see you at 5. Con. Right? Let's get it real quick. Watch this. Let's see what Christ said.
Matthew 20.
Get it.
Matthew chapter 5, verse 37.
See, right off the top. Read it.
Book of Matthew chapter 5 and verse 37.
Right?
But let your communication be yea,
Yes,
nay, nay.
or no. Go ahead.
For whatsoever is more
Because
than
I swear
these
to my mama is what?
cometh of evil.
That's evil. Put it on my daddy's grave, that's evil. Put it on the Most High. What the hell you got to do with the Most High? Nothing. He's in heaven, you're down here. Stay in your place. Hey, chill. You keep it down here because you got nothing to do with the heavens. So we don't have to do the whole anything extra. But yes, I'm going to do that, or no, I'm not going to do that. That's it. Everything else is evil, man. You're invoking evil on yourself. Peter was literally invoking evil on himself when he was cursing and swearing. He literally was putting himself in a courtroom setting like, nope, swear to God I didn't do that. Think about why they make you swear on a Bible. They want to bind you to something to try to do what? Hold you to an oath. And they know what? What do they know? When you swear on this Bible, if you're lying, the Most High is going to check you. They know that. Do they care? No. But it's to do what? Invoke you to tell the truth. Don't y'all see it? There's a reason why they right hand on the Bible, left hand in the air. Because they know that swearing and that binding yourself to these curses is real. They know how real it is. They do it in court. They know how real it is. Y'all get that?
Yep.
I'm going to read on. Verse 9. Accustom not thy mouth to swearing. Watch. It's going to tell us what it means by swearing. Neither use thyself in the naming of the Holy One. That's what the swearing is talking about. For as a servant that is continually beaten shall not be without a blue mark, so is he that sweareth and nameth the Most High continually shall not be faultless. See what the swearing is? Y'all with me? Tell you, the scripture is going to tell you what it's talking about. 11, a man that useth much swearing shall be filled with iniquity, and the plague shall never depart from his house. Why? Because swearing and cursing, you're binding yourself to these curses. You're putting the Most High in things, and guess what he's going to do? Oh, you want me in it? Okay. Let me see what that be about. And he's going to hold you accountable. That's the thing. You know, you put the Most High in it, he going to hold us accountable, man. Stop putting the Most High's name in things when it's not needed. Right, where am I at? Plague shall not ever depart from his house. If he shall offend, his sin shall be upon him. If he shall acknowledge not his sin, he maketh a double offense. And if he swear in vain, he shall not be innocent, but his house shall be full of calamities. That's why the scriptures say, thou shalt not forswear thyself. Right? Numbers. What is it? Numbers 30? Is it Numbers 30? It goes in, it talks about vowing a vow. The oaths. Yeah, Numbers 30, Ecclesiastes. Huh? I thought it was Numbers. Is it number 6? I thought it was Numbers. Is it number 6? You might be right.
It goes in after the vow of a Nazarite.
Verse 2. 30 verse 2.
No, it's actually Numbers 30 and verse 2. If a man vow a vow unto the Lord, or swear an oath to bind his soul with a bond, he shall not break his word. He shall do according to all that proceed out of his mouth. This is the law. It's a sin to vow a vow and not to keep said vow. Right? And then it's even worse when you put, I swear to God, I swear to the Most High, I put that on the Lord. I put that on my mama. I put that on this. I put that on that. It's even worse.
People at school be trying to be like, say on God. And I'm like,
right, on God. That's the thing now.
That's
on
it.
God.
I'd be like, I'm
The
not
new
doing
wave.
that on God.
Yeah, on God. That's like the new wave of saying swear to God. On God. They on God everything. But see, that's why it says a man that uses much swearing or much on God. On God. There's one dude out of Chicago. He did like a Facebook little parody thing. But his slang thing was, like, I first heard it from him. His thing was like, on God. So I was out here and I was in the car and I was hitting that blunt. And man, it was hitting on God. It almost became like this joke thing, right? Where everything's on God, on God. But then when the Most High wants to visit that, what you gonna do? You keep calling his name, he gonna show up. What you gonna do? That's why it says a man that's accustomed his mouth to swearing or naming the Most High, he'll have plagues. Because usually those people are lying anyway.
Yeah.
The on-Godders, they lying. They're not true to their word. That's why they try to put the Most High in it to make it more what? Believable.
Valid.
More valid. Like the Most High saying his name validates your lie.
It means you're telling the truth.
And saying the Most High don't, like you, but saying the Most High don't mean you're going to tell the truth either. But see, the courtroom tries to get you to do that. Swear to the Bible, swear on the Bible, and that's supposed to make you tell the truth. No, you're supposed to tell the truth because you know that telling the truth is the right thing to do. Because that's the godly thing to do. I don't need to ungod that. Y'all see that? But see, swearing in that way is worse than dropping an F-bomb. Truth be told.
Ecclesiastes 5:4.
Right, Ecclesiastes the 5th chapter, right? It's actually 5:1 down to 6, right? And I'll continue on here. Verse 12. There is a word that is clothed about with death, because death and life are in the power of the tongue. The Most High grant that it be not found in the heritage of Jacob. For all such things shall be far from the godly, and they shall not wallow in their sins. Use not thy mouth to intemperate swearing, for therein is the word of sin. Remember thy father and thy mother when thou sittest among great men. Be not forgetful before them, and so thou by thy custom become a fool. So what is he saying? Remember your forefathers. They didn't have to they didn't have to swear on things. Shalom, Tawada, that is a phrase me and my brother would say to each other to keep our word. If my brother didn't say it, I wouldn't believe him. Yeah, but see, our word used to be our bond.
Can't be accustomed to lying.
Right. Our word used to be our bond. When we said it, we did it. And then because men became such liars, we had to put things on something else to make sure that they kept their... Why did you say, put it on your mama?
Because you used to that person lying to you.
Yeah, but think about what we knew about binding ourselves to these curses and swearing. Mm-hmm. We knew that if you put it on your mama, if you were lying, something would happen to your mama. We knew that. We knew that from way back. That if you put this thing, if you bind this vow to somebody else, or create this vow contingent on your mama or on your daddy, what did we know? Remember? Okay, let's think about the story. Let's think about the story in Joshua. I forget who it was. Was it Gideon that put the vow on his daughter?
No, that was in Judges.
That was Judges. Remember the story in Judges? He put the vow. He said, the first person that walks out the door, I'm going to sacrifice to the Lord. And guess who it was?
Judges 11.
It was his daughter, right? Who was that?
It's his daughter.
Y'all
That
can
was,
read the story. Oh, you put vow, yeah.
Yeah.
Who was that? That's a perfect story.
Jephthah.
Right. He made a vow to the Most High and said, first person when I walk home, first person that walks out the door, I'm sacrificing them to you. His daughter was the first person that walked out.
Kind of what it was. He asked Most High. He was like, if you give me victory in this battle,
that's what it was.
If you give me victory in this battle
That's what it was.
against the Amorites or whatever, I promise, I vow that I'm gonna sacrifice the first thing that comes out my gate.
I swear to God.
After the battle.
Yeah, and his daughter was the first thing to walk out.
She come, hey, Daddy's back home.
And guess what he had to do?
Sacrifice her.
He had to sacrifice his daughter. So what's worse? It was better if he said a bad word to his daughter, right? He would have still had her.
Yep.
Again, I'm not advocating for bad words, but I'm just trying to show you there's a different level, there's a different magnitude, and we don't understand
the weightier
thing, man. We don't understand, and remember, what we've been taught is one thing, but what we gotta relearn is another thing. And what are we learning? That there is a different magnitude and there's a different meaning that has been put on these words, right? So he's saying there's a word that is clothed about with death. It's that I swear, I this, I that, I vow, right? You don't have to I vow. Y'all get that? That's Numbers what? I love that. That's Judges 11?
Yeah, it's Judges 11.
Write that down real quick.
Judges 11, that's the story.
That's a real, that just popped in my brain, but Judges 11. Write it down real fast, because I write things down. Judges 11. And what verse?
I got it right here, 30 on down
30 and down. 30 to what?
to 40.
That's a story. Okay, perfect. Write it down. Right. So let me read on. So he's saying, remember thy father and thy mother. How did they move? Did they have to do the I swear thing, or did they just keep to what they said they were going to do? Did they have to swear to love and to hold each other? Well, sometimes they did, because they did that even in the marriage vows, right? Just think about marriage vows. I swear to uphold and love and cherish in good times and bad times and sickness and health. And then as soon as the wife gets sick, husband is out there in them streets running around, disregarding her, looking for a whole new wife. Right? Or as soon as he gets sick, she's like, oh, already writing the check, trying to spend off his death money. Not holding to the vow. We can't be vow breakers, man. We can't make these vows and swear on things and not uphold. 14. Remember thy father, thy mother, when thou sittest among great men. Be not forgetful before them, and so thou by thy custom become a fool, and wish that thou hadst not been born, and curse the day of thy nativity. The man that is accustomed to opprobrious words. Now let's look that up. Let's look up opprobrious. Opprobrious, right? What is that? O-P-P-R-O. Opprobrious. Search. Reproachful and contemptuous. Blasted with infamy, despised, rendered hateful. Opprobrious. Hateful words.
Expressing scorn.
Scornful words.
Criticism.
Criticism words. Infamy. Right? Okay. So let's see what this is saying. A man that is accustomed to opprobrious words will never be reformed all his days of his life. So a man that is accustomed to hateful speech, right? Or what's another? Y'all got us another definition?
Going to the etymology.
I wanted to say something. I wanted to say.
Synonyms.
What you got for synonyms? Synonyms. Abusive.
Derogatory.
Right?
Disparaging.
Go ahead. Abusive.
Insulting, offensive, defamatory, slanderous,
venomous,
scandalous,
scornful, scandalous,
venomous, contemptuous.
So this ain't not necessarily even got to be like foul language words, right? So think about how the scriptures are showing us that. Remember, speech is like the one thing that the scriptures say if you can bridle the tongue. It talks about the tongue being the one member so small that can't be bridled, because you can not use one foul language word and still offend a person, right? I don't have to drop any MFs, any F bombs, no BTI say female dog, none of that, and people will still be offended by what I'm saying, right? And still deem me hateful and opprobrious, right? So what is it? Well, what is it showing us about? It's just about watching our speech all around. But we'll never, ever be able to watch our speech all the way around. I could be the most scientific, use the most scientific words, seed of copulation, this, that, and the third, and somebody's like, oh, why is he speaking like that? It's so offensive. Huh? I use all the scientific terms. Doesn't matter.
Shouldn't be talking about that subject.
Shouldn't be speaking that subject around minors. Well, you want them to hear the scientific words from me? Because they're going to hear the filthy words from their friends.
True.
They're going to hear a whole different tone from their friends. So, again, let me continue. 16. 2 sorts of men multiply sin, and a third will bring wrath. A hot mind is a burning fire, and will never be quenched till it be consumed. A fornicator in the body of his flesh will never cease till he hath kindled a fire. Why? Because what's going to happen? He's going to run around with a bunch of different women, or she's going to run around with a bunch of different men, and she's going to catch something. Yep. All them little venereals, they burn. They all burn. They burn the flesh. All them STDs burn. Okay? Verse 17, all bread. See how the Bible's going to talk real eloquently? Yep. All bread is sweet to a whoremonger. I mean, plain speech. A whoremonger will sleep with any type of woman. That's what it's saying. All bread. It's talking about the woman as the bread, sweet to a whoremonger.
right? He will not leave off till he die. A man that breaketh wedlock, saying thus in his heart, who seeth me? I am compassed about with darkness, and walls cover me, and nobody seeth me. What need I to fear? The Most High will not remember my sins. Yeah, he will. Because the Most High can see through your walls, the dark clouds, he can see in the dark. Such a man only feareth the eyes of men, and knoweth not that the eyes of the Lord are 10,000 times brighter than the sun, beholding all the ways of men and considering the most secret parts. Why? Because he got them angels looking. He got the angels keeping count, keeping check. So he got 10,000 pair of eyes watching you in the dark when you sleep, but also peering into your thoughts. Verse 20, he knew all things ere ever they were created. So also after they were perfected, he looked upon them all. This man shall be punished in the streets of the city, where he suspected not, he shall be taken. Thus shall it go also with the wife that leaveth her husband, and bringeth in an heir by another. For first she have disobeyed the law of the Most High. The law is a woman is bound to her husband until death. The only way a woman can leave her husband, or the way it should have been, was what? When that man died. Right? So it says, first she had disobeyed the law of the Most High. Secondly, she had trespassed against her own husband. And thirdly, she have played the whore in adultery and brought children by another man. So why did Bathsheba's first child die? Because she committed adultery on her husband Uriah with David. So that child she was impregnated with, that child died. That baby died. Stillborn.
Yeah, when David fasted.
David fasted, did all that stuff. That baby came out stillborn. She shall be brought out into the congregation, and inquisition shall be made of her children. Okay, whose babies are these? Who's the daddy? Well, she was sleeping with two men. Eve. Her children shall not take root. So, what did we do with those children? They got put to death. Don't know who the daddy is. There ain't no reason to bring these children forth. But what they gonna do? They gonna come out and probably be adulteresses themselves.
True.
Right? They didn't take root. Now just think about it. Even think about now in this society. Do we go around killing these women's kids that they be on Maury? You are not the father. You are not the father. At 18, you are not the fathers. Later they find the daddy. No, but really what happens to those children? They don't take root either. They don't take root in the way of, they don't have a father figure there to do what? Guide them, grow them, teach them. So they don't even take root in this society. Stop. What are you doing? Get your hands out your mouth. They're dirty. Right? Her branches shall bring forth no fruit. These adulterous women, man, the Most High be hitting that womb. She shall leave her memory to be cursed. Her reproach shall not be blotted out. And they that remain shall know that there is nothing better than the fear of the Lord. And there is nothing sweeter than to take heed unto the commandments of the Lord. It is great glory to follow the Lord, and to be received of him is long life. We made it! Any questions on the reading?
Wait, you were going to go with fabric, remember?
Oh, we can go there real quick. Go there real quick.
Leviticus 19.
Go to Leviticus 19.
Yeah. It also talks about something in Deuteronomy 22, right?
22 is 11.
2 and 11. Yeah, I got it.
Yep.
1919?
Yep.
Leviticus 19.
Leviticus 19 and 19? Go ahead, Noah.
Leviticus 19, verse 19.
So wait, hold on real quick. No questions on the reading. Okay, so these are questions off the topic.
So they had a question about the mixing of the fabrics. So we're at Leviticus 19 and verse 19 to go over what it says in the law. Go ahead.
Ye shall keep my
Statutes.
statutes.
Right.
Thou shalt not let thy cattle
Gender.
with a
Diverse.
kind.
Right. So you weren't supposed to let your cattle. They weren't supposed to gender with diverse kind, meaning you didn't mix your cattle, right? The horses and the cows and all these different things, the oxes and the oxen and the sheep. You didn't mix them all in one pen and let them just do their thing, right? Why? Because let's just think about animals. A bull, when he gets mad and there's a horse in there, he's gonna gore your horse and all the other little animals that are in there, right? And then when it comes to the thing of mating, they can't mate, they're not compatible. So you wouldn't have your animals gender and just be together like that. You go to any farm today, they have what? The horse stables, the pig pen. They got the grazing pasture for the cows. They got the chicken coop because it's more feasible. And those, even certain animals, when they have babies, you know, you got to separate the males, the sows, the pigs. You know, when pigs have babies, you got to take those men out of the pen. Those males, they get very abusive, and they start pushing them babies around, and they act real hoggarty, right? And they start pushing them babies around. They stomp and they trample those babies. So when the female sow has babies, you got to move those males out of the pen and let them be on their own. They get real aggressive, and they don't care about them babies.
Even horses, when you look at horses, like the white horses, majority of horses are colored, they're brown or black. So all the white horses, they abuse the white horses.
Who abuses them?
The other horses would abuse the white horse.
Oh, I get it.
It's different than
It's
all
different.
the rest of them.
Yeah, I mean, there's a few animals that if they're all white, they got some type of mental deficiency. All white dogs with white eyes and all that stuff, they got some type of issue. And anyway, but y'all get that part, right? So it's going into this mixing of things. You don't have an ox and an ass plow in a field. Why? Because when the ass wants to sit back and just drop and not move, the ox gonna drag him and the plow. You see that? So can two walk together? At least they be in agreement. Read on.
Thou shalt not show thy field
So thy field. Go ahead.
with
Mingled.
mingled seed.
Right. So meaning what? You don't have your field and you throw in oranges, apples, tangerines, this, that, and all of them grow up in one field. You got your field, corn, boom. This field, apples. This field, peas. This field, that. You don't mingle the seeds because there's a such thing as, especially when you have like certain crops, right? You'll destroy, like, you have different type of cucumbers, you have different type of pumpkins and different types of zucchinis and squash. Those are flowering plants if you know anything about like zucchini. Zucchini flowers, then that flower falls off and that's where your zucchini grows out. Those get pollinated. What happens is if you get cross-pollination, you'll make a hybrid and then that zucchini is not edible in some certain circumstances. Did y'all know that?
No.
Zucchini, cucumbers, they all flower. Peppers, so you wouldn't grow different peppers in the same place because the cross-pollination, then your peppers are gonna taste different. Hot pepper gonna come out sweet. That's how they got a lot of these different like if you look at certain seeds, it tells you hybrid.
Mm-hmm.
That's how they did it. They would cross seeds to make things sweeter, cross things to make them more sour, cross things to make them more heat tolerant, water drought tolerant. But we weren't supposed to do that. You didn't mingle your seed, right? Now, spiritually, think about it. And we're not supposed to mingle our seed in the ground. We weren't supposed to mingle our seed with the other nations. Make sense? Right. Go ahead.
Neither shall a garment mingled of linen and wool
Linen and wool.
come upon thee.
Right. So you wouldn't just think about it. What is linen? What is the function of linen? What does that do? Where do you wear linen at? That keeps you cool. What does wool do? Now, if you mix the two fabrics, what you gonna have? You're gonna have confusion. He said woolen. He said right, linen wool, whatever, right? You can't even blend the words, but the point is, if the purpose of one is to keep you cool, the purpose of the other is to keep you warm. If I combine the two, then now I have a confused situation where if I put it on my body, 1 minute I'm cool, the next minute I'm sweating. Now let's think about this. You ever hear the thing where people say, "Oh, you got heat bumps"? You ever hear about that? Heat bumps. Think about this. Where you think you get your stinky foot odor from? Athlete's foot. Where you think that comes from? Yeah, that's your feet bind up in them socks, right? And then your own sweat the own bacteria is not being able to air out, and that bacteria is in turn doing what? Eating your flesh. And then if you wear black socks with color, the black socks, that ink goes into your pores, and that eats the flesh. Right? And that's what? Socks are mostly what? Cotton? Now, I've done this. I got a pair of wool socks. Now, the crazy thing about wool, like real good wool is flame retardant. That's one. But also, it keeps you warm when it needs to, but it also doesn't make your feet sweat. Like a lot of the times in the winter time, when it gets cold, I got these wool socks, man. I throw them on with my Timbs, and they keep my feet warm because boots don't keep your feet warm. That's a cap. But the socks keep my feet warm, but then my feet don't sweat either. It's crazy. But cotton, all these other fabrics that you put on, sweat, right? Think about it, where a lot of men get jock itch. Rocking the boxer briefs, and they're usually a polyester blend or some type of blend of material. So that's why you get like the jock itch is just fungi from sweating and having those fabrics pressed against you. There's no breathing, and then what? You develop this fungal rash in your groin area. That's all that is, because you're not able to breathe. But the fabric is preventing you from breathing. Remember, we made linen breeches or linen underwear to keep us to be able to breathe down there. You see that? When you do these cotton blends and you start blending and mixing these different fabrics, what happens? When you take away the functionality of that fabric being able to breathe and keep you warm. Wool breathes, but it also keeps you warm. You see that? So y'all get that, right? So the point is, if thou shalt not do these things, but then in the one of all things, you got to go to your enemies: food, eat, drink, clothing, and they're telling us what's hot, and we're running after something because of a logo, but not checking the fabric. We messed up. I'm hella righteous, but I like that design. Oop, didn't check it. Cotton, polyester, silk, wool, linen blend. I got all the fabrics. You done broke the law. No matter how good the ISBHPK was, right? No matter how nice and pressed that was on, you break the law. So that was the point. So until we start being able to do our own textiling, guess what we're subjected to? Either checking labels or not checking the label, right? And wearing whatever the hell you want, or checking the labels and saying, okay, I'm not gonna get that. And now you gotta X a lot of your wardrobe out.
I destroyed myself.
Why are you gonna destroy yourself? Because you can't make the clothes, and they're not gonna cater to the clothing that you want, right? But see, that's where we come in. That's where a man that knows how to do textiles, that's where he says, you know what? Israel needs to be able to have their own clothing. Not just a clothing line, but their own clothing made by Israelites that is going to be lawful. Right? And that man does that. Puts that talent to use for the betterment of the nation. Everybody ain't thinking like that. But you see the point, right? You see the point on that, on the mixed fabrics. Right, and listen, this is the thing. As y'all keep come into Sabbath class, you see how much we go over in a Sabbath class. When we start hitting these laws and going through that and this and that, and it's a lot.
It's a lot.
It's a lot, man. Is it impossible? No, but it's a lot. And there are some things that we just can't do verbatim perfectly as the law says to do it because of the circumstance. Again, when your woman was on her menstrual, they had a whole house for women that were on their, they had a whole section of the camp for women that were on their cycles. And they just filtered through there and kept that whole space unclean. They didn't come in your tent, lay in your bed. They stood over there with all the women that were menstruating. Can we do that? Well, I don't got the dough to do that. I can only pay one rent. And I'm not going to put my rib in the garage. I'm not doing that. I'm not going to make her a tent outside in the house, outside in the backyard. That's insane.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to just make her a tent outside. Okay, but she got to come in to eat and use the restroom. Nope, there's a bucket out there.
Wasn't there someone that said that his rib went to her mom's house or something like that?
Yeah, but then she made the mom's house unclean. Okay, that's got to stop. But then you got your rib problem solved. But what about the next woman that's menstruating around, and she don't even live in your house, but she went into the same grocery store, touched the cart, touched the basket,
So true.
rubbed her grubby fingers on the piece of kale you wanted.
You don't even know she's menstruating.
That's the point. That's the point. Right? So it's rough, but that's where grace comes in and mercy. We try to do the things that we know we got to stick to. But then there's some things you don't know that you're sinning. You don't know that you fell into this sin, and the grace and the mercy prevented us from having to pay a full price of death for those things. Right? Shalom. I have a question. How come a baby could be killed because they did not know its father, but an abortion is wrong? It's the circumstance. I mean, literally, let's be real. Let's be real. You want to go into the law about what you just said? Let's go there real quick about the water of jealousy.
Oh, yeah.
Let's go in there. Abortion is definitely wrong if you're just running around the streets, banging every dude you meet, getting pregnant, and then getting rid of the baby and just to go bang a bunch of dudes. But let's deal with it. When a man suspected his woman of adultery, when a man if we just deal with the situation of David and Bathsheba, the Most High killed David's baby in the womb. That was a form of abortion. But why was that circumstance justified? Because there was adultery. That's why. That's like saying, how can you kill a woman that commits adultery, or how can you not kill? Okay, I'm confusing myself. That's like saying, let me get my thoughts. That's like saying, thou shalt not murder, but you can kill an adulterous woman. Well, that's the point. It's adultery. So why did this baby die? Because the situation that it was brought forth through was adultery. Raj, read it. Read it real quick. Let's read Leviticus 5. Numbers 5. See, we can always go back to the law on these things. Now, do we do these things now? No. No, we don't do these things now. Right? But there was a thing that we did do. Numbers 5 and verse 12. Go ahead, Lashabar.
Book of Numbers, chapter 5 and verse 12.
Right.
Speak unto the children of Israel.
Right.
And say unto them.
Right.
If any man's wife go aside.
Go ahead.
And commit a trespass against him, and a man lie with her carnally, and it be hid from the eyes of her husband, and be kept close, and she be defiled, and there be no witness against her.
Right.
Neither she be taken with the manner.
Go ahead.
And the spirit of jealousy come upon him.
Yeah, he suspects her. Oh, baby, where you at? Where was you at? Oh, I'm over here with the girls just sewing. Really? The sisters ain't together sewing today? Where you really at? Oh, my bad. I thought you meant what I was doing yesterday. Oh, no, right now I'm at the grocery store.
What I was doing yesterday.
At the grocery store, we don't need groceries. You just went to the grocery store yesterday. Oh, my bad. I thought I misheard you. No, you know what, girl? FaceTime me real quick. Oh no, my FaceTime don't work out.
Bad signal. Bad
Oh, okay,
connection.
bad connection. Okay, cool. So you start suspecting her, right? I'm going through all the Jake suspicion tactics. FaceTime me now. Where you at? Oh no, I ain't my FaceTime. Right? Jake be doing that when they suspect they woman. FaceTime me. Me, I'm like, that's what you on? Cool. Okay, Most High gonna deal with it.
Yes, sir.
Most High gonna blast you from the rooftop. Right? But if a man suspected that there was something going on with his wife, he could take it to the priest. And this is what they did. Go ahead.
And he be jealous of his wife,
Right?
and she be defiled.
Right?
Or if the spirit of jealousy come upon him,
Uh-huh.
and he be jealous of his wife,
Right?
and she be not defiled,
Right?
then shall the man bring his wife unto the priest, and he shall bring her offering for her, the 10th part of an ephah of barley meal. He shall pour no oil upon it, nor put frankincense thereon, for it is an offering of jealousy, an offering of memorial, bringing iniquity to remembrance. And the priest shall bring her near and set her before the Lord. And the priest shall take holy water in an earthen vessel, and of the dust that is in the floor of the tabernacle, the priest shall take.
So he'll take some dust off the floor. Check this out. Some dust off the floor. Some holy water, right? Water from the temple. Go ahead.
And put it into the water. And the priest shall set the woman before the Lord, and uncover the woman's head, and put the offering of memorial in her hands, which is the jealousy offering.
Right? So now she's sacrificing an offering. Go ahead.
And the priest shall have in his hand the bitter water that causeth the curse.
Go ahead.
And the priest shall charge her by an oath.
By a what?
By an oath.
This is how strong our oaths and our vows were. You're going to take this oath that you didn't cheat on your husband. Go ahead.
And say unto the woman, if no man have lain with thee, and if thou hast not gone aside to uncleanness with another instead of thy husband, be thou free from this bitter water that causeth the curse.
What curse is it going to cause? Now just think about this. Why would a man suspect his woman that she lay with another man and he never had no witnesses and he didn't see it? It could be the way she's moving. It could be that she's impregnated. He might have been gone for a little bit. Are you pregnant?
Time don't match up.
I ain't even been here. You want me to show y'all something about America, how wicked this place is? If you're married to a woman and she gets pregnant, the man that's married to her is automatically charged with being the father, no matter what.
Yep.
So you can be off deployed in Afghanistan for 3 years and she's pregnant. You married to her, you the daddy. But it don't add up. So what? You the daddy. That's the law in America. Does that make sense? No, it don't, right? It don't make sense. That's terrible. That's a terrible law. Because now you got to pay child support and do all these things for some other man's child that's not yours, that you had nothing to do with. But let's read on. So what plague are we talking about? What curse? Go ahead.
But if thou hast gone aside to another instead of thy husband, and if thou be defiled, and some man have lain with thee beside thine husband, then the priest shall charge the woman with an oath of cursing.
So now she's binding herself. She's binding herself to an oath that if she's lying, she's gonna be cursed. But if she's telling the truth, she won't be cursed. This is how powerful these oaths were. Check this out. Go ahead.
And the priest shall say unto the woman, the Lord make thee a curse and an oath among thy people, when the Lord doeth make thy thigh to rot.
So your thigh is gonna rot, and what else?
And thy belly to swell.
So what was happening with her belly? Whatever was in that belly is being incinerated. Oh yeah. Whatever's in that belly is being incinerated, man. She bringing forth child from another man, guess what? That's what's going to happen. Go ahead.
And this water that causeth the curse shall go into thy bowels, to make thy belly to swell, and thy thigh to rot. And the woman shall say, Amen, amen.
Amen. I agree. I agree to this vow. I'm not no cheater. I agree that I'm going to do this. So you ask, well, how can abortion be wrong, but babies died from this circumstance? Well, remember, it's the circumstance. Now we don't have to go around doing all this. The children don't take root because of if that mom is an adulterous woman, or if that dad is an adulterer or a whoremonger. Well, guess what? Is he going to be able to raise that child? So that child ain't going to take root either way, because nobody's going to be there to teach that child the right way. I mean, it's easy. If daddy was a drug dealer, he's a drug dealer, right?
Yep.
Daddy's pest control, he's a pest control. Daddy's a carpenter, he's a carpenter. Why do they keep saying that Yahweh Shai was a carpenter? Was he? No. His daddy was a carpenter. But they always say Jesus was a carpenter. I'll never read about him making no wood, or making no chairs, or building a kitchen table. I ain't never read that.
I seen this movie, and it was like before Yahweh Shai started his ministry, and they showed like he's the one that invented the chair with the back on it.
Oh my gosh. He invented this chair right here?
Like how he goes.
He invented the chair that spins around.
Armrest.
He invented the reclining chair.
Like
But see, the
no
point
chairs had
the
backs.
point is, you are the product of your parents. And again, we could go to the story of David. I don't think we have to, but somebody find me the scripture so we can throw that out there to them also. Why did the Most High kill David's firstborn child with Bathsheba? Because that was the law. Now the Most High wasn't going to do the whole water thing, because why didn't that happen? Because Uriah the Hittite, Bathsheba's husband, was murdered in war, set up by David. So they wouldn't have been able to do this. But the Most High was like, okay, you think you can escape from me? Gotcha. David knew what was up. Come on, man. Why do you think he fasted before time? Usually when somebody dies, you fast after. He fasted, he mourned before the death because he knew what was coming. But usually you fast and mourn after death. Y'all see that? So where was that at? That Samuel's? Or that was
2 Samuel. I thought it was 11, but I think it is 12.
So we read in Ecclesiastes the 23rd chapter, right? And then now we're at 2 Samuel.
Yeah, this is where Nathan is telling David.
Right. You plowed with somebody else's effort.
Yeah.
So you gotta. So then it's the next chapter over.
13.
It should be. It should be 2 Samuel.
Is it 12 and 18?
Oh, is it? Where David mourned.
Right.
It's 12 and 18.
But the child died.
Right. So remember, it's all circumstantial. In the case of adultery, the Most High wasn't messing with that. Women, children from an adulterous bed, nah, that wasn't gonna happen. I think it tells you that in Proverbs too, right?
I think so.
It's in either Proverbs 6, 7, 5. Let's see. Let's just get it out. While they look for that. Any other questions? I know you have one. You want to touch it? Nah, bro, I got 2 scriptures. It's easy. 2 scriptures. So really, your question was on about,
Oh, you talking about from last night?
yeah, the salvation thing,
Oh, yeah.
like being
man.
saved.
Talking about they saved. Oh, yeah.
Right. Right. So the brother was asking about, they do it in church where like towards the end of church, they'll say, the doors are open, right?
Right.
And they'll call anybody up that wants to accept Jesus as their Lord and Savior and be saved. Right? Which, there's nothing wrong with that. But see, the problem is this.
they don't give us the full circumstance, the full spectrum, the full picture to show us that, okay, I accept Yahweh Shai as my Lord and Savior, because we all have done that in here, right? He's my Lord and Savior. I've accepted Jesus, right? But then, does that alone make a person saved? And that's the point where the church omits the parts about the work you got to do, right? They'll ignorantly go into Romans, they'll go into Galatians and say, well, see, look, justified, you're not justified by works of the law. But remember, the works of the law are, and Yahweh Shai said it, you omit the weightier matters of the law: faith, judgment, and mercy, right? So what are the works of the law? Well, it's really it's those things: faith, judgment, mercy, brotherhood, sisterhood.
It's not Proverbs, it's Wisdom of Solomon.
Oh, what does it say in Wisdom of Solomon real quick?
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 3, verse 16.
Right.
As for the children of adulterers,
There it is.
they shall not come to their perfection.
Right.
And the seed of an unrighteous bed shall be rooted out.
See that? I mean, that sounds like death to me. Sounds like death, a slow death or a fast death. Either way you look at it. Wisdom of Solomon.
Wisdom of Solomon. Okay.
Wisdom of Solomon 3:16.
3:16.
Yeah, that's another one to add. That's for Isaac. Isaac, hopefully they're listening. Right? Most High didn't want adultery, that mind state, to flood Israel, man. Again, why are you a pimp? Well, my daddy was a pimp. My uncle was a pimp. My this was a pimp. My dad was a pimp. Why are you a murderer? Well, my dad killed a few people. What got you into drugs? Well, my dad, he was chopping up keys in the living room. Just think about it. Look at LeBron James and his sons. Right? Scottie Pippen, his son. You can name all Kenya Martin, his son. You can name all these ball players that their sons picked up their profession. They saw daddy do it, so now they do it. Michael Jordan and his sons. Right? So it's not going to go for one thing and not the other. Now about this being saved thing. You said that there's nothing that they really say.
Well,
no scriptures that they really go to, or is there?
They want you to repeat after them.
Okay.
It's,
So don't repeat after the Bible, but repeat after them.
well, I guess they get it from, I guess it's something they get from the Bible.
Yeah.
But it's repeat after me. I accepted the Lord Jesus Christ in my heart. I forgot.
I accept the Lord Jesus Christ as my personal Lord.
Right, and we are
Yeah,
and we are supposed to.
Yeah.
We are supposed to accept the Lord as our personal Savior, but there has to be. That's the faith that He's going to save us.
Right.
That's our faith, but then we got to have the works. Don't go there yet. We got to have the works. We got to have the works behind it, right? So, go to Matthew. And first of all, if we're just dealing with this topic of just being saved, we'll go to Matthew's real quick. Go to Matthew's 10 and you could say 10 and 22. What am I looking for? I'm looking for James. Go ahead, Noah.
Matthew 10, verse 22. And ye shall be hated.
You should be hated.
Hated of all men for my name's sake, but he that endureth to the end shall be saved.
So that scripture alone, if I pull that out, that's a sharp scripture, because it says that in order to be saved, you have to endure until the end. Right? Nobody is just, this is out of Christ's own mouth. Nobody is just saved because they said so. I have to endure until the end. The problem is when you come up and you accept Jesus as your Lord and Savior, and then that's it. The church doesn't tell you that there's a fight that you have to encounter, that you have to fight to stay clean, that you have to purge the old man, because really they don't want you to have to put up that fight, because then nobody will be in the church.
right? So you got the faith that I'm gonna accept Christ. Now go to James real quick. James 2:14 real fast. I got the faith that I'm gonna be saved. I believe it. But I gotta endure. Go ahead, James.
Book of James, chapter 2 and verse 14.
Right?
What doeth it profit,
Uh-huh.
my brethren, though a man say he have faith,
Oh, I accepted Jesus as my Lord and Savior. What does it profit if you just, I accept it? Go ahead.
and have not works?
But then you don't purge yourself and work on the things that Yahushua is looking at you to be saved for. What's the profit? He's going to give us he's going to equate this to something. Go ahead.
Can faith save him?
See, just have faith. Just have faith, brother. Can faith alone save us is the question. No. Now remember, we're taught to just believe. We're taught to just believe and that we don't got to do nothing. That's where a lot of our people get caught up in just the belief of something. And then I'll give y'all the joke. There was a man stranded on a boat. He prayed to God. God, come save me. Most High said, okay, got you. Another boat comes along. Hey there, neighbor, you need some help? No, I'm waiting on God. Say what? Yahweh, save me. There goes another boat. Hey man, you need some help? Oh no, I'm waiting on God. Most High was like, what's wrong with this guy? God sets up some more prayers. Hey Lord, save me. Most High sends another boat. The dude's like, man, listen, I thought you was gonna save me. He said, look, I sent you help 3 times.
Oh no, you missed part.
Oh, what's the part?
Then the guy dies.
Oh, he dies. He goes to heaven, right?
Yeah.
How come you didn't save me? I sent you 3 boats. You have faith, but there was the works. Right? You have faith in me, but the work was for you to deal with these other men on the boats. Right? Now, watch, read on 15.
Verse 15. If a brother or a sister be naked,
right,
and destitute of daily food,
they're naked and destitute. Well, they have faith. Go ahead.
And one of you say unto them, depart in peace, be ye warmed and filled, notwithstanding ye give them not those things which are needful to the body, what doeth it profit?
Yeah, it's like you get a ride from somebody, you get rides in the car, right? And for you brothers and sisters out there in VA, y'all get a lot of rides from certain brothers. They car don't run on faith. You gotta give them money so they can put gas in the car.
Yep.
Nah, the water, brother. Being a brother.
Just fills the tank up with that.
Have faith in God. And all of a sudden the tank, you see it go from E to full. No! The gas tanks don't run on faith. Just like the lights don't get paid on faith. Rent don't get paid on faith. We got to go to the mall and work. We believe that if we go to work, the Most High is going to provide it.
Yeah.
Give us this day our daily bread. But can you just sit in the house? Give us this day our daily bread. And just sit there and then be mad when you don't get the daily bread. Your daily bread is going to be 0. What you put in is what you get. You can have faith all day, but sitting on the couch don't get nothing done.
That's right.
So that's what we got to understand is, can faith save a person? No, it can't. You got to endure. You got to use your faith to endure the trials and tribulations that are meant to knock you off that square. Now let's go to 2nd Ezra real quick.
Oh, could we go to jump to 26 on that one? James chapter 2.
Well, I actually didn't finish it. Yeah, I actually didn't finish it. Go down, read down. Actually. Read 17.
Verse 17. Even so faith, if it have not works, is dead.
Faith without works is dead. Read.
Being alone.
Read, because you can't have one thing and not the other. Y'all see that? You can't have one thing and the other. Most High works in 2s. Go ahead, read.
Yea, a man may say, thou hast faith.
Go ahead.
And I have works.
Go ahead.
show me thy faith without thy works.
Right. It doesn't work. There is no faith without the works behind it. It's false hope. Read.
And I will show thee my faith by my works.
Right. I'll show you my faith by my works. So what are the works? Well, we do. That's why we keep the law. Because what are we, just, okay, the dietary law alone. You might say, you know what? I really don't understand this whole dietary law thing. I'm going to have faith. Or, let me rephrase that. I got health issues. And I believe that the Most High is going to heal me. But I eat shrimp, pork, crab, lobster. My diet is fast food every day, 3 times a day. I'm eating the McRib from McDonald's. I'm eating shrimp scampies. I'm eating all these things, but the Most High is going to heal me. Guess what? You're going to die in your sickness. Well, you know what? I got health issues, and the Most High, I need the Most High to heal me. There's this dietary law in Leviticus. Let me follow that. Oh, so when I peel back the pork, shrimp, crab, lobster, I drop 30 pounds. Wow. Then I see that my hypertension is gone. Boom. So that's one level. Then I start getting into the herbs and these different things to knock out some of that sickness. Wow. All of a sudden, I'm healed again. Mm-hmm. I have faith, but I have to do the work behind my faith.
That's right.
Go ahead and read.
Thou believest that there is one God.
Because that's faith, right? Go ahead.
Thou doest well.
Read.
The devils also believe and tremble.
Because guess what? At least they got some works. The trembling is the works behind their belief. Even the devils believe there's one God, but they tremble. They move.
They got fear.
They got some fear, right? Go ahead.
But wilt thou know, O vain man,
right,
that faith without works is dead?
Right.
Was not Abraham our father justified by works when he had offered Isaac his son upon the altar?
Yeah, he didn't even offer him. But the mind to do it, he was already in there. Go ahead. And he had faith that what? But if I offer up Isaac, I have faith that the Most High is going to bring me another son to be able to fulfill his promise of what? Remember he said that all the seed shall come from Abraham? Right. He's going to be the father of nations. Well, how could he do that if Isaac was dead?
No, he said it was going to come from Isaac.
Right, it was going to go right, but through Abraham, right. But how could he do that if he was dead?
And it said Abraham reasoned that the Most High can do all things.
All
and
things.
He'll raise him from the dead.
There it is. So he had faith that if I kill him, the Most High can raise him up. That's how dedicated Abraham was. And remember, Isaac wasn't no little boy. He wasn't no little 5-year-old about to go get offered. He knew what was up.
He wasn't no teenager.
No, he knew what was up. He knew the prophecy. He was taught. He knew that he was supposed to bring forth the prophecy and was willing to go along with the sacrifice. Go ahead, read on.
Seest thou how faith wrought with his works, and by works was faith made perfect? And the scripture was fulfilled with which said, Abraham believed God, and it was imputed unto him for righteousness.
Right.
And he was called the friend of God.
You see that? So, the point is, the thing that's going to save us is not one thing or the other. It's both coupled together. Now let's jump to Ezra's real quick. I mean, y'all get that point. This oil, Estee Lauder. Can you look that up? Knowing? Oh, we should be able to get knowing. Gucci Bamboo, Estee Lauder, knowing.
I can't look that up on the song room.
Yeah, you can. You can't log in. Go to 2nd Ezra 9 and verse 6. 2nd Ezra 9 and 6.
Book of 2nd Ezra, chapter 9 and verse 6. Even so, the times also of the highest have plain beginnings.
So you gotta when you understand this chapter, it's talking about all the things that men got to go through, and men being taken, and men being left, right? And it's talking about the end times, and it said, even so, the beginnings of the Most High had plain beginnings. Go ahead.
in wonders and powerful works,
Go ahead.
and endings in effects and signs.
Right? That's the end of the times. It's going to be effects and signs and wonders. Go ahead.
And every one that shall be saved
In the end times, go ahead.
and shall be able to escape by his works.
By his works only. Go ahead.
And by faith,
Read.
whereby ye have believed,
Go ahead. Was that it?
shall be preserved from the said perils, and shall see my salvation in my land.
See that? That's what's going to save us is works and faith. But what if your works stop? What if your works stop? Go to Hebrews. No, go to Luke. Luke 9:62.
Count. It's book of Luke chapter 9 and verse 62.
Right?
And Jesus said unto him, no man having put his hand to the plow and looking back
Right?
is fit for the kingdom of God.
That man ain't gonna be saved. You put your hand to the plow and look back. Look at Lot's wife. Right? Look at Aaron. We talked about that, right? But the point is, you can't put your hand to the work and be looking back and think that that's going, like, because I did a little bit for 4 years, I'm saved, and then I can just go back to my regular scheduling program, right? But just think about it. Just think about it. Any one of us in here right now, what's the one that Paul said? Paul said, we dare not make ourselves as the number. Remember that? It just popped in my mind. There we go. 2 Corinthians 10 and 2. But just think about it. We all in here striving for righteousness, doing our thing. If you fall into the world, back into the world, and you start doing the works of the world, are you saved? When Christ comes, he gonna judge you off all your works. If you build up more works and wickedness than in righteousness, then what's gonna happen? If he comes and he finds you doing wickedness, that's it. So you can't think because I went and I accepted Jesus and I didn't put works. I did the church thing and just said it with my mouth. Right? Watch. Read that. They keep flooding into my brain.
Corinthians.
Yep, read that.
Book of 2 Corinthians chapter 10 and verse 2.
Verse 12.
Verse 12. For we dare not make ourselves of the number.
Right.
Or compare ourselves with some that commend themselves. But they measuring themselves by themselves.
Right.
And comparing themselves among themselves.
Right. We're not gonna we dare not sit there and say, oh, I'm saved. Oh, I'm part of the 144,000. You don't know that? Where's your works? Where's your faith? Because if it starts to get hard, what are you going to go back to? You going to stick in this word, or you going to keep fighting? James 1:22. James 1 verse 22. Read that. Let's jump back to the book of James. James was dropping that heat, man. Yeah, James is a good book.
1,
small book, but very good. 122.
Verse 22.
Mm-hmm.
But be ye doers of the word.
Be what?
Be ye doers of the word.
That's you got to do the word. Go ahead.
And not hearers only.
Go ahead.
Deceiving your own
See,
selves.
the deception is when I think I could just have faith and hear it and then not do what's being told. Right? See, the thing is this. The salvation for the kingdom is, it starts when you start to purge and change yourself through the word. And Christ is going to do the rest. But think about it. If he said that an effeminate, extortioners, liars, all these different things are not fit for the kingdom. Well, where does being fit for the kingdom start? Doesn't it start now? Doesn't it start with working on yourself continually? That way when that day comes, it could at least be said like, oh, he worked on himself up until this point. She worked on herself up until this point. So you know what? You put in that work, you got to pass. Boom. Get on in there. But the ones that ain't working on themselves and purging themselves from the negative, guess what? Well, you got to pass too. Straight to hell. Straight to torment. So you can't stop doing that work. Go ahead.
For if any be a hearer of the word and not a doer,
Right?
he is like unto a man beholding his natural face in a glass.
Right. It's like a man that looks in the mirror. Go ahead.
For he beholdeth himself and goeth his way, and straightway forgetteth what manner of man he was.
Yeah, it's like you look and you don't change the things that you see in the mirror. Or you look in the mirror, you correct things, and you dip off and just go right back to the old man. Nobody looks in the mirror and leaves the booger on their nose. Or the food in their teeth. You take that out, right? Or do we just look in the mirror, dang, I got something in my teeth, and walk away? No, you look in the mirror so you can change and keep changing and keep fighting. Right? Go to Revelations real quick. What is it? 7? And just on this little save topic, and Paul earnestly beholding this counsel said, men and brethren, I have lived in all good conscience before the Most High until this day. Yeah, that's what it is. We're supposed to be enduring into the end, fighting the fight, running our race. What is it? Revelation 7.
13. Either rose white.
Yeah, where's the one? It said they practice abstinence. It's in Ezra, I bet. Second Ezra. Second Ezra 2. Read Revelations 7:13.
Book of Revelation, chapter 7 and verse 13. And one of the elders answered, saying unto me.
So we know in this chapter it's talking about the 144,000, the elect from the 12 tribes of Israel, 12,000 from each tribe, right? Then they're looking and they say, wait a minute, here's a whole other multitude of people. Go ahead.
What are these which are arrayed in white robes? And whence came they?
Right.
And I said unto him, Sir, thou knowest. And he said to me, These are they which came out of great tribulation.
Right. So they had faith. Go ahead.
And have washed their robes.
There goes their works. They had to wash the robe clean. I believe I can get this clean. I believe I can get myself clean. So they came out of the tribulation by putting in that work. Go ahead.
And made them white in the blood of the Lamb.
They did what?
Made them white in the blood of the Lamb.
Yeah, how do you do that? Well, what does that mean? Well, they took on the life of Christ. You can't make nothing white in blood. That's metaphor for they walked the light. The blood is the life. That's what the blood represents. The life of that person or that animal. They made their robes white or clean by taking on the life of Christ. Putting on that work. Right? 2nd Ezra 39. Let's see here. No. Another one, man. It says something about practicing abstinence. But I mean, y'all get that, right? So definitely got to put in the work with your I mean, that James alone, that Matthews, he that endured to the end. We gotta put on that faith with our, and the works is literally doing the things in the law, doing the things with each other to fight through that tribulation. Right? Oh, the sinner's prayer. Right? I don't even know what that is. What is that again?
I think that's something that was made up. I forgot.
So that's not a real prayer, right? The sinner's prayer. Not Psalms 23, is it? Our fault? No. Do I walk through the valley of death? It's not that one, right? That's the sinner's prayer?
No.
Oh.
It's 7:55.
Anything else? All right. Let's set up these closing prayers. It's been a lengthy one. I'm trying to take these marathon classes, huh? Go back to the days when we went to 8 o'clock. I got it in me. Trust me. I got it in me. Oh. Start stiffening up.
Nighttime outside.
Right?
Yeah.
Aymayum upon ya, Yerah Shalom. Let's rise and face the east. Hey, ask yourself this: what else you gonna be doing on the Sabbath day? What else is there to do, right? And I think them clocks turn back tomorrow, right? Is it tomorrow?
Back or forward?
They go forward. Yeah, the clocks go forward tonight.
All back.
So you're gonna lose an hour, just so y'all know. I'm excited. They're talking about abolishing daylight savings.
They already passed it.
When did they pass that?
I was just told this a couple days ago that they actually passed it. I'm just speaking.
I heard it yesterday morning that they going back and forth on it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I didn't know that they passed it. Cause they go back and forth on it every year. I gotta look into that. It'd be nice.
Let them roll.
Oh. So that means I'm taking 1, 2.
I got y'all's car vehicle.
You do? Okay.
Shoulders and load.
I'll fit in mine. They'll go to my house anyway.
Me too. Absolutely.
6.
Yahweh in the name of Yahweh Shai.
Yahweh in the name of Yahweh.
Please listen to us right now.
Please listen to us right now.
Send Michael and the righteous angels
Send Michael and righteous angels
to watch over, bless, heal, protect, and make strong the people of Israel. Also send unto us much wisdom, much knowledge, much understanding, much patience, much faith, much brotherhood, and much love, spiritual power, and forgive all of our sins. Yahweh Shai come quickly, for in thee is our hope, always and forever. Amen. Barakatah Yahweh. Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai. Hahawa'ah. Latananaw. Hatarara.
That's blessed you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the law.
Barakatah Yahweh. Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai. Hahawa'ah. Latananaw. A war. Lara'ah.
That's blessed you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the light to see.
Barakatah Yahweh. Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai. Hawa'ah. Latananaw. Ha'ayah. Korah. Ha'ayin.
That's blessed you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us a ram's horn to call the people.
Barakatah Yahweh. Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai. Hawa'ah. Latananaw. Shaman. Zayah. Lamashat. Yasha'Allah.
That's blessed you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
And if you want to be anointed, we'll do that after class. This is Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto Yahweh and to sing praise unto thy name. Almost high. To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning. And thy faithfulness every night. Upon an instrument of 10 strings. And upon the psaltery. Upon the harp with a solemn sound.
Upon the harp with a solemn sound.
For thou,
thou,
O Yahweh,
Yahweh,
has made me glad through thy work.
has made me glad through thy works.
I will triumph in the works of thy hands.
I will triumph in the works of thy hands.
O Yahweh,
Yahweh,
how great are thy works.
how great are thy works.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not.
Neither a fool understand this.
Neither doeth the fool understand this.
When the wicked spring as the grass.
When the wicked spring as the grass.
And when all the works of iniquity do flourish.
And when all the works of iniquity do flourish.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
But thou,
thou,
O Yahweh,
Yahweh,
are most high forevermore.
are most high forevermore.
For lo thy enemies,
For lo thy enemies,
O Yahweh,
Yahweh,
for lo thy enemies shall perish.
for lo thy enemies shall perish.
All the works of iniquity shall be scattered.
All the workings of iniquity shall be scattered.
But my horn
But my horn
shall thou exalt.
shall thou exalt.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
My eye also shall see.
My eye also shall see.
My desire my enemies.
My desire my enemies.
And my ear shall hear.
And my ears shall hear.
My desire the wicked that rise up against me.
My desire the wicked that rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm trees.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of Yahweh Shai
Those that be planted in the house of Yahweh
shall flourish in the courts of the Most High.
shall flourish in the courts of the Most High.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
To show that Yahweh is upright.
To show that Yahweh is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
Psalms 133 in Hebrew. Shayar.
Shayar.
Hamalawad.
Hamalawad.
Ladawad.
Ladawad.
Hana.
Hana.
Matawad.
Matawad.
Wama.
Wama.
Na'ayam.
Na'ayam.
Shabbat.
Shabbat.
Akim.
Akim.
Gum.
Gum.
Yachad.
Yachad.
Kashaman.
Kashaman.
Hatawad.
Hatawad.
Al.
Al.
Hararia.
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 Yarad.
Yarad.
Al.
Al.
Hazakwan.
Hazakwan.
Zakwan.
Zakwan.
Aharan.
Aharan.
Shayarad.
Shayarad.
Alpanya.
Alpanya.
Madawatwa.
Madawatwa.
Katal.
Katal.
Karawan.
Karawan.
Shayarad.
Shayarad.
Al.
Al.
Hararia.
Hararia.
Tazayawan.
Tazayawan.
Kaya.
Kaya.
Shum.
Shum.
Tazawa.
Tazawa.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Habaraka.
Habaraka.
Kayayum.
Kayayum.
I.
Wa
Wa'iwalam.
Wa'iwalam.
Aman.
Amen. This is Psalms 133 in English. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the beard that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments. As the dew of Hermon, as the dew that descended about the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life forevermore.
Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai.
Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai.
The water.
The water.
The
Yah.
Amen.
Circle up real quick. No. We circle up to each other first. Is my voice going? A little bit. Not good. Call it.
Men of Israel. Amaido. Barak.
Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai. Barakathon.
Kwame Charlotte!
Kwame Shai.
Kwame Charlotte!
Kwame Shai.
Kwame
Kwame
Charlotte!
Shai. Yajamata. Let's turn and face the lovely sisters. Mother Shabbat. Call it.
Salute out the daughters of Zion. Men of Israel. Amaido. Barak.
Yahweh Shemalathan. Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai. Good job. Yajamata, hands down. Dismissed. Let's say shalom to everybody online. Shalom. We'll see y'all back here on Wednesday. Shalom. Shalom.
When I have my glasses, my headphones.
Yeah, I know.
No.
Wait.
I mean,
You did it too early.
I'm loose.
Oh, okay.
I'm tight. I mean, this is a button up.
Gotta
So
catch
it's
up.
like,
Put that back for a sec.
if you want to get anointed, yep. You want to be anointed? Are there any men that want to be anointed first?